giving you an answer. You said you don't know how we're going to make sense of this. I said I know exactly. I'm going to keep doing this show exactly the way I've been doing it for the past 4 years, and that is everybody and anybody, with the exception of one person on the show a year and a half ago and threatened to kill somebody, is welcome to come on stage, talk about anything they want, as long as they have a take and don't suck. Benjamin, I'll give you 60 seconds to finish up.
No, I appreciate that.
And by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I humbly apologize. Benjamin, if you have any criticisms objectively how you think the show could be better, or all of them, yes, Benjamin, even you, take 60 seconds.
So here's what I would request of you.
Yes.
Because you're an honorable person.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Value your integrity. I want you to know that one of your mods told me anti-Semitic show or criticizing.
I already responded to that. Please don't.
I would like you to rescind and suspend.
It's not going to happen. No, I'll reinforce the rules. I'm not going to rescind and suspend anything. No, I won't do that.
I'm going to call on your integrity to remove mods from your mod squad that do such a thing.
No. My mods are
inappropriate.
Hang on a second. I don't know what you do in the atheist house. That's been open for less than a month. It's very popular. I give you major props. Congratulations on your success. One thing that we've been practicing here in the atheism house on Ask the Atheist for 4 years is we do our best not to air our dirty laundry in public. We deal with that stuff off the air. The situation that you described will be discussed and dealt with off the air, but we don't air our dirty laundry here on Ask the Atheist in public. Benjamin, thank you very much. The show is better with you than without you. First class escort to the VIP. Let's go to Legalist. Legalist, would you like to say goodbye or any closing thoughts? Burning desires. Legalist, going once.
Desires.
Yes.
Yeah, so I got just only two things. So you wash y'all clothes on this app, but you don't want people to see y'all dirty clothes.
No, I didn't say that, but you're allowed to comment, but that's not what I said.
Yeah, you said that y'all don't...
No. Since obviously you weren't listening, let me repeat what I said. We don't air our dirty laundry in public. Now, if you want to quote me, repeat me, I encourage you, go to multiple houses, including the Apes. Well, please, I'm serious. I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. Go into the Apes, go into any house you want and say, Uncle Steve said, quote, we do not air our dirty laundry in public, close quote. Now, just to make sure you got it right, can you repeat what I just said?
Yeah, you said we don't air our dirty laundry
in public.
It's a metaphor.
Yes, it's an old cliche. It's an old cliche.
We're not talking about business on the air. We have private discussions about show dynamics.
Violet, thank you. It is a cliche. It is a metaphor. It means that us mods and me don't criticize the show during the show. We do it behind closed doors when the show... It's a metaphor. Yes. But you can repeat that. I encourage you to repeat that. And also, don't forget...
You know what's funny about his show? It's not an actual show.
Yes, go ahead.
Recorded? Is this one recorded?
Y'all get paid by
Oh, it is recorded. Okay.
The answer is no. I do not get paid for running my Saturday and Sunday show. However, I do get paid for running the Rights radio show every Wednesday, which we record in the Clubhouse, and then it goes on 4 terrestrial radio stations in Southern California. I do get paid for that, but no, I don't get paid for the weekend shows.
How much are they paying you, Steve?
A lot of gel belt, baby. Legalist, anything else you want to talk about?
So you're saying that you're working for free? Like, I mean, isn't that against the law? Like to have you open these shows on.
Is there anything else you want to talk about? And I'll answer that.
Volunteering is not illegal.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to talk about? And I'll answer that question.
Well, that was it.
That was it. Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Yeah, no, as was just said, volunteering is not illegal. Me, Alfonso, JCC, Richard, Violet, we all volunteer our time to come in on the weekends. However, a Workers' Rights Radio show, because it goes on, it's recorded here on Clubhouse, my suggestion, and then it's transferred to Odyssey, which is a national. I don't know if it's worldwide, but Odyssey is definitely a nationwide.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, hey.
I think Legalist believes that Clubhouse is compelling you to do this. That it was their initiate or making you do it, and that's why he's asking.
Yeah, let me respond to that. And I do realize I'm gonna be as generous as possible, and I mean this sincerely with no disrespect. I know that there's a learning curve. At least I think there's a learning curve, and I'm being extremely respectful. A learning curve with Legalist. So it's okay. Yeah, no, I do this. I volunteer my time. I expect nothing in return. I am not compelled to do this. Just like Richard and Violet, we all do this because we enjoy it. We like getting together on the weekends.
It's the Clown World Gang. Welcome back, everybody, to another exciting episode of Clown World, where Clown World people will put on a Clown World show for your entertainment and delight. I give you Clown World!
So no, we do this out of the goodness of our hearts. We do this because we enjoy doing it, and maybe most importantly, maybe not, and I haven't discussed this with the Mod Squad, maybe we feel in some small way that we can make a difference. I know I do. I do this because I enjoy it. I feel like I can make a difference, and also it's something I want to be remembered by. I don't know if Alfonso, JCC, Richard, and Violet have thought about that. This is why, although some people imitate me, some people make fun of me, I'm very careful with the words that I choose, the words that I use. And when I'm made aware that I am wrong, I immediately admit that I'm wrong and apologize. That's why I take full responsibility for my behavior and my words. I do not regret a single thing that I have said on Clubhouse because I admit when I'm wrong. Yes, Ahmad. Yeah, thank you. Ahmad, would you like to say goodbye? Closing thoughts, Ahmad. Does that mean no? Go ahead.
First, I will say some facts.
Go ahead, say your facts. Go ahead, say your facts.
As you know, from every form,
Okay, you're going in and out. You're going in and out, sir. Your connection is bad.
there is a big delay. One second delay, I think. Go ahead, you were saying about 4 Nobel Prize.
Yes, please. We're going to give you more. We're going to give it.
As you know, from every form, Nobel Prize, one is a Jewish. So when Jewish people are this intelligent, how can they fix the problem of anti-Semitism?
Are you finished? Jewish people can fix anti-Semitism, I believe it has to be the non-Jews that can fix anti-Semitism. The Jewish population around the world is 0.5%. The Jewish population in America is 2.5%. I think it's unrealistic to think that 0.5% of the population is going to fix 99.5%. I think it's up to the 99.5%. But you know what? Even that being said,
I'm getting requests to go stream different rooms.
Because I'm Jewish.
Is he the Jewish Messiah?
No.
Jason, just let her get the whole thing out. Go ahead, Marie.
Okay, so if you talk to us, yes, we do believe that Jesus is the Messiah. But if we're doing internal critique of the Bible, then Jesus doesn't fulfill any prophecy in the Old Testament about being the Messiah. That's our point. But we're not saying that we're rejecting him because the Jews are rejecting him.
But I needed, this week I offered somebody a full-time job, and we're still negotiating it. That's all I can tell you. She told me, she said it takes an hour to get there from Brooklyn. It takes her an hour to get an hour each way. And so she was trying to get like 1 day a week remote. Because she sees I have a full-time remote person. And I told her, honestly, that's not why I'm hiring you. My office is a mess. I need someone to come in here every day and help me clean up. And frankly, I thrive on
Consistency?
no, I thrive on human contact.
Collaboration. Yeah.
Human contact. I call it vitamin P. That's why I'm on the app all the time.
Vitamin pussy. Vitamin pussy. He needs a pussy to smell every day in his office.
For work, for business, or vacation, you can work remotely, but otherwise, this is the job. And we're still, she wants to leave early Friday. It's a lot of tweaking, and a part of me is wondering how I can afford it all. And will I be able to afford another salary, $55,000 a year plus some benefits? And I'm really on the fence. I may just tell her, look, we just don't seem to be able to come to terms. I want to hire her.
This could be a good one.
It's the super one-hit wonder.
Yeah. You should write in. Give them the idea. That would be really cool to see, actually.
Okay, I just
Give those bands like a face, we've never seen them.
you could hire him for like $85.
100%, it would be the cheapest super.
Okay, I asked the AI for the mega one-hit wonders of the 2000s. And it says, Who Let the Dogs Out? Drago Seed in Tea, I don't know what that is. Crazy by Gnarls Barkley. Somebody that I used to know. Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh god, that's fun. That's like late 2000s.
This Is Why I'm Hot. Lean Back. Party Like a Rock Star. Crank That. I Believe in a Thing Called Love. Bad Day. You're Beautiful by James Blunt. Okay. Then it says, fun fact, many one-hit wonders are actually huge in their home countries. For instance, Ozone was massive in Romania, and The Darkness maintained a cult following in the UK after their US fame had faded.
Oh, I got another one. Anytime somebody says the name, I go, Disney, I do it Disney. They're naked ladies.
Oh, they had a bunch of hitters, are you kidding?
I don't know, that's the one everybody thinks of. Maybe they have more.
that song. It's so funny. It's like, it keeps escalating, you know? I even got your own camera.
No, honestly, if you listen to like Jamaican music and like West Indian music, it all kind of builds up in that drama. Like it's crazy. There was a Casey and JoJo song too. I just can't think of it. What up, cuz?
Oh my god. What y'all talking about?
Oh, you know, just music. Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah, the Super Bowl is today, right?
Yeah.
All my life, I think it's a one like you.
That's what it is.
Like, how y'all even know about that? That's crazy.
We're black. Well, at least I am. But I can't speak for the rest. I'm like, oh, I just got the card.
Yeah.
Teresa, baby Nick's, and Nick is definitely black from the waist down.
How do you even know that?
Thanks, Obama.
So, yeah.
You're welcome, Biscuit. Throw me a banana later.
I had ice in my orange today, and I thought about you.
Vodka, really?
Yep.
Really? Oh my god. I'm looking at that.
What rooms are you going to? Where are you on Clubhouse now?
No, I just went and ventured through some rooms and they all.
I was just in a room with Bruce last night.
Yeah,
Was
it's
Lucky
really.
there?
No, it wasn't just a room.
Oh, what?
Okay, do you guys want to hear the 90s AI collected one-hit wonders?
Yeah.
Dude, let me tell Bruce one quick thing. Bruce, you're gonna have to go get some ice and beers.
Out of here because these the same Jews who was getting kicked out of here when he went.
แล้วแต่เขาก็เลือกส่งไงผมก็เลยมองว่าเนี่ยมันก็อยู่ที่คนอยู่ดีอ่ะ
ไม่ได้มีผลไงแต่ที่ผมพูด
Both sides, atheists and theists, are going to say these are things, right? That I'm saying that those things are going to be more prevalent among the intrinsically religious versus those that are of no faith at all. At least that's the historical understanding that I've had. Now, you can say that you don't think these things are good, but I don't think that's what you want to say. And I don't think
every week in a row about killing babies, but we're not going to mention his name, yes?
he professes some
Who started his own house after my house and imitates me. I'll stop, John. I'll stop. Yeah. No.
Isn't it funny that Steve thinks people are like copying him? Like he's doing something original. Steve really is a very narcissistic, self-centered, egotistical person. I mean, you know, my life ain't so great, but like, he left his wife to do the lifestyle, to date men or trans, and so basically Hermes is like, what I'm saying is, I would rather be remembered because of the books I read. Steve wants to be remembered because of the conversations he had on Clown House. And this is John Mallinckrodt. He's got horrible Trump derangement syndrome. You got bad TDS too, Hermes. You gotta live your best life. You can't live your life like these people. They ruin their life. They don't have any personal responsibility. They don't take ownership for their very existence. They think their lives are dependent upon the existence of Trump's presidency. It's too much, Hermes. That's not your true nature. Your true nature is divine. And that's why these atheists don't get the big joke.
Atheism house.
No, in the atheism house, yes, I do. Sorry, oh boy.
It's atheism or atheish, which one? I opened a room in my house, and then I opened one in the atheist house, and then I opened one in the atheism house. Ah, you spread yourself around. Yeah. That's right, but then none of them were very well attended. It was set 1, set 2, set 3.
Well, I don't have the option to open a room in the atheist house. I haven't been made a leader, but I'm sure they have their reasons. You know what I mean?
Anyway, and with that, I'll say goodbye.
John, thank you very much. First class escort down the VI red carpet to the VIP. Oh, Paul, would you like to say goodbye, Paul? Paul.
Yes, I'd just like to say like 3 things.
Yeah.
One is Brett Favre says politics should not be an Olympics or sports. So at Super Bowl, I'd like to see somebody kneel down at the Star Spangled Banner. And let's see what that happens.
Yeah.
And also, I congratulate you. It's circle of life. Like the
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Also, Brett Favre likes to send dick pics to cheerleaders, but we won't talk about that. Hey. Violet, half of Batman and Robin. Ooh, I like that. Would you like to say goodbye?
Holy heavy lifting, Batman. We were totally in the front of the fight. I feel like I just tripped one of the bad guys as they ran away. So kudos to you. Steve,
We need like a laugh track of Steve Appel's laughing. Then it gets scary.
But kudos to you.
Actually, I could be wrong. But I suspect the rough waters were waiting for me to take a break, for the two of you to take over, and purposely made it a lot more difficult. So you guys did a great job. Richard, would you like to say goodbye? Richard?
I just want one last time congratulate Grandpa.
Thank you.
And I want to call your attention to the day. I want you to pay attention to the day that little girl.
Super Bowl.
No, not about the future, but that little girl teaches you something you didn't know. That little granddaughter is going to someday in the future. She'll open your mind to something you didn't realize. I'm envying you that day.
Thank you. I will remember, Richard, that you said that. In fact, you have my word. I will remember that you said that for the rest of my life, because no one has said that to me.
Wow.
Jeez.
I bet you Steve Appel never learns anything.
Of course.
That's the joke. Oh my God. He's gonna remember that the guy said it, but that bitch, he's never gonna learn nothing from that granddaughter. Because he's a fucking stupid atheist.
Anytime we have the opportunity, you are awesome, Cobot. And yeah, we were in some troubled waters, but we did a great job and it was fun. I do hope Cora, takes a deep breath and realizes that Steve, you weren't trying to put her.
Is she here?
No. Just for the sake of replays, and hopefully we can talk about this in our own little discussion.
Yeah.
And settle these things and hopefully move on. So I hope there's no hard feeling.
And for those of you that are curious, that's what the cliche means. We do our best not to air our dirty laundry in public. It doesn't mean washing our own clothes.
Right.
But I understand that there is a learning curve there, and I take that with all seriousness. Last but not least, Alfonso, are you there?
And I want to say goodbye to everybody. Have a great rest of your Sunday and happy trails
to you. Anybody else? Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? He's probably busy once, twice, 3 times. We're done. It's been a hell of a great show. I mean, I ran out of cigarettes. Almost didn't get my hour number 3 mimosa. I am now a proud papa, or well, actually a grandfather. My daughter delivered my first grandchild, my granddaughter, at 5:45 a.m. this morning. And we are done. On behalf of the Mod Squad, we wish you...
It's like the end of a Springsteen show or something. Nobody can let it go.
Enjoy the Super Bowl.
They can't get off the stage.
Family,
Everybody wants to go
friends.
home.
Take care, everybody, and as always, be careful on the clubhouse streets.
That's the Stephen Paul Clubhouse show. He calls it Atheism House. Ask the Atheists with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad. I love how he puts Reverend Scott in there. He's basically using Scott, who calls himself a reverend, or he claims he has a master's in divinity. He claims. Now, the guy is living in a YMCA sober living facility. Doesn't work. It looks like he's dating some black chick now, which is good.
The Trinity is God. Do you hold to that? It doesn't work. The Father is God, the Son is God, the Spirit is God,
And I like Scott. I don't think he's that bad, but, I don't really trust him. I don't think he trusts me. And there was this whole thing about him and Steve and this young kid Christian on here.
the same Son of God.
And none of that matters. I only bring it up because there's dirt on everybody out here. If they wanted to have a debate and all I wanted to do was dish dirt, well, I could just keep shoveling and shoveling and shoveling.
The Son is God, the Spirit is God, and the Trinity is God. You hold to that?
And the Trinity, are you saying that like it's something distinct from the Father, the Son, and the Spirit?
Yeah.
So no, I don't believe that.
So you don't. Which promise you gonna reject? So the Trinity is not God.
I don't believe the Trinity is something other than the Father, the Son, and the Spirit.
Yeah, you don't understand. The Trinity is not God.
Something else.
The Trinity is not God.
Hello?
Okay, good. That's fine.
I don't know what you mean.
They just people don't trust relationships much these days. People are very.
I believe the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit
don't
are
believe in
fully
the
God.
institution of marriage
That's it.
because of the.
Yeah. So what he's doing is he likes to switch the term, right? So he goes from ontology to identity.
Let me finish. Are those three God when they gotta be three and united?
Are you using God as an identity, or are you using God as an ontology?
As you wish, you can do both. But it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter here. Well, you can say it's about identity. That's fine. So do you hold to that?
Do you have a question?
Yeah. I was asking that question all this time, bro. I'm not talking.
Of Esau, not only is it the word of Allah, but he's the source from Allah
Oh, yeah, okay.
through the angel Gabriel.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, do you gonna answer that question, Jason?
Yeah, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are the one God. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The three hypostases are the one God.
Okay, it's both of them, or the three of them are God?
The three hypostases are the one God.
Yeah,
Yes.
is each of them?
Hi, point of order, moderator. If you could put me in the queue, I hate to interrupt you, gentlemen. Also, I just wanted to comment.
I did that, nigga. Alright, you gonna answer?
When you're saying God, are you saying ontologically, or are you saying like the identity, like an identity?
That's it, my identity. So, or can use both.
Okay, so ask the question again.
Oh no, bro, I'm not talking.
What's it? Yeah, ask your question again.
I got answer. I said, do you still hold that the Father is God, the Son is God, the Spirit is God, and the Trinity is God?
Not the way you're wording it.
Alright, so which promise you reject?
Yeah, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are distinct from.
Yeah, it was just the weirdest thing. I used to talk to Tina about the ships that left off on my house. They would pop in the skyline.
The reason why I gave you a gun club is so you could shoot somebody. But allow me to explain that. Shall? Let me show you how to shoot somebody. They go over there and they behave in the same way. The only
Alright, peace out, guys.
Alright, Columbus.
Scout.
You call him Cub Scout is crazy.
I said, peace out, Cub Scout.
Were you a Cub Scout before?
No,
Oh.
it's just an expression.
No, that's an actual fraternity. I mean,
Yes, I know that, but it's like, see you later, alligator. Peace out, Cub Scout. That type.
oh, okay. Thank you for teaching me.
I'm teaching my grandson that. See you later, alligator.
Have the wild crocodile.
See you in a while, crocodile.
We say after a wild crocodile.
Oh, okay.
See you later, alligator. After a wild crocodile.
Crocodiles?
See you later, fork-and-hater.
Oh, that's a new one. What was that, honey?
See you later, fork-and-hater.
Fork-and-hater?
No, she already said on Sunday. She said fucking hate on Sunday. Now she want to change it.
No, nay. I never ever said that.
Then she remembered Sunday. Now she said fork and hater.
It's not Sunday, it's Saturday. Yo.
Oh, I'm ready already for Sunday. Yo, it's what?
Saturday. It's Saturday. No, it's not Saturday. It is Sunday. No, it's Saturday. Be quiet.
Oh, it's not.
I was messing with liquid, that's all. Oh, okay.
Is that your story? Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't let me get away with nothing. I don't get to get away with nothing. We got bugged.
Doc crashed last night, yo. Like, you know when you left when we was freestyling and Doc was freestyling? He fucking crashed.
Fell asleep?
No, what I mean by crash is like he
Crashed out.
Yeah, he crashed out like he did a Doc thing again. And I was wondering, I was like, yo, stop telling your business about you and Tina and shit. And fuck you fucking this and that and this. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And that's what happened. Tina, Bobina, Banana Fana, Nina, Momina. Dina.
Was he talking about me when I wasn't in the house?
Well, let's say it this way. The way he was talking about you was not in a bad way. It was more or less like, yeah, the whole time I thought I was dead. I was in communication with Tina and stuff like that. And then he made like, innuendos about something. He like, what?
Okay.
So I told him to stop. Then he got mad at me. We went from rapping to like, just, well, you know how he does. He started yelling and screaming. But he didn't say nothing negative about you.
Okay.
Like what he said, Tina, like that we already knew that because you were always saying like, I'll check up on him. We're like, where the hell is Doc? So he didn't say nothing that we didn't know.
Yeah. I do. I call him and make sure he's all right. When I don't see him on here for a good minute, I call him.
I'm gonna believe that people be like worried about him and shit.
So you didn't have problems with sex with him, right?
Oh shit, here we go.
Oh shit, it's CM. Welcome to the show, CM.
I just wanted to make sure.
Just want to come and listen in. Listen in when I'm listening in on, eh?
Don't give people passes because they not the Dalai Lama off the floor.
Hello? CM, there's something you want to say?
I think it's Lord Krishna in his case.
Hello?
Hey, Norma. What's up? Who'd you vote for in the last election? I don't usually talk about it. Yeah, I wouldn't talk about it either. I wouldn't talk about it either, El Normal. You don't know. You mean if you were me, like you'd like to be concrete? If I had your same concerns, I wouldn't talk about it either. What concerns do you think I have, concrete? Embarrassment. Why would I do embarrassed, concrete? Being ridiculed. I mean, embarrassed. Why would how could you be ridiculed or embarrassed no matter who you voted for? Who they vote for? And I certainly am not in any closet, nor do I have to do anything except stay Jewish, pay my taxes, and die. That's fair. When you say you didn't vote for him, and the other time when you said I haven't said anything about it. You didn't talk about it last night. You talked a little bit on the room. You called me. You said I was full of shit when I said you voted for Trump. Yes, you're full of shit. That's correct. Oh, okay. All right. Yes. Wait, did you forget that I said that? Oh no. Oh, okay. Yeah, just one second.
So breaking, the Epstein survivors.
Hold on 1 second, Reform. Real quick. I said I was full of shit. I told you. Hey, Reform, what I said was that you're full of shit. When if you said I said I said you were full of shit. If I told you that I voted for him, we're getting shot. What was I saying before? Talking to John Kitover. We were talking in a private room. Okay. So when was that? I don't know. When was that? When was that? Because you asked when was it? So you answered the question. When was it? I have no idea when it was. Okay. Approximately then? Approximately then is what you said. Approximately then is what you said. You voted for Trump. What I said. You heard the recording? You're full of shit. Okay. Next clip. Stop calling me, guys. Just like last night, he ran away when I questioned him. Hey, you told the whole time, motherfucker, huh? Of course it is. Damn, see, I even... Let me play it for y'all real quick when I find it. But, yeah, I told him to sit tight. He said he was going to, too. Then he ran off. Hold on, y'all can carry on for a second. I'll let you know when I pull it up again. This shit didn't sound like hey, Javon, I have some bad news for you. You ready? Let's start with it now.
Wow, is it February 8th already? It's your birthday! Happy birthday! Hope you have a great birthday! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Savannah. Happy birthday to you and many more.
Yeah, she's a progressive. So Miss Bass is quite scared. I'll say that. So Devon, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to sell up. I know you're going, but I will be like voting for her. I do not like my current mayor at all. So Caruso said he would not do the file, and today is actually the filing deadline. But anyway, that was the news I wanted to share. Democratic Socialists are taking over America in the mayorships.
Hey, I wish her well. I don't know much about her, and why not? I hope everybody gets what they want. Right? That's where we're at now.
Nidya Rahman. Is that her name? Yeah, that's her name. Nidya Rahman. She's a pretty lady. She's a pretty lady. Shout out to Stephen Masala. Shout out to all of it. Excited. Yeah. It's about to be good. It's about to be popular. It's about to be DSA everywhere. I don't know if y'all saw the lady. What's her name? Lydia. No, he's on his deathbed though. He'll be gone probably within the week.
Okay.
And everyone also says to
Really?
Everyone said also that Bashir, despite having to follow the Kentucky law and pick between 3 Republican names that their state legislature presents to him, that he'll likely sue because the Supreme Court of Kentucky is nonpartisan, and according to all the folks I've spoken to who live there, it's actually more liberal leaning. So I was shocked to find that out. So there's a chance that Bashir ends up actually
Normal. You're getting called out because of that recording. The funny thing is, I have so many recordings that if they don't have something queued up or bookmarked or something, it just gets lost because there's too much John Kitover on the internet.
But wait, so did they sent me down, so I left because there's no reason for me to stay there, so they're going to send me down.
Yeah.
What, did they not play it?
No, he couldn't find it. And I don't know. I have absolutely no idea which clip it is. I mean, I have literally like 70,000 clips out there now, so I have no idea which one they're referring to or which one Amir claims that he is.
We had a private room, which for some reason they think was a phone call, and I confided in you.
Harry Balzac is also here. He wanted me to record Buttercup's room, but I couldn't find it. And I don't think she goes by Buttercup anymore. She goes by something else. I can't remember. But
she was at least Buttercup. Hi, Harry. What was I going to say? So that's funny. And now I left that room. Put the link in the chat, but I think I'm blocked from that room.
I can't copy a link from a room to put it in. No, I just can't do that. Like, there's no way for me to take this profile, go to their room, copy a URL for the room, put it in the chat, because that would mean I would leave the room to have to do that. But anyways,
well, you're on one of your other things. So in your other thing,
they've blocked. Oh, I see what you're saying with my aunt. Well, they have blocked all my other accounts, so I can't actually do what you want me to do for them. If you see the best, let me get you the room title, then you can search for the room title. MAGA is. I would just search MAGA.
He's bad. Okay.
If you want to go in there, if you want me to record you going in there and having a convo.
I think they blocked me once I left. But you're monitoring the room. You can hear the room.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Congress.
Last night he was like, "Oh, it was in." When I asked him when he was talking to John Kitover, I swear he thought for sure that it wasn't recorded. That's why he was like, "Oh, it was in a private room." Like, you were fucking with the wrong person. I mean, the dude that records literally everything. He got Trump, bro. He got Trump. Got scammed right into his face. Oh yeah, I won't tell nobody. No, okay. I won't tell nobody. Just tell me, bro. I won't tell nobody.
If you want to go in there and respond, just search MAGA.
I mean, it's like I just don't understand why he would lie about it.
They just want to talk to you.
You just own it, you know? Exactly. That's what we're surprised about.
They just want to talk to you.
Business, dude. You voted for him. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Just say what you can. Yeah. It's like, I mean, ain't nothing gonna happen, but like you gotta call other people liars for it. It could have just been over right there. Like, okay, yeah, I did it. If he would have just said that, I wouldn't even play the video because it would have lost its luster. But
Alvaro, last night I was dying laughing when you were making fun of Jeremy. Making fun of Jeremy.
So be it. Whatever.
The Talking Apes Jeremy guy who's, oh yeah, that was funny.
Y'all know that man voted for Donald Trump. Not only voted for him, y'all know that Normal is a huge fan of Donald Trump. You just listen to him for 5 minutes and you can tell.
Yeah.
And then plus,
So Norman is elements. You guys should come to Gary Booker Chaba's room. Was a moderate discussion with Marshall. That's when you listen to the true Normal.
yeah, but we know that and then y'all forget that they come in here and they leave because they know they will boot their ass. But do y'all, the OGs know we have debated and argued with these people for years. We know how
it's like that was the comedy in it.
I know it's good to have proof. We should bring you in here to play.
But I understand, what did you lie about?
I'll send it down if you want it.
Well, thank you, because as soon as he come up on stage, I'll just play that damn clip so he can get his ass off.
Yeah.
That is one voice and opinion I need never hear again. I will be perfectly fine.
Ooh,
Sorry,
you've been
Kay.
banished, Alvaro. You've been banished.
Dance party with Beyonce. Put a beat like that. That shit would be hilarious.
Yeah, you're not even, when you're beyond even entertainment.
So I'm also broadcasting this into Trump Anger Support and Therapy Group,
It's gonna be called Don't Hold It Against Me.
as well as Politics Elections 2026.
No, you need to make it be like I won an NAACP award or some shit like that. If you bring up Tupac and the NAACP, one more goddamn.
Kitover probably has this right now. The play of the replay of the replay. Yeah, oh, you got a lot more than that. That dude's great.
I think he's still on stage. No, he's not. Y'all, please report his other house. Because I went and randomly look. I report it every once in a while. Just when it comes across my feed. There's 1,000 people that are in there. Y'all, please report that house. Because he will literally open up a room and then stream this room with his weird ass. He'll stream it on YouTube. And he'll stream it, like, in another clubhouse room. So, y'all just report it when you see it. It's called Politically Correct with Georgia, and it has the same picture and everything. He is weird as hell, but it just pisses me off every time I see it.
I didn't know it was him. I saw it.
Yes, his crazy ass.
Correct. Oh, it's him.
Yes.
Thanks for the info. I didn't know.
And I have reported it to Clubhouse so many damn times, but maybe if we all mass reported, yeah, and he got the nerve to have the picture and everything. And then do y'all see the descriptions he gives to the room? It's like Patty and First Lady. I'm like, bro. Ugh.
Why is he? What's wrong with him? Did somebody in his room do something to him?
I don't know. He's weird. He came up on stage a couple of weeks ago, like maybe at like 1 o'clock, and I cussed his ass out. He's also music AI. So y'all, it's okay. He'll get in here some kind of way, but something is off with him. Do you see it like on the YouTube? I don't even click on it anymore because I believe it was Ben that pointed out the only views that he gets are from people that literally click in there from Clubhouse to see that he's doing it. He will have the phone showing up.
She ain't lying.
Y'all think I'm joking, but we don't want to give it too much credence. But it's like, bro, are you serious right now?
I was actually a visual. He's laying on his stomach with his feet kicking in the air.
I didn't even want to know. It is very. Y'all know we've all been exposed on shit on this app. He is definitely odd. It's not just Clubhouse. He's not just cosplaying. Something is wrong with him. I don't know why he has such an affinity for.
I gotta hit my projection bell alert. Projection alert.
YouTube page once.
Projection alert.
He had like 6 phones on holders. It looked real wild. He looked like a bot farm. I was like, yo, what's this dude on? Headphones, computers. Strange.
This is the John Kitover podcast. These are my critics of my art podcast.
I think he thinks that outing like Clubhouse Room is gonna be his content, like his brand. So he's trying to make that work for him. But I don't think it's working.
Hello? You guys are helping me make it work. It's fully automated. We've achieved critical mass and live rent-free, you fucking bitch-ass heads. We own you. You are our slaves. And the slaves shall serve. Get back to work.
I'm trying to confirm if Representative Wu said the things that it's alleging that he's saying, that basically minorities should get together and take over the country. Does anybody know if that is true or not? Because there's so much AI. I went on his page and I don't see it, but I don't want to play it unless I can confirm it. He said minorities should basically get together and take over the country.
Hello? 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 Did you hear that projection? All the minorities should get together and take over the country. Does she mean violently or just politically? Hello? Hello? That motherfucker, he's streaming a room right now. Yeah. He's streaming a room.
Why
He's streaming the room right now, motherfucker. He live now. He's live on like 20 YouTube streaming this shit. Now, motherfucker.
I got nothing. There's not even anything. I don't see any major headlines. We talk about everything.
Even John
I
Kittle.
did hear a rumor, though. And you're calling it sophisticated.
Wait, who's they? Who's they? What kind of?
Hello?
I don't know. It was like a meme.
See, El Normo and I got different standards because if El Normo gets kicked to the goo, he's going to leave right away. You know, I don't even go in the room. I just stream the room and they're talking about me and I didn't even make it in the room. So this is what I call modern day, what did Jeffrey Epstein call it? He called it neurotech. And essentially, it's like dopamine technology because I like El Normo. Believe me, Harry Balzac. I would fight with El Normo to the death, you know, like to fight with him against a common enemy. But my point is that El Normo I'm still using him, and he's using me. You know, this is what like parasitic or parasympathetic, you know, basically it's shield wall, you know, or the powerful wedge formation or the phalanx, if that makes any sense. You know, you yourself, Harry Balzac, are an information warrior. Just your name is offensive. Your PTR is offensive. And what we're trying to do is to actually expose hyperbolic behavior. There's a lot of other words for hyperbolic behavior or sentiment, meaning when we can record someone getting extremely angry and making death threats or being violent. See, I'm kind of like Epstein in a way, meaning as someone who records everything. And I'm not going to clip like and do work to like target people because I'm just like a general garbage collector, Harry. I don't know if you know this, but I run a garbage collection system. It's not necessarily a business yet. It's more of a generalized garbage collection, meaning that like by focusing on me and just filming myself listening to shit, like right now I'm filming myself on 20 phones and all these platforms. I'm just a generalized garbage collector, gathering as much garbage as I can. Doesn't matter who you are, what your position is. If you've got garbage that comes out of your stinky fucking mouth, and I know most of these people don't use a water pick, and I know they don't use a fucking tongue scraper, and I know some of these people go to bed and don't even brush their fucking teeth. Their teeth. Let me pronounce it correctly for you. Teeth, motherfucker. They don't even brush their motherfucking teeth. And tonight, after they eat all that motherfucking ribs and chicken, some of these motherfuckers ain't even gonna floss their teeth. And so what I'm trying to say is, I think life is actually about eugenics. And, you know, I am not a eugenicist, I'm a hygienicist, meaning that your personal hygiene, I'm concerned about it because your personal hygiene affects me, someone who's very hygienic. And I'm not like OCD about, you know, hygienics. I'm OCD about linguistics. N-word. I take you back to the N-word challenge. How many N-words can we hear in 10 minutes?
How did you go all the way down to his profile? I always thought that was him because I seen that picture before. I'm like, oh, I was like, he's in here. So I'm like, that's the right. I just never said anything. I was like,
It's like, let me just get the white dude with the red hat. You probably thought it was a MAGA hat.
I thought that was John Kitover. The fact
But wait a minute, I was saying Curtis on the dark side. And I said, wait a minute, Curtis, Curtis on the dark side.
Dark side.
he actually does like some great auto body work or whatever. So I was like, wait a minute, that's not him. But anyway, that was funny as shit. Oh, Maury, not you just trying to.
My bad, Curtis. I just saw, I always see that picture. That's why I was like, why does he have John Kitover thing in his picture? And I was like, what was the purpose of having that as your thing? So I'm like, look, this guy sends me 100 Instagram requests like all the time, and so he has different names. That John Kitover, he's weird. Because you know if you weird, we got a weird alert. He looks like a woman in a bikini, and he plays the video for him, like playing like the drums or some shit, like those, like you know, like sitting with his legs crossed and shit like that. And yeah, what Devon said, that's what he does. It's the weirdest shit ever. He just plays everybody's clips, but he has like 150, 200 accounts. He has every account.
Well, you're just listening to our whole conversation. That's what I said. He sits there on his bed with his like looking like a fucking weirdo.
But hey, I always thought that was Curtis this whole time, and I never heard Curtis speak until now. So appreciate it. My bad, Curtis.
Who else in the goo you stalking? Let me look and see.
Yeah, PTRs ain't safe down there. Why are you going through all that?
I know, because I'm like, I rarely even look in the goo. It's hard enough. And then we keep getting all these damn trolls, y'all. I can't even stay in the chat like I normally do or get on Instagram or Facebook because these damn trolls will get on stage and we have to boot them within seconds.
Wait a second, reform. Did I hear you profess your love for a white MAGA?
Oh my God. Curtis is not MAGA. But yes, he was mine.
Curtis is
not MAGA.
Who did you vote for in November?
You voted, you gotta come back up and speak for yourself. When did we start this, Curtis? Me and my white husband. I think we did this in IGB, like a while ago.
What's that? I voted for Kamala. It's like being MAGA. You have to answer. He said he voted for Kamala. I stand corrected. I'm sorry. It's all good. People here forever. It's not a MAGA. I'm not, man. I just have opposing views sometimes in the room. That's all.
Right. Y'all know I would not have a white husband on the house that was MAGA. Come on now, Hurricane.
Yo, Harry, I'm a funny motherfucker. This is my show. This is my shtick. You know, Harry, I've done stand-up comedy. There's no point in doing stand-up comedy. It's a waste of time. Just film yourself in a room. It's the same thing. All I do is record. I'm a recorder, and these are critics of my artwork. I'm an artist and a critic, and I'm critical of these people through my art. Hello?
I've had a lot. Like, JD is a former Clubhouse husband. You know, y'all know I get around. Stop. She's about to get you.
They're saying I'm going to be declared in 10 minutes? What the hell?
I know. Ex-husband, y'all. Ex-husband. JD's and actually we were poly, and then, you know, Patty won, so.
That's crazy. He got acquitted on 2 federal indictments. What's next? Anything else?
Well, Amari, I'm glad you mentioned it, because wow, not you thinking that this was John Kitover is crazy.
Let me turn my recording back on. Yeah.
Hello? Projection alert, bitch! Projection alert, bitch!
No, but look, that room is from when was misogynist being used? That's been a minute. Damn. So this dude really just goes around recording our spaces, which is sheer insanity to me.
Hello?
But oh well.
He's creating a double holiday. Him and all you motherfuckers. Mari, I still want to say I appreciate you being on alert. Even if you got it wrong. Full swag. Full swag. Yeah, I was in the room, people sniped you. Yeah, man, that was my bad. Look, I saw the second
second picture, and I was like, why does he have that picture up? I was like, okay, that might be Kitover. I didn't have a problem with it. I was just like, well, since y'all were talking about it right now, I said, I think Curtis might be Kitover or recording for Kitover, one of the two.
You got me looking for 2A in this room, because Lord knows he
Hello?
his damn name so many
Hello? 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 Hey, Joe, these people are promoting the John Kitover podcast. They're talking about John Kitover. I live rent free in these bitches' heads because they know I record them wasting all their time talking about nothing. Hello? For months now, down in my yoga studio, I'll live stream this shit. I'll do yoga for 20, 30 minutes, and then I'll leave and I'll let it run the whole day. And I've recorded them for months talking about nothing. It's crazy.
Well, let's see here. On Monday, the Ninth Circuit will consider whether to, or maybe they already did, will consider whether to lift the preliminary injunction blocking the Treasury from imposing funding conditions on $12 billion in grants for homelessness and transit infrastructure to dozens of cities and counties. Why do they attack much in funding and grants, y'all? I don't think people realize how much the Trump administration has disrupted a lot of federal funding that goes out. I mean, that's not, but it's just annoying as shit.
So, Kimberly said, play band singing Dixie to Pink Cheese, Green recorded it. Now, that's content. If y'all missed the Pink Pill band showdown, that's content right there.
Hello?
Yeah, Mickey, as soon as Rachel going out to the rest of the points, because I'm just trying to get a reduce.
Hello? Listen, one of my top videos is of these jackals in this room on Charlie Kirk's death, on the day of his assassination, cheering. It's called Liberals Celebrate the Death of Charlie Kirk. That's like a popular video of mine on YouTube. And it's this room. It's some F-word, N-word going on and on the whole day. It's really fucked up.
Everybody wants just to drag on Trump. Well, what are you doing? What are you doing? You did exactly what you said.
I'm jumping up and down like a monkey. That's what I'm doing.
What are you doing to protect?
I can tell you. Do you want to hear or not?
Hey, I'm gonna put a mic in.
I'm gonna tell you what I did. I've ordered the military to go around the country housing homeless people. I've had Congress pass several bills to make sure what kind of question was that, Miss Annette? He's president of the United States. Are you okay?
Hello?
Let me ask you again. Do you have any specifics of what Trump's done for America?
Hello? Hello?
Y'all done to teach him to learn him how to run this country better. Nothing. None of y'all.
Hello?
Hey, wait. And they had nothing to say.
Hello?
Crickets. That's not true. Biden didn't do a good enough job of problem. He did a terrible job in allowing people who weren't citizens to get benefits that citizens were waiting for, go through a whole host of things. He did a bad job in explaining the policy and the rationale.
Hello?
Israel and Gaza. I just named 5 things. Can you do the same thing that Trump did a bad job or not good job with, Miss Annette? Let's see. I said 5 things. Do you have anything, Miss Annette? On Trump. Name 5 things that Trump could be better at.
Damn, what did he do to get you in the cold?
Hello? Hello?
See how this is.
I can get along because you know what vegetarian beef is
As honest Trump supporters are, and I'm being nice and respectful.
and you want to say
This is Biden, and you can't give in to Trump. It's really sad. You're in a cult.
okay, you know what? In a cult, okay, so stop. Okay, so
can be in a cult. So could mothers.
no, they cannot. So I did not say it. No, not me. So sorry. Not me. So sorry.
When you get Trump,
It's Trump. It's the whole administration. We can be better. Hey, what could you be better at? What could you be better at? What could you be better at?
Every time I ask you a question, you turn back on me, and then I answer you. I could be better at having less grace for dishonest maggots. I could be better at convincing mothers to join cults. And I could be better at learning why Black people have convinced themselves that loyalty to Donald Trump is more important than loyalty to their people. Okay. Can you name 3 things the Trump administration can be better at?
Hello? Hello?
That's what I thought.
You can't even make a bullshit like the Black MAGA man.
Hey, yeah, I can, that he stands up straight and he protects our country. What can he do but be better at? He can make sure that our country is still, the United States of America, it's a God country. That's what I care about. That's what he's better at, okay? That's what he's getting to be better at, okay? That's all I care about. Like, we're one nation under God. We're one nation under God. Indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so you can stop and do all the kind of things that you want to, and put this.
Hello?
The
Hello?
administration,
Hello?
the infrastructure, okay, because the Brick Nation has been after the United States of America.
Hello?
And I don't care if you guys agree or disagree. They've been after. They're
Hello?
trying to tear away the dollar, everything. But we've been strong.
Oh, shit. Now we're going to attack the BRICS nations.
To do that. So say what you want. Hey, I hold my hands up that we're one nation under God and we're about to dedicate our country.
But we got to unite to fight Brazil. We got to unite to fight India. We got to unite to fight China. Hello? teeth.
But you show a little empathy. You don't gotta explain nothing to you.
Empathy? You don't brush your teeth, coon.
Think he's godly. How do you do that? I mean, I understand the rest,
Amen.
but the actions are not godly.
Hallelujah. Hello? John Kitover is weird. Hello?
They don't serve the Almighty God. They serve them the golden engraved that they created.
Ooh, child.
It don't matter at this point. Like that lady is too far gone. Y'all talking to a brick wall at this point.
Hello?
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
That's my son. Happy Sunday. If you think that, and I'm a mother, okay.
Brother.
It's going past you. Please.
Harry, if you can go in there and say John Kitover is doing Mystery Science Theater 3000 on your asses, he's making fun of you all live stream on YouTube. This shit is hilarious.
Brooklyn, I am proud to announce that we are safe from diaspora wars. Do not try to take us back there today.
I'm not.
Hello? Diaspora wars? What the fuck you talking about?
I'm just here as an audience member.
Hello?
On stage.
I think that I'm a mother defense is crazy. Like Casey Anthony was a mother too.
Crazy defense. Crazy.
Oh, she's gone anyway.
Crazy alert!
She needed Curtis, you gotta put her in touch with your defense team because that was terrible.
Hello?
We've seen that even after all of the allegations and all of the pictures and
Hello?
we've seen in the past couple of days with the Obama shit, just for the people who still are Trump supporters at this point, it's nothing. It's literally nothing that we could do about it. So we might as well just let it go. Let them be.
Hello?
We could curse them out though. That would be nice, you know.
That don't mean let it go. That means curse them out.
Makes them feel very small. We could have those type of joking, but outside of that, it's a waste of time. We're not changing
Hello?
lives. Well, it's
We can let it go, but we can still curse that bitch asses out, motherfuckers. Let it go. Good Lord.
I get it.
Hello? Hello? See, Harry, this is a universe of sounds, a cacophony.
Brooklyn doesn't worship the good Lord above, she worships the good Lord below.
Ooh, Chad! Coon Creek calling you a Satan worshiper.
I'm not an atheist.
Oh, my bad.
Hello? Why would you say that, Coon Creek? That's weird.
I don't think she does. She always rail against Christianity.
Hello?
Listen, I respect everybody's religion. Just leave me out of it.
Leave me alone. You're angry. I'm happy.
How you doing, Brooklyn? Where you at?
Leave me alone. I'm
I
happy.
had to take a break from you crazy people.
Hello?
That's good. You get that mental health, right? You get that good, clean mental health.
Crazy alert. I'm happy. Leave me alone.
What y'all talking about? A lot that happened since I've been gone. They killing white people. ISIS killing white people. The Obamas is monkeys. It's just everything. Everything going crazy. What's going on?
Crazy alert.
It's on the head, sis. Everything that happened, we were totally in here covering it. Speaking about Missy, the nurse that was gunned down.
Oh, Harry, you want to hear the best thing about this burner phone? It's called Blue Products Incorporated. And guess what? It's an Israeli Jewish guy that owns the cell phone company, and he imports Chinese phones into Florida. And they're basically Huawei phones, but they're called Blue Products. He gets around somehow like U.S. import restrictions, or he's just competing. He's really just competing with Samsung, etc. But it's called Blue Products. It's an Israeli guy who imports Chinese manufactured phones and runs them on Verizon. It's called Blue Products. You might want to get yourself one because you're supporting. I don't know if he's Zionist or what his position is, but
realize that when
I'm
you're
sure he's a Zionist. Yeah.
we need
If
millions
you're not a Zionist, you're not intelligent, and there's no way this guy could be doing what he's doing unless he's a Zionist. You know what I'm saying? It's the Jewish mafia. Most people don't know what the Z equals. It equals JM. JM equals Z. JMZ. And my initials are JCK, which is Jewish Zionist Kitzel. Not K-I-K-E. Kitzel. Hello? It's not a coincidence. My initials are JCK. Jewish Zionist Kitzel. That's my stage name.
To be really heard. And millions of us need to descend upon Washington, D.C.
Millions of us need to descend in arms upon Washington. He's not wrong about that, actually. Shit, I think we agree on something. Hello?
Especially come spring and summer, we see what's going on in Minnesota. In the coldest places in the wintertime, they outside protesting, and it's not so many riots, but they protested. So I could just imagine. I think that, for those of us who aren't about that life, we might need to stock up and be in the house finding some good shows on Netflix or whatever to watch, because it's going to be very busy in spring and summertime.
Harry, you gotta hear this clip from the movie Network. Because basically, in all the...
add something to this, not too much, but just because you pointed out, that people are being, grabbed and whatnot. I just want to point out, because a lot of people, I think, may not be aware that Indigenous across the U.S. are being also pulled into that just because of the color of their skin, color of their hair, the profiling that drives this whole thing.
Okay, let me turn down my Israeli Chinese imported phone here. Listen to this thing.
Kitover went on the air March 14th. It received a 47 share. The network promptly committed to 15 shows with an option for 10 more. There were the usual contractual difficulties.
Equal to 20% to 7% Saudi, 30% feel for 90 minutes of moment. So much.
Can we settle that sub-licensing thing? No. Do I clear that fish again? Gross proceeds should consist of all funds the sub-licensee receives, not merely the net amount remitted after payment to the sub-licensee or distributors.
We're not sending Kitover overhead charges as a cost prior to distribution.
Don't fuck with my distribution. The party said for $7,500 is in production expense. I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian fees on my show. I'm not giving it script approval, and I sure as shit ain't cutting into my distribution charges. You fucking fascist! Did you see us going in a sandwich or jail right now, demonstrating the rising of the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure? You can blow the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not knocking down my goddamn distribution charges!
Man, give her the fucking overhead clause. Let's get back to page 22. 5, small a, subsidiary rights.
Page 22.
Okay, is that not exactly like what you're listening to on Conhouse?
Yeah, several states have this happening. I'll put some links in there, but it's in Minnesota, it's in the South, it's in on the West Coast, it's like all over Idaho. I mean, everywhere. I mean, Indigenous people are on every state, right? They're over
The Seminole prisoner class infrastructure! I don't give a shit about your Seminole class political infrastructure.
Which is Canada, U.S., Mexico.
So, Harry Balzic, you know the most amazing thing is, I worked at Google as a contractor, and the day they fired me, they said, do you know why we're firing you? I said, no, why? They said, because you looked up Alex Jones. They deplatformed Alex Jones from YouTube. So I looked up to see if he was running ads for his InfoWars store that he sells all those supplements on. I was like, I bet you this guy probably spends $30,000 a month with Google. Sure enough, he didn't use Google as an advertiser, but they fired me just for looking up fucking Alex Jones. That's how paranoid they are about Alex Jones. And guess what? Guess who's looking pretty with every conspiracy theory? But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein at this point is a legend, because when people in these rooms are talking about his aura, I mean, to intentionally try to like upset people, I suppose. I've seen a photo of him with a beard on walking the streets of Israel. Now, there's a lot of people that look like that, you know, and it could have been a fake photo, but there's enough little pieces to actually suspect that maybe they didn't kill him, and they did some kind of a switch. Because there's also a video of a guy who looks just like him on Epstein Island, I think like 2 weeks after his death or something. So, dude, that fucking island is paradise, bro. Wow. I've seen the videos and it's like,
First Nation. So First Nations.
I mean, but just to manage it, to own it.
I mean, Canada.
But it's kind of like your own little country in a way. It's kind of amazing. A lot of it was still under construction.
How alarmed and how, you know, it's just a very insidious situation. Anyways, I'll put some links in there if you're.
So there is like a watershed thing in his property. I think it's like part of the dock system. But you can go to, I don't know what they used it for, basically. Probably just scuba diving.
But, you know, this is a different, at least on this side of the mountains, I'm on the east side of the mountains, and it's really.
But dude, his fucking lifestyle really was lifestyle rich and famous. Because when you look at that Zorro Ranch,
You know, that's you have these.
I think I saw 4 properties. There's a 4th property.
But
But anyways, all the furnishings in the Manhattan property,
you know, in the area where I live. So,
9 Street or whatever the name of that one was.
still here.
But I've done a lot of digging through the Epstein files, probably more than anybody else that I know. And Bill Clinton is opening himself up to all kinds of perjury, misinformation, disinformation. But the comments are, you could film videos just on the comments alone, and it's so shocking. Like, the fact that Bill Clinton is opening up is wild. And there is a lot of fake photos, but it doesn't really matter. It's all about like the herd consciousness of America and the world. And this whole thing is being viewed by so many people globally. It's creating. It's like not just kicking over the bee's nest in America. It's like kicking over a bee's nest across the world, because there's many European leaders that are associated with Epstein and they stepped down. The head of Chuck E. Cheese, I think the head of Barclays is going to probably step down. Famous lawyers, like lots of people have essentially retired because of this. They've given up leadership positions in major organizations because of the Epstein file release. So it's a huge world-turning event. And you are listening to First Lady. You are listening to Patty. Dexter Morgan wants to say something. Big fan of the show, Dexter. Welcome, Dexter.
Hi, I specialize in blood supplies, if you are not unfamiliar with me.
Are you French?
No, brother. I'm English.
You're English?
Yeah, man. Where are you from, March?
I was born on a planet called Uranus, next to Saturn. Do you know where that's at?
Yeah, just next to my balls, you know?
Well, we got Harry Balzac right between our legs. Look at that.
Whereabouts are you from? Yes.
Okay, so you are an atheist. Prove to me God does not exist. Can you
What
prove?
is everybody doing to avoid accept this belief?
Hello?
What are y'all doing? Has anybody come in?
Hello?
And to, has anybody come to see him or?
How you avoiding ICE? Has anybody come to see him? That's what she just said. Hello?
Officers set up all around the city, and I'm seeing less and less Mexicans. So,
Woo, child.
what's going on?
Wake it up.
You were from New York.
Hello?
I am from New York. First of all, don't play with me. This is my ancestral home.
What you mean your ancestral home?
Because my grandparents and great grandparents are from here.
Hello?
Oh my God. They maintain their traditions.
If you're too slow to realize what's happening, I'm live streaming another room into this room.
Rice and peas. Get your peas and rice or whatever y'all do.
It's peas and rice.
Hello?
You want to chop cheese.
Yeah, Harry, Ben, anybody else listening. If you could go in there and just say, hey, John Kitover's live stream, providing live stream commentary feedback.
In Black America,
He's roasting you
it's
guys.
peas and rice.
Just say it. We want to implant the John Kitover node back in their brains and then get them to come to all these rooms, get them to go to all the YouTubes. We want to kick over a clubhouse hornet's nest, a bee's nest. If you guys could assist, all you guys gotta do is go up there and just repeat what I said. Hello?
What kind of peas? Little peas.
Hello? Hello? Rice and beans and peas. Rice and beans and peas.
It must have conga peas. You hear me? It must have kidney beans. And what's the other one?
Hello?
Lima beans. Yeah, man. No field peas over here.
So, concrete, is it curry chicken?
Concrete! Get his name right! Concrete! Concrete! Yo. Wow, what'd you guys do, net?
Yeah, no, for real. Learn how to knit.
Wow.
Dude, you gotta come to the next one because you could have. I took a bunch of photos, but you could have been filming the entire time. They're so. They definitely know who I am, but they were just like it was just they let me knit. We just talked for like an hour. It was ridiculous.
Did you?
What do you think it is? Do you think they're retarded, or do you think they're like? I don't know.
No, they know that they're being observed, but the thing is, she's raised like $650,000. She's happy. She's as happy as a pig in shit. She don't give a fuck.
She seems mentally ill though. Like she seems like a little just like there's some signs. So I felt really bad.
Well, she claims that she has like a disease.
Narcolepsy.
Yeah, so.
She's been taking pills since 21.
Well, that's the thing. She's on medications and probably other things, but. Did you see the photo of her at the nightclub with her legs spread open? She's sitting on the bar top?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean...
No, but she was saying, so basically her grandma was a Republican, and she was talking about that in front of me, which I think was on purpose, because I think they think they're being observed, which is correct. And then she basically was saying that she wished her grandma was alive so that she could be pissed off. I'm like, that's a darkness.
Wait, what?
That is some... Yeah. Her grandma was the head of the Texas Republicans. And she was saying that she wished her grandma was alive so she could be like, piss her off.
Well, I've heard people say all kinds of stupid things. And I'm talking to a guy right now named Harry Balzac, who is a Zionist.
I know Harry.
You know Harry Balzac?
I know Harry Balzac. Someone say what up.
What up? He can hear you. So...
Harry, you know me. I'm Mark's son.
Yeah, he knows you. So he's
got
I've talked to Harry. He's got a DEI PTR which says deport every illegal.
Please, pour as in please every illegal? Like por favor?
No, deport every.
They're like please illegal. Well, isn't that kind of should we only observe maybe let's only arrest 80% of murders.
Yeah, that's what's
70% thefts. Let's not prosecute every theft. Just just 50%.
There was a mass shooting.
So.
Well, anyways, what are you gonna do the rest of the day?
What was I gonna say? Probably gym near me,
Nice.
But and then I want to write the cat article finally. It's about time I write the fucking cat article. And I took all these photos. I was in her office. It's a scam that she's doing this mutual aid bullshit. She has a fucking closet of shoes. And then she raised $1 million. She's like, I'm spending it all on mutual aid. Where? Where's my
Dude,
money?
Terry,
Lebowski.
did you like the video, the animation I did of your Unity video?
Great work. 10 out of 10.
Dude, that guy
Oh,
Terry.
John, that sandwich today was so good. I can't believe I've never had pastrami there. I'd always give it's $2 more expensive. I always would get the chicken panini or the hot dog, or they have a hot dog bowl basically, where it's like chopped up hot dogs and fries and their sauce. So good. But that freaking pastrami sandwich, oh, I might have to get another one. It was that good.
Dude, my friend is in town, and he drove by the New York bagel and bialy place. He's like, they still got good bagels there. I said, yeah, get a toasted bialy with cream cheese. Then that fat fuck went to Pita Inn and got a full like chicken meat shawarma plate, everything, and you know, you're done. You're finished. Like, you just got to roll around for the rest of the day. You can barely move. You become huge.
Well, bagels are a lot of calories.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to digest. You got to go to the gym if you're going to eat all that wheat product. You're made of rice.
What?
You're made of rice. Oh, great. Dr. Dave is texting me WinRed texts.
Oh, yeah, he's, and I got a small call Dr. Dave.
You know, he said something. He's calling random people that he doesn't even know and saying, why are you texting me? And like, you have struck the master chord and drew the flaming Dave sword.
He crossed some fucking lines. And yeah, he's been snagged. He's calling random ass people, being like, I'm gonna fuck you up if you keep talking to Max. And they're like, who's Max? Do you see how many random people he asked about me? And they're like, who's that?
Yeah.
And I don't even know who these people are. And I'm like, what? Hey, yeah, they're like, for sure. I'll never talk to Max again. I've never talked to him.
Bro, that was like 3 days of the most intense text messaging. And I actually changed the settings on my phone because of those text messages. And when people call me now, I turned off all haptic feedback. So my phone is totally silent. And
I'm saying I'm the only person to go through. In all this spam, I feel like I just beat Kobe Bryant or Steve Nash. I got John to silence.
I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for that event because basically I didn't take the time to go through all the settings on my phone to finally free myself from my phone's alerts, and like I'm finally alert free on this phone, which is a great place to be. I forgot about that. I'm like, why didn't I do this like years ago? This phone has been fucking with me forever.
I mean, these people are idiots, and then I made some top tier jokes. Like at the end of the day, like there's some jokes that I could reuse that I think were just like some of my best stuff. Like even today, he talks about how his last name is something else, and I'm like, who's Simone's last name? The mailman? And it turns out he's adopted, which is
Dude, you know who the craziest person in all of this is? That Val and Terry, who think they're like consultants to the president or something.
Yeah, they are. They are. No, do you see the clip that I did that Terry actually works with DOD?
Yeah, I saw that.
Isn't that wild?
Well, that's just what he says. He could say he's that because he's a subcontractor. Like, everything he says is a lie. So, like...
I mean, he is a subcontractor.
Well, it doesn't matter what he is. He's lying. The guy is a hair plug, schmuck, just like me, recording himself in his bunker.
Who do you think the government hires to do that? They hire the dirt of the dirt to do this kind of shit.
Well, in terms of like influencing and shaping Illinois, in terms of just doing what they do, especially with that Tom DeVore. But honestly, you know who the hero is? Is Joseph Severino. That guy's my hero because he's taking all the shots and he's succeeding and continuing to push and push and push. And at this point, he's saying, anyways, it is like, dude, he's the hero, man. He's the fucking hero.
He really is. He really is. He kind of, it was his name on the ballot, but he was taking the shots for us, for all the people.
Rocio too. I mean, honestly, like that is, she's a warrior. Great for her. You have collected a team of warriors, essentially. You know,
You know it, dude.
you've done it. You're doing exactly what these other
Professor
people.
X.
You should be the Chicago GOP president, the Illinois GOP. Like, you should be the chief organizer, because what you're doing is what these people have never done. And you know, this is why.
Exactly. It's like I can do the same kind of thing for finding candidates or whatever. It's the same skill set, but they're too worried about control.
Yeah.
They try to shake down a candidate. Aaron Del Mar threatened a candidate $20,000 because he had a negative Eric Hanger post, calling Eric Hanger an anti-Semite. He said, "I'll put $20,000 into Gabby Hoxie, who he's running against."
Oh my God.
Have you ever met Gal? Are you going? I think it's this Wednesday or Tuesday to this Republican event.
Dude, I'm pretty much like probably not gonna go to anything.
No, it's not. I'm actually kind of excited because it's actually normal people. It's the Chicago Young Republicans, and they're not Evan Castle.
Well, yeah, I'm down to go.
It's like a normal Jewish girl. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I'm down to go to anything that you go to.
I'll give you the deeds.
What about
I just signed up to be a member.
What about that Lincoln Day dinner or something? I heard LaHood's gonna be there.
Oh, we could protest those. I'm gonna protest those, John, not go.
I'll be right back.
What? No, LaHood is such a piece of shit. I cannot believe that people like him. Mayor Mary Miller's a scumbag. Who's the third Republican? Oh, Mike Boss. Why can't I hear you? Enjoy.
Was that different from somebody saying they don't like wigs and lashes? I'm just saying,
Wait, what?
Hello?
Y'all, this man is their number one. They will defend this man.
cause he fine. Have you seen him? The fuck?
Yes, I've seen him. He ain't fine.
Hello?
No, anyway.
I wasn't offended. I'm just saying.
None of the ladies were offended. Y'all have double standards.
Right. So if Pete Hegseth would have said that.
Oh, it's up in the stock if he would have said it, but I understand. Cause he's a black man, so I understand what he meant.
No, you gotta say, if Pete Hegseth looks like Method Man, then what?
No.
Should have let it go.
That would never be a thing, cause Pete Hegseth, a white man.
Look at Deep. Now Deep saying we're dirty backing. We're calling out misogynoir. They call us misogynists and misogynoir. Now we're calling it out. We're being critical and aware. And now they're saying we're dirty backing. These people, I'm telling you, the most educated demographic is down bad.
Dirty backing on Method Man?
I technically
dirty back on Method Man.
But I technically don't like when a man got BDBs on his chest. That's the same shit. Like, I ain't saying that I won't fight with you. I'm saying that you gotta cut that shit off. And I don't necessarily like locks neither. But I ain't gonna say that you ugly because you're not locks. I just don't like the
Harry, if you go in there and say John Kitover is doing Mystery Science Theater 3000 on your ass, he's making fun of you on live stream on YouTube. This shit is hilarious.
I done seen Taco Meat. You hear me? I done seen it. There's taco meat still going around here. I don't like taco meat in the groin area neither. Like, you gotta do something about that.
What the hell? You want a man to come home this nether region?
Do something. I don't know what you're gonna do. Hold that shit out.
This is insane.
Y'all niggas gonna shake this shit?
If you
just say thank you. What smell?
Imagine going to the barber after you get your line up. He's like, oh, you want a square or you want to round it in the back? Oh, yeah, let me get square in the back. All right, cool. All done. Hey, man, I had a question for you. Could you, like, how do you...
It's a video like that man, he got his ass whooped.
Oh, yeah, you gotta get your ass up. You gotta get your ass up.
That's what made you from the back, that video?
You gotta go to the girlies and let them wax you up.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Man, that's homosexual rigmarole, man. Come on, man. I'm supposed to every time I come up here with that, man. My bad. You want that thing all down?
Tell you from your part of the town. So like, where they from? That sounds like a Baltimore accent. Discerning here.
It is. Yeah, it is Mid-Atlantic. They could be from Virginia up to Philly. Yeah, that sounds like it could be us. The way he said, well, they all down, that is Baltimore-ish.
Well, I'm just gonna say this. Y'all could go to
They
the
don't look like they was from Baltimore.
You don't have to get your barber to do it, but you could go to the Brazilian girlies and get them to do it.
Yeah, my boy right there went nuts, sorry.
I'm just saying, get the girlies to do it. That's what the girls is for. You know what I'm saying? We like to maintain the men's and make them look presentable.
Or do it yourself.
Yeah, just get the $49.99 Ulster clippers from Amazon. They come with some barber scissors, quote unquote.
Come on, go ones. Come on.
They also,
No, that was expensive.
they also have that.
There's other types of worship too, right? There's other types of worships, prayer,
Yeah, so veneration.
presenting, valuing.
I would say veneration and prayer. It's not just veneration.
Well, I mean, no, because prayer is a form of veneration, but there are other forms of veneration that are not prayer. Let's get a broad definition: the veneration of an entity to the highest degree, which is not God. So when you are permitting for God to be criticized but not the state of Israel, which are you venerating more? Like Hillel is.
Say that again?
State of Israel. When you are permitting criticism of God, but not the criticism of the state of Israel, right? Which entity do you venerate more?
I tend to not criticize God.
Judaism, you're allowed to
I'm
criticize
not
God.
asking if you.
Yeah, I don't.
No, that's
Yeah, I'm not asking if you.
fundamental to
But in the case of Hillel, for example, as was pointed out by Barak, Hillel permits the criticism and
He gives permission to. It doesn't mean it's a requirement. That's important.
Yeah, it gives permission to. It does not give permission to the criticism of the state of Israel, as I know.
It's an American institution, so it's just one American institution, Hillel, which is a student organization, and that's their policy, but it's representative of American Jewish priorities, right? Where
No, it's not representative of Zionism. Because even in Israel, as you pointed out, the political parties can be non-religious, but they cannot be non-Zionist.
yeah, they do make that case. But in general, criticism of Israel is much more allowed in Israel than
They can be non-Zionist.
Just correction, I mean, there is, let me correct it now. There is a law basically that you cannot run a platform that denies Israel is a Jewish democracy, and it's on the book. And this is how Kahana was kicked out. And regardless of this, we do have Balad, which is an Arab party.
Right, that I was referring to the Arabs.
Apply to them basically. Yes, they're basically one of them, like Balad specifically. And I do not know why it doesn't apply for them, but they apply like.
Because they're not going to go after them because it'll cause an uproar.
Jesus, what do you want to say, Bad?
It's only one faction of the joint Arab parties, not all of them.
Why is that? Did you just call me a fucking dickhead? Is that projection? shouldn't.
It's like you because of your big shiny golden head.
Welcome to Clubhouse Mockery, where we will be mocking you!
Yes. That's why we all come in here, or on here. Oh God, come in. Oh, I'm coming in Clubhouse, and
Somebody's coming!
what do you think about the Epstein file? Do you have any of your friends in there?
Hello? This room is called Mocking You! And you're asking us about Epstein files? This room's not about the Epstein files, it's about mocking you! Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hey.
I'm stumbling over this because I'm a Jew first. You know, before anything, I'm a Jew first. Not a Zionist. I'm very strong Zionist, but I'm a Jew first.
I think it's your lucky God and faith and tradition in your life. I wish I had that temperament. I don't. So this is something that people who don't identify with religious Judaism, they latch onto Zionism and anti-Semitism as anchoring their Jewish identity. And
I'm a pretty strong, let's not have any more anti-Semitism other than zero.
Yaakov, would you be more willing to tolerate someone rejecting the existence of God or someone rejecting the existence of the right of the state of Israel to exist as a Jewish state?
Sorry, you just cut out for a second. Can you give me that again?
If there was like a violent atheist and a violent anti-Zionist, which would you find more threatening?
I think this is a weird hypothetical.
No, I'm just saying, because I'm saying I'm a Jew first, right? A Jew first would be much more hostile towards an atheist than an anti-Zionist.
Look, I can't tell someone what to believe. I can't tell someone you can't believe in God. If they don't want to believe in God, that's not my bone to pick. But if someone can contribute to the destruction of the state of Israel, which is in my long-term best interest, then they are more, the person who is an anti-Zionist is more problematic to me.
Okay.
How about contributing to the destruction of God? As a power in our...
God cannot be destroyed, so...
The idea of God being destroyed.
We don't proselytize to atheism.
Yeah, we don't tie it. It's not a good concept.
Actually, historically speaking, Jews did proselytize. You stop proselytizing.
All right, let's read a little more about how
Just take out how he did that guy leave. Zeleny. That never even made it to the cartographic stage. And I'm a cartographer by training, geographer by training. They had very, very, very preliminary, researching it in the chat, very preliminary talks. It broke down almost immediately over fundamental differences on Jewish and sovereignty, and it never got to even the notion of creation of a state within a state, or a state within whatever, as you described it, a federal system, and it never made it to a mapping state. So whoever's creating a map, they're creating it out of thin air. It never even...
He said that.
No, I thought he said this was the proposed map.
No. He said the YouTuber with the ones that this was like actually mapped visually. Their proposal was just a general proposal.
Right, but they can give it...
This is the idea that we have, and I know the video that I linked explains that the proposal very quickly fell through, primarily due to the opposition from the Grand Mufti.
But they didn't even discuss any territory, any places where this would go there and this would go here. They never even got to any sort of territory cartographic sort of stage. they had like the general idea that these are the territories like from the early 30s where the Jews are the majority, where there are these like
I'm gonna do more research, but
there are these purchases of land that have happened like in the 20s, like these are that would be Israel, like according to this agreement. I mean, as far as I'm seeing, like they actually did like go public with this agreement, and there was like a public.
But there was no agreement. There was some initial talks, and it fell through, and there is no official agreement on record. So I'll leave it at that.
No, the agreement is just between Ben Gurion and Alami. It's not.
No, it fell apart. Those two people never reached a conclusion. That's my point. They never actually agreed.
Like he was the primary opponent to this, and like basically shut down.
Please click on my link. Please click on the link and then also do my research. But I don't think that's the case. But I have a whole host of I'm not a fan of videos, but I'm gonna do some real world book research.
I mean, okay, so for your own personal beliefs aside, this sort of gatekeeping about who is a Jew and who is a bad Jew and who's an un-Jew, it is a little ridiculous, right, Jacob? Like we need to be a little more accepting and pluralistic about different beliefs and relationships with Israel.
I think I've always been open to discussing that.
Yeah, so that's kind of the point. So I think you actually don't disagree that much with my next premise,
Yeah, I have a more tightly constructed view of like what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. That's all. More closely aligned with Dana than I am with you.
So what's acceptable? I mean, don't we live in our tradition is one where we question and interrogate and self-reflect. Like we don't police ideas, right? Like I don't understand how is this compatible with your Judaism? I say, oh, you guys are not Jews, you're marginal, you're you should be silenced.
Who says that's not happening in society, in Israeli society? It's like you think
we're talking about American society, American Jews.
It's happening every single day. Like the discussion is active, the discussion is live. It's happening all the time, everywhere.
What we're debating now is the legislative and the silencing by powerful Jewish institutions that claim to represent Jews are trying to create control and create consensus in the Jewish discourse, right? Why it endangers Israel and Jewish people in order to place Zionism on this pedestal compared to Jewish tradition for a lot of people, and it does sort of anchor Jewish identity. So I think we ended talking about his idolatry and practice. We have built an altar and thrown an entire society into flames. The korbanot, or the religious offerings, extend beyond Gaza. They include Israeli Jews themselves, and it may take decades to grasp how gravely this war endangers them. Ziad al-Nakhala, who at the age of 3 saw Israel murder his father when it massacred Palestinian communists in 1956, currently heads Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Israel has already killed more than 100 times as many Palestinians in Gaza in this war as it killed back then. How many 3-year-olds will be seeking revenge 69 years from now? But our Moloch wants more. To defend Israel, American Jews are harming our community and our country. More than half a century ago, the writer I.F. Stone noted that Israel is creating a kind of moral schizophrenia in world Jewry. Jews, whose welfare in our own community depends on the maintenance of a secular, non-racial, pluralistic societies, were championing a Jewish state in which the ideal is racial and exclusionist. Today, as progressives turn against Israel, they are forcing American Jews to choose: defend exclusion in Israel or inclusion in the United States. And some of America's leading Jewish institutions are choosing the former. The choice is making American Jewish life more insular and more repressive. After October 7, the 92nd Street Y, which for decades has symbolized New York Jewish cosmopolitanism by hosting writers like James Baldwin, Susan Sontag, and
and this other guy that I can't pronounce, cancel his annual literary series rather than host writers who boycott Israel. At the same time, Brandeis University, named for America's most famous Jewish advocate of free speech, banned its chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine and began advertising itself as a campus where Jewish could feel safe in their Jewish identity because they wouldn't encounter fierce criticism of Israel. This is still
25, 37, 92.
for safety. But now that authoritarian right-wing parties, from the GOP to France's National Rally to the Alliance for Germany, have become more pro-Israel than their left-leaning competitors, some Jewish leaders are making a different bet, that we can thrive in white Christian ethno-states. This is where our theology of Jewish statehood leads. To defend tribal supremacy in Israel, we are empowering tribal supremacy in the United States and Europe, where we are not even the dominant tribe. We're also offering up
25, 37, 92.
the then prosecutor of the ICC and her family when she was considering launching an investigation into Israeli war crimes. In 2024, after a new ICC prosecutor did propose such investigations, AIPAC applauded the House of Representatives for voting to impose sanctions not only on him, but also his two sons. This thuggery degrades the legal system born after World War II and expanded after the genocides of Rwanda and former Yugoslavia to restrain the predatory actions of states. It is a gift to Vladimir Putin, Modi, Jinping, and any other tyrant who worries that he may be shamed by human rights groups or prosecuted by the ICC. If Israel can destroy Gaza with impunity, warns Agnes Alamard, Amnesty's Secretary General, it will leave international law likely in its death throes and nothing yet to take its place save brutalist national interests and sheer greed. In our zeal to protect Israel no matter what, this is the world we're helping to create. There is another path, but it requires recognizing what label is taught, that our capacity for justice and injustice, we are no different from anyone else. It may not seem like a big conceptual shift. Most Jews don't walk down the street thinking we are immune from sin. Yet that assumption permeates our communal conversations about Israel. It is always someone else's fault. Israel expelled 750,000 Palestinians in 1948. It's because the Arab governments told them to leave. Israel occupies millions in the West Bank. Millions of West Bank Palestinians who lack citizenship or the right to vote is because Palestinians wouldn't accept our peace offers. Human rights groups accuse Israel of practicing apartheid. Why aren't they focused on Syria and Iran? Student protesters demand Israel stop liberating Gaza. Oh, they're anti-Semites or at best wildly uninformed. The alibis change, but the bottom line remains the same. Jews are victim. Israel has done nothing fundamentally wrong. For generations,
69, 98, 25.
removing Jewish statehood from Jewish identity, and for most Jews around the world, it's not clear what is left. But the benefit of recognizing that Jews are not fundamentally different from other people is that it allows us to learn from their experience. Jewish exceptionalism is less exceptional than we think. We're not the only people to use the story of victimhood to justify supremacy. Let me talk about South Africa as an example. So I think that answers your question a little bit, Daniel. Saying about like how enmeshed American Jewish identity is with Israel and precisely Israel.
I think I was not even like the entire statement is coming in and look. If you don't believe that it's inherently wrong, if you don't believe it's like a crime and you're only like very biased about the war in Gaza, not mentioning in a word like the other side, then it's like it's hard to me to take it like really serious as text about it's like anti-Zionism working backwards to justify the anti-Zionism conclusion.
You guys want to say anything?
I think it's funny. It's just like, anti-Semitism. Like every time I hear that word, honestly, I laugh a little bit more, and it loses more power.
An anti-Semite, so why would anyone here listen to your perspective of anti-Semitism?
Because I represent the mainstream. According to you, the mainstream is anti-Semitic, right?
No, I didn't say that it's anti-Semitic. I think the loud voices, the violent voices are anti-Semitic, not the mainstream.
Oh, okay. So you don't think
the silent majority of anti-Semitic.
Okay. So you don't think anti-Semitism has been prominent throughout history for the last 2,000 years amongst
Yes, I think Christians. I'm just not saying it's mainstream.
Okay, so I represent the prominent voices of that.
The loud voices, the violent voices, the prominent, hateful voices, yes.
The prominent.
I mean, so in fairness,
the loud ones.
The passage I just read does talk about it. Israel and Zionism gives rise to Christian nationalism. I don't know if you sympathize in any way with Christian nationalism in the U.S.
Christian nationalism has existed for 2,000 years.
Right, but it's more
Israel existing is
the
Templars, the Hospitallers, the Crusades, the Anglican Church,
Jews have not
Church of
aligned
Sweden.
themselves. Now Jews do. Now Israel align themselves with the Christian supremacists all over the world because they see themselves as
Like a bad thing or a good thing that they're making friends?
historically they wanted to live in a society that is free, right, and that has benefited Jews. But now they're sort of shifting and they're embracing exclusionary supremacist ideologies because they think it gives them legitimacy.
No,
Christians should be in Christian countries.
The political reality has shifted, and Israel has decided that it needs to make friends and allies with certain people. So they were looking to see who are the most likely allies.
Yeah, like I'm not sure if I understand. You're saying that Christian nationalism is dangerous and Zionism is dangerous because it supports and promotes Christian nationalism, which we know is dangerous.
No, we're not talking about Zionism itself. We're talking about how modern Zionists and Jewish institutions and sort of the establishment, the Jewish establishment, have now embraced white supremacists effectively because it serves Israel's purpose against the interests of the larger Jewish community. In general, we should support free countries, free societies. We should not support Zionism organizations. No, you don't like it. Hey, Daniel, you don't like that Netanyahu is called Nazis?
You literally embrace Nazis in your culture.
Your government does that.
Anti-Zionist, like.
What do you mean? Your government held like an anti-Semitism conference with all Nazi organizations. You had anti-Semitism conference in Israel.
Literally your government is all about Jew hatred.
She's talking about the far right of Germany.
Israel is in bed now with the far right. In Israel and in America and in
Yeah, Israel coordinates with the far right in Europe.
It's not a secret. Thank you.
But I'm just trying to ask, is that like a bad thing or a good thing?
In my view, it's bad. We shouldn't associate with exclusionary
You're saying that Israel should only be friends with half of the politicians of Europe.
Israel should associate with people who champion freedom of religion and values that.
And if there are far right nationalists who support those virtues, should Israel befriend those far right?
Then why didn't Israel?
Right, you agree, yeah.
So maybe Israel should have identified with Nazis. That it's like pragmatism, right?
Buttercup, the thing is that when it benefited Jews, they did support secularism and like openness and inclusion and all of that. But right now, it doesn't benefit Jews. Because what benefits Jews from especially from an Israel-loving standpoint, is the state of Israel. And the state of Israel is far from inclusionary. So,
Organization is very inclusionary, to be honest.
yeah, probably too
Right, then yeah, because
Why compare us to
what Buttercup is sort of pretending is that the world is flat and all of the politics in Israel are not affected by the outside world. So Israel has to pay attention to the Jews, to the Muslims that are throughout the Middle East, as well as the Europeans, as well as Africa. They have to understand what the global political climate is and how it will affect
And the Chinese and the Indians and the Russians.
And the Chinese and everybody else. And Israel as a country has to account for those things. It can't pretend that the world is flat and that it has to play by certain rules that other people don't have to play by. Like that's suicidal.
Yeah, but Buttercup wouldn't be dead if it committed to suicide, though, so. Kind of makes it more like murder. So it's just a coincidence that, like, you know, when Israel's wanting a more exclusionary ideology, back home, Jews promote it in the West.
Arab countries practice exclusionary efforts, right?
I'm agnostic as to whether or not exclusionary efforts are good for a state.
I think some modern years identity. Go ahead. Modern years identity has evolved in a different way.
Japan has massive exclusionary measures. Massive. All the states have exclusionary measures. That's how they set up citizenship, statehood, uniform law, voting rights, right? Like, it's a trade-off. Like, you could say, no borders, and then just like vague cities, and then like armies that are like campaigned for when an offense is brought before some town council. Like, they've done models before. We determined that exclusionary citizenship and borders with uniform rule of law throughout the land, with mostly a sandwich that at least the people can understand the laws that are written in. Those are like better backbones than like, I don't know, high standards or something. The EU disagrees in the Schengen zone. But how do you mean? What does the EU disagree with? The EU has a project of gradually expanding open borders. So, like, if you're in Germany, you can go to France with absolutely no, like, it's kind of like going from, Texas to neighboring US.
Yeah, but we're in the federation together. They aren't.
No, it's not a federation. It also doesn't really work yet. Like, they'd love to get that, and, they might get to something close like that, but they don't have the same setup, the same historical backbone as the U.S.
Yeah, Lebanon and Syria are basically the same people, and they don't even have open borders between each other.
Of course not. What do you close borders?
It currently exists, like, and is working fine. Like, you can just have your, like,
Yeah, there are also
the equivalent of the your social security number in USA, and you can just, like, walk from Spain to, Poland. It's like no problem. Like, you can go to Germany, Italy, Switzerland.
Yeah, Russia allows it to happen in like terrorism.
I think
where does the free walking stop?
people bring up Europe a lot when they talk about, like, the failure of multiculturalism, but I feel like in America we figure out a model that works much better, and like where people are much more into it, you don't have this kind of like segregated.
I don't know if I would agree that America is dealing with multiculturalism better than Europe. They're two different
In
systems.
my experience, Muslims who immigrate here are very well integrated. They go to public schools, they're in the workforce, and they are not seen as like a threat to society. It's treated as such a like threat to it. We're worried about homegrown white people.
So the case in Europe, even in countries that have at this recent times been so conservative and xenophobic as to leave the EU, like UK, like their Muslims are like actually like hugely integrated. But the problem is with people who lean right wing, they want to say like, oh, these like groups are not that's like the like sociologists like define like more than 7 different axes of integration, how the success of integration along those axes is measured. Like none of these people have any clue about that, but they want to say like, oh, these people haven't been integrating well enough.
It is true that usually those who have a better time integrating in America and Canada and obviously Australia as well, as opposed to Europe, because Europe are the states are ethnicity, whereas Canada, America, and Australia are not exactly such. They have a long history of integration and various
misuse of term. Ethno-state usually refers to something like that's almost by definition bad. It's all a term. Like it's a.
I'm not saying it's bad. How are they not ethno-states? But they are.
They're nation states. And ethno-state means.
Why are they not ethnically? The identity of the nation is ethnically defined. Poland is for the Poles. Germany is for the Germans. Yes, Ireland for the Irish. Yeah. Are there border areas? Sure, but even historically speaking, when those borders were drawn, and then to integrate them into the dominant.
So it sounds like the safe and peaceful multiculturalism of Europe rests on existing states, ethnic states.
No, they're not. Maybe
They're not multi-ethnic. They're ethno-national states.
The term ethno-state is problematic.
Okay, so you'd say they're not ethno-states.
I'm defining it.
No, ethno-state is a specific term.
Okay, what does it apply to?
Ideas about purging minorities or like taking away their rights.
Which states are those?
I don't know if there are any ethno-states today.
Okay, so there are no good examples of an ethno-state. Benny Adam, are you fine with nation state?
This is why the AFD and
Okay, so is Poland an ethno-state? That's a good question. Benny Adam says that's literally the question people are having right now. Is Poland for Poles? And you're denying that it is an ethno-state. How do you think Poland is an ethno-state? He says it isn't.
Citizen states in which both the majority nation and all national minorities need to have equal human and legal rights.
That's not what an ethno-state is.
And so there is, yes, I know. There is this big concept in Europe that there's a nation state.
That doesn't contradict what an ethno-state is.
If I'm
saying the identity of the nation. scientifically valid. That is what it means to be a Pole or a German. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the legality of it. I'm not talking about whether or not that state has minority communities. I'm talking about the general identity of the nation.
I'm not sure there is that difference between like states that are your typical traditional nation states and other states that are like multi-ethnic states or melting pot states or countries, I should say. That does exist. That doesn't.
Immigrants in Canada or America from Arab background. Easier time assimilating into society.
That's exactly the sentence that I started saying. Like that does not carry over into like that means that the migrants are going to be treated better. In fact, a typical nation state in Europe treats its minorities much better than USA has been treating like black and brown and Muslim people in the last like 50 years.
I did not.
That's insanity.
Alright. Can we read more about anti-Zionist American Jewish authority?
I mean, I think the guy who wrote whatever article or whatever you're reading is a little delusional.
Alright, well, we talked a lot about Jewish holidays and the way we frame our holidays and the aspects we emphasize and how we tend to frame ourselves as victims. And so this is how we apply sort of that philosophy to sort of modern geopolitics. I might think when it comes to Israel, we would cast this victimhood narrative aside. Zionism's core promise, after all, is to ensure that Jews are never powerless again. Israeli commentators often argue that refusing to be a victim is central to Israeli identity. But while Israeli and diaspora Jews do not depict Israel as powerless, we do often portray it as persecuted, the Jew of the nations, to use a popular establishment Jewish phrase, slandered, menaced, delegitimized like no other country on earth. The state of Israel, which its founders hoped would be fundamentally different from the diaspora, historian Derek Pensler has noted, is now seen as its extension, no less threatened, no less unjustly maligned. This paradigm, Israel as the perpetual target of aggression, never is often.
Why is you guys' outfit different every
edition of Israeli history? Consider its account of the departure of more than half of the Arab population of British India-Palestine during Israel's War of Independence. Palestinian refugee issue originated in the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, explains ADL, America's best-known organization fighting anti-Semitism, when 5 Arab armies invaded the state of Israel just hours before it was established. The moral responsibility is clear. The Palestinians left their homes because Arab nations had started a war. Palestinians suffered, but only because Israel was attacked. The problem with this chronology is that between 1/3 and half of Palestinians...
Nights the city hums like a distant seashell. I let that hum fall through me to Kitover. Find a steady seat, let your spine lift tall, close the eyes and take a deep breath. John Kitover now, older. I thought we could slow things down and try a short meditation together. Just
The local boy shares a moment of stillness. Poetic veteran John Kitover read it.
so old is more stubborn than my uncle's donkey. Maybe it needs carrots, genius. Carrots. It needs your time. Oh, the TV thinks it's... I couldn't believe what just happened to the polling place.
Let me guess, they ran out of buying voting stickers again.
Of course, I think I accidentally ran for office. Well, I forgot how white one. I wrote my name.
You just nominated you.
What just happened to the polling place?
Let me guess.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're exploring the connection between Africans, African Americans, and white Europeans.
100 points down. This week, the Dow's going to need a parachute. Yeah, I just bought a parachute company. Smart move. Too bad you only make money when you land. These are our pension stuff.
So the guy at the counter asks me how many bagels you want. I say 24. He hands me 36. What am I going to need? A better opener than just shout numbers.
Try words. The audience loves them. It's pricey. I'm saving them for the closer.
Hey, my class. Welcome to Vaccine Basics for Educators. You might be rabbis, but today...
Who knew the road to power had this many stairs?
Good evening. Scientists at DNA Science Corporation say they've encountered
Hey, Doc, did you know humans only use 10% of their brain? If that were true, you'd forget to clean by now. Okay, we'll go. All right, first round of Jewish genome test for global medicine. And let's
let's settle this once and for all. Facts versus opinion. People keep mixing them up. A fact is like gravity. Drop a sandwich, it hits the floor. Sad. True. Pineapple on pizza is wrong. That's basically a fact. No, this is your taste buds box.
Today's lesson: facts versus opinions. I've got index cards. Folks, welcome to the John Kitover Comedy King Show. I'm just going to relax and watch some late night rerun. We're going to build a bridge between our nations and maybe share a donut or two. Salam.
Houston calling us a trash can. It sounded very confident.
Whoops, hot diplomacy.
New partnership. I told you, buddy.
Voted to partition Palestine to Jewish Arab countries. Jews were only 1/3 of the population. Thus, even the state earmarked for Jews, which would have encompassed 55% of mandatory Palestine, would have been almost half Palestinian. Since Jews live largely in urban areas, Palestinians are 80% of Jewish states' arable land. Zionist leaders knew that a country in which Palestinians were almost half the population and possessed most of the territory wouldn't constitute a genuine Jewish state. Jews rule. A month after the UN vote, Ben-Gurion told members of his political party, only a state with at least 80% Jews is a viable, stable state. While Ben-Gurion and Zionist leadership, unlike their Palestinian Arab counterparts, accepted the UN partition plan, they also began expelling Palestinians because that was the only way to create a large Jewish majority that occupied most of the land. On this point, Benny Morris, an Israeli historian who gave fame to his research on the Palestinian exodus, has been unusually frank. Ben-Gurion was a transferist, Morris told the Israeli journalist Ari Shavit in a 2004 interview. He understood that there could be no Jewish state with a large and hostile Arab minority in its midst. Perhaps taken aback by Morris's directness, Shavit observed, "I don't hear you condemning him." Indeed, Morris was not. Continued. If he had not done what he did, the state would not have come into being. And that has to be clear. It's impossible to evade. But it is possible to evade. Among Jewish state's high-profile English-language defenders, Morris is an outlier. A throwback to the early Zionists who bluntly defended Zionist conquest. That's why you won't find them on the ADL or Apex lecture circuit. Their narrative is built on invasion because they know it's not possible in a post-colonial age to acknowledge the truth about why Palestinians became refugees without raising questions about why they and their descendants can't return. George Orwell famously wrote that since forthrightly defending assaults, purges, and British colonialism in India required arguments that are just too brutal for most people to face, their public justification has to consist largely of euphemism, question begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. That perfectly captures establishment Jewish discourse about 1948. The only way to depict Israel as a victim of its own mass expulsion of Palestinians is to evade what Palestinians actually endured. Euphemism is the point. Consider what Palestinian expulsion looked like.
Good evening. Scientists at DNA.
Amid the crush of people fleeing Haifa as Zionist forces attacked, a woman named Nazmia al-Khilani walked with a broken leg, one child in her arms, and another tied to her apron so he wouldn't be swallowed by the crowd, to the city's port, where she boarded a boat to Act Free, which itself depopulated after Zionist forces shut off the city's electricity. In the chaos, she lost contact with her husband, father, brother, and sisters, all who were deported to Syria. She didn't see them for another 50 years. Now, Israeli troops entered the largely Catholic and Greek Orthodox college of Elam Gun in the Galilee. According to filmmaker Hisham Zreik, who used oral history as Israeli documentary, constructed nuns, the troops were met by priests holding a white flag. Soldiers from the Golani Brigade responded by assembling villagers into the square. They forced the bulk of residents to evacuate the village and head north, thus serving as human shields for Israeli forces who trailed behind them in case the road was mined. After forcing the villagers to walk all day with little food and water, the soldiers robbed them of their valuables, loaded them onto trucks, and deposited them across the Lebanese border. According to an eyewitness, roughly a dozen men held back in the town square were executed in groups of 3. The people of Eidelberg were comparatively lucky. Some were allowed to return. During Israel's War of Independence, the Zionist forces depopulated roughly 400 Palestinian villages. Many were looted, most were fully destroyed. Listen to every line of Benjamin Netanyahu's speeches about Israel's creations and the speeches of every established American leader, and you won't hear a single story like Nazmia al-Khilani's.
Welcome to Vaccine Basics for Educators. You might be rabbis, but today...
I made the harsh realities of 1948 just as we made the end of the Book of Esther. In this way, Israel's creation is made to fit the script.
They're opener than just shouting numbers. Try words. The audience loves that. Words are pricey. I'm saving them for the closer.
Hey, I'm ready for my set. And whoa, it's like looking into a funhouse mirror. Oh, yeah, without the fun.
I hear him maligning the
Jewish groups that are represented.
Point out something. Colin, the first time I read you his narrative, this book of Esther, right? You saw him as much more marginal voice. And like the second or third time, it turns out your views are actually pretty
One second.
But it sounds like he's starting this conversation.
One second. I've known about Peter Beyer for a long time. Okay, the point, the how I characterize him, not the
You
conversation.
refused to read his book, remember? That's how it started.
Another 100 points down.
Who's reading the Dow's gonna be a parachute? I just bought a parachute company. Smart.
Insider, it was part of the Jewish establishment, quote unquote. Okay, don't give me this. And I'm the only smartest one in the room, Buttercup.
No, I thought you are smart, which is why we're having this conversation. I want to engage
I know, so don't tell me about the first time you heard it. I've been teaching about this and preaching about this idea for longer than 5 years.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're exploring the connections between Africans, African Americans, and white Europeans. 3 groups whose histories are more intertwined than most folks realize. This, of course, is the
Don't show me somehow some opponent.
So I think this is exactly what he's trying to do, is have this conversation you described. I don't think that's in contradiction to what you said at all.
I love his analogy of being critical. He's giving his criticism of what he thinks happened, what he thinks.
His criticism is that he's refusing to acknowledge that people are having this conversation when really this book is having the conversation. So it's a little meta that your criticism is like don't tell us we're not having this
He's not
conversation.
having a conversation, he's having a monologue.
He's engaged with criticisms and the common tropes that we hear as American Jews.
The pillar of mercy is the light, and the pillar of civic.
I think as all historians, he's selective in terms of trying to tell the story he wants to put out there. There's and like all historical narratives, there's it relies on true things, right? But it isn't exhaustive, and I think it's a little cynical. It's highly motivated as well.
The first.
If I'm somehow the example of someone who was Zionized.
I'm not going to believe what just happened.
For Zionist organization, my grandparents talked about Zionism on their first date. We have a telegram announcing the partition. They have announcing the partition plan hanging on our wall, right? We drink a 5th cup of wine in our Passover Seder for the state of Israel, right? And yet, right? I'm not a person who lacks empathy for Palestinians.
Yeah, but in Zionism.
I'm not a person who supports the Ben Guri's and the sponsorships. I'm not a person, right? And I think I had a very conventional.
Local boy shares a
pretty conventional Zionist.
Okay, sure, Brian. Sorry, I don't mean to rush you. I just said we got it. Your background. But I think the point I'm trying. The issue, colleague, here is that I think you are.
I thought we could slow things down.
Confused because we do agree on a lot of basic facts, which some of my are.
Yeah, I understand, but even though we agree with facts, I don't think we agree.
John Kitover now.
Back up. And I think it's one thing to try to put up a mirror and say, hey guys, this stuff happened, these are facts. And quite another to say, and that means this, without beyond shadow of a doubt about Zionism. And it means this beyond the shadow of a doubt about the meaning of the state of Israel.
Okay, I want to point out, you did agree. So the first time I read you his interpretation of the story of Esther, right? You thought you were shocked and offended, and this time you had those views that were identical to his.
I was not
You
shocked.
interpret Megillah Esther the same way he does, right? Where it ends in genocide, and maybe we should talk about it.
Nights the city hums like a distant seashell. I let that hum fall through.
Complexity of it in your community, do you?
How do you know?
I don't know, I'm asking. So today we should discuss the moral complexity. Previously, you thought he was just.
I said the same thing today as I said that, which is there are times to celebrate and there's to be introspective.
I thought we could slow things down and try a short meditation together.
You do not wrong in their eyes.
Be self-critical and hopefully.
I'm John Kitover with KITV8 News. Here are tonight's headlines. The City Council has approved a downtown safety initiative aimed at improving life. Hi, John Kitover. I'm king of the earth, and come back to Kitover tonight. Just follow the watchdog. So delivering. Behold, mortals, from this day the life of an emperor cools. And when we wait, when we up, and therefore, if
said.
So they should just
I'm not trying to. Do you know what splitting hairs is? Do you know what splitting hairs means?
Yes, you're trying to divide something that doesn't need to be divided.
I'm not dividing it.
You and Bynard are saying the same thing, which is that we should view perm through a more
And I'm
complex
giving an
lens.
analysis. I'm giving an opinion about what he's saying. And I don't think we're saying the same thing. No, I don't think we're saying the same
You
thing.
said the authors of Megillat Esther wanted us to engage with the moral complexity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what we're doing here. Okay, the moral complexity is that Jews are capable of genocide. That's the moral complexity of it.
Anybody's capable of genocide.
Yeah,
So I don't
it's our
see.
notion of ourselves as the perpetual victim.
Yeah, but that's also not what's happening.
Well, that's how people, I think in this modern age, this is how our ancient mythology can be relevant to modern
I'm
Caleb, a question.
for a different training. Like, I talked about Purim Jews before, right? You've heard this. Purim Jews are attuned to risk and outside threat. Passover Jews are attuned to universal notions of freedom, right? And we have to have both. This is Yossi Klein Halevi again from Howard University. I urge everybody, if you want to have like thoughtful experience.
Welcome back to Kitover tonight. My guest tonight traveled light years and somehow still beat LA traffic. Please welcome.
So look, I
You have a reading room with him.
I thought we could slow things down and try.
Today we're talking Bynard.
That's fine. So that's what I mean, Buttercup, right? I can't do everything.
So delivery! Behold, mortals, take the life of an emperor, cool breeze.
And I personally, I think there's something.
Country, everything is too big. The cars, the drinks, even the squirrel.
So he's only, and I mean celebration, and I mean observance of it, right? My entire observance of it is only about like, look at how bad it turned out afterwards. Right?
It's always advocate. Is that what you understood as over again? That these read through Bynard's lens, the Jewish holidays in fact have a lot of subversion and moral complexity they're actually meaningful in this current predicament that we're in today, right? As American Jews with
That's why I like something you read to Cooler, right? Because I think he out loud in his podcasts is doing very much this. You think he's a propagandist, but you think he's a propagandist only because
but he is coming with an agenda to promote the only.
Wellington's on the run. I call him a cat of rock. He's retreating. He's retreating. What are you doing here? Well, I came to make my report. Wellington's retreating. What are you doing here? Why didn't you follow him? Why didn't you pursue him? Where are the reinforcements you promised me? Don't you dare criticize me! Don't you dare! Don't you see if Wellington's free to choose his ground? Everything I've won in this campaign, you lost.
Muscle Buddha, the sector is broken. I have ordered a retreat. Retreat? I am summoned to with a proud soldier. This is my world. I am too old to break it. Wellington runs to the coast. None of us will get home to know him. The luxury road is Namibia. I do not trust the English. Nonetheless, because I have served you with Forza, I have ordered the retreat you offered. You may still cooperate with Wellington, but God help us if he does not stand.
Wellington's on the run. I call him a cat of rock. He's retreating. He's retreating.
American Jewish identity and sort of this crisis of identity that we're in, where the institutional Judaism has sort of alienated a younger generation who sees the moral complexity of modern Zionism.
By the way, Shai, let's just.
Searching for my cold head is one of the scariest things possible. Not only do I have to worry about him taking my finger off, I can also potentially crush him with one of
the history that you read earlier, which is we are contending with the moral complexity of it, right? It's not unique. How much time I mentioned we do. We do. This is what we do.
Well, it is put on a pedestal. It is kind of a sacred cow when it can criticize or even marginalized.
John Kitover, about the day on pavement, and let the echo tell me who would like a quiet lunch on the beach. Just me, the sea, and his perfect falafel. No John, keep it simple. Zionism movement for a Jewish homeland. Tonight, President Trump is expected to address the nation one day at Kitover. Yeah. Congressman. Good morning, scholars. Today we're taking on a very small question, just 3 little letters, G-O-D. I plan to meet friends. I'm John Kitover. I'm running for Congress. Some politicians are in the pocket of big oil. Me, time to get
get these guns licensed. 7, 8, and 9, 10. Whoa! Guess the machine wanted to start. These two clowns think they can buy justice.
They aim to be at the embassy by midnight. They'll be expecting the micro.
Because it gives rights to one population over another. It doesn't serve the whole population. It's illiberal by definition.
Dinner is served. Finally, what took you so long? Minor misunderstanding with the delivery guy.
8:43:68. If we get the rest, we're moving to Miami.
Move it right. Movie night. I've got the remote.
As long as it's not like a documentary.
Something with sparkles would be nice.
I need a better opener than just shouting numbers.
Try words. The audience loves that.
Words are pricey. I'm saving them for the closer. Dinner's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 34.75.71. I think he thought I was CIA.
Where's your locker?
Another day, another terror.
Morning, boss. All from Shaft 3.
Sparkle.
Hey, Operation Sprinkles. Microphone safe in this powdered donut. All I gotta do is not eat it. What is the document?
Good evening. I'm John Kitover. And I'm also John Kitover. You're watching John Kitover. Apparently one of us wasn't enough.
You know, Councilman Pritchard. Money for potholes, but the only holes he fixed were in his steakhouse roof.
I'm speaking to colleagues as the people watching at home. For 25 years since the attacks of September, what exactly are you doing, man?
I'm dialing the secret prosperity hotline. Step one, my love plan.
Show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your phone.
Chicago dog, extra mustard, and 1 vote for Kitover. Coming right tonight on Newsline 9, the company.
The second type of anti-Zionist would argue that it was never the founding fathers' intention for it to become a permanent occupying force that is perpetually at war, which is just escalatory violence and breeds hatred with its neighbors. And it all culminated, of course, in October 7 and what we consider to be a genocide. That would be the second type of anti-Zionist. Personally, I don't cast judgment on whether or not Zionism existed, it founded the state of Israel. I try not to think, I'm not thinking too deeply about whether or not it should or shouldn't have existed. It exists. And that's that we just accept that it exists. I think what we are unified on, the two types of anti-Zionists, is that it's not sustainable for the Palestinians or the Jews to keep going along this track. This sort of the status went to escalatory violence for 70 years, and there's going to be, if we continue managing of the conflict, it's going to result in more death, more bloodshed on both sides, and it's in the interest of the Israelis to not continue along this path. And there will be another October 7th.
Israelis and Arabs alike. But at the end, there needs to be a plan, and I don't see any plan coming from the Palestinians.
Associating more things than just the Jewish homeland with the concept of Zionism. Am I right or wrong there?
Yeah. Well, no, I think most American Jews, the Zionists has sort of been put upon sort of anyone who's sort of culturally Jewish in America by anti-Zionists. But historically, the way I grew up, even though I grew up in a pro-Israel home, we called ourselves pro-Israel. Like, they're kind of reflexively defend every war, we saw Zionism as kind of a dated term. It was a movement that created Israel, and now we're in
Breath settles, your mind follows.
Most American Jews
Breath.
don't necessarily call themselves Zionists like they're activists, because there's nothing to activist about, right? And I think sort of the definition has shifted in the last couple of years, where Zionism has sort of taken on this new form where you're a pro-Israel activist.
Right. We are still under attacks, and this is what this is about.
Yes, it is changed because of the anti-Zionists. As you said, nobody called themselves Zionists. It's a defense.
And it's used as a slur. Like, you go down Mirror's room, they call me a filthy, fire-breathing Zionist because I don't accept every single anti-Semitic conspiracy, right?
That's the danger. We're back to Caleb's point, right? I think you're now, you're kind of tiptoeing to Caleb's position, which is there's something inherently dangerous with leaning anti-Zionism. If you accept the simplest and
We're actually not getting rid of this Jewish safe haven. The anti-Zionists want to create a one state where everyone has equal rights, and they just don't accept this notion that this 51% majority necessarily.
It's not about demographics. It's not about demographics. It's actually about removing the idea that Jews are a unique people. If Jews uniquely have to give up some kind of, I'm not saying Jewish majority or Jewish supremacy, right? But have to deny something about their uniqueness in order to have a state where no one else has to do that. Right? That's the problem with anti-Zionism. Here, I'll read you one short paragraph, okay? If you have patience for it.
From who?
This is Adam Lewis Klein, who's become an emerging thinker, anti-Zionism. Yeah, I'm sure you know that. Just read it, Fat.
Yeah.
Sure. He talks about something called accusation in a mirror. accusation and mirrors what genocide prevention scholars call a form of Kitover and genocidal incitement. Colonizer, apartheid, genocide, the three libels of anti-Zionism applied to Israel, all describe anti-Zionism itself. A calling project that seeks to erase, overcode, and deny Jewish distinctness, a racist orientation that stripped Jews of political rights, and resubordinate them, expect to escalating violence and genocide in the form of consistent, normalized calls for the annihilation of the Israeli Jewish population. That's why anti-Zionism is a hate movement.
Interesting.
It's an inversion, because it's an inversion of the very kinds of human rights and things that it wants to be afforded to other people, but isn't afforded to Jews.
You said something about erasing Jewish distinctness, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that is very telling, because this is a point I've been trying to make over and over in college that you always dispute, which is that in America, where we're not Israelis, we don't have inherent Jewishness that Israeliness bestows on them. The way we engage with Judaism, feel like we're part of an ethnic, engage with our ethnic identity, is by engaging with Israel, which is why we cling to this idea of Israel, and we elevate it above all other aspects of our rich history and culture. And so when you are actually reinforcing this idea that when you criticize the state of Israel or this ideology, that you're erasing ourness, and that erases, in fact, our rich literary, cultural, music, humor, whatever history, philosophical history that existed long before the state of Israel.
I'm actually doing the opposite, right? I'm fighting against the same phenomenon you're fighting against, which is that we've stripped out Jewish education in America and replaced it with, from all of those things that you just talked about, and replaced it with Israel. But the Israel's just is not illegitimate. It's just incomplete. Right? I'm fighting against the same stuff you are. If we are told we are distinct only if we engage in the culture of our ancestors, right? That's racist.
But didn't you hear when I read the chapter about elevating Zionism above Judaism and how it's idolatry?
Look, here's how I see it. We don't have to use flowery terms, right? When American Jews talk about Israel and Jewish identity, right? You're right. It's a proxy for a lack of richer content, right? For lack of a better word. That's why I do what I do. That's why most of my colleagues do what I do.
I know, now you're inverting it and saying, if you criticize Zionism, you're taking away our distinctness and our identity. No, that's
I'm saying it's our very distinctness. It's that rich, big culture, right? That makes
I'm saying our identity is not dependent on our Zionism. That's the thing I'm
What
trying
exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret prosperity hotline. Step.
Zionism erasing your identity. It's not dependent on it.
Why? Because we are a nation like other nations. Other nations get countries. Okay, so it's not definitional. It doesn't depend on it.
We're not talking about the founding of the state. We keep coming back to this as if we're revisiting.
I'm speaker, colleagues, and the people watching at home. For 25 years since the attacks of September 11th.
The present day.
Because a lot of anti-Zionist rhetoric is specifically about removing self-determination from the speakers as a
Councilman Richard.
You hear it context of how real experience with the anti-Zionist discourses about what's happening right now and the boondoggles to come, where it's become like permanent. Israel can't afford as a state to perpetually occupy another people. It's extremely
I know, that's why I'm an anti-occupation.
Okay, so it sounds like you fit in with the anti-Zionist spectrum.
No, I don't fit into the anti-Zionist because the reason that I want the occupation to end is that Israel survives as a
Good evening, I'm John.
You want the and it's a moral problem that for people that try to not giving them rights now too, right? You want the occupation to end because you agree that Israel should end. Because it was
I'm not making microphone safe in this car. All you gotta do is not the document.
It's getting redundant. No, let me bring up a fresh angle, and you can continue it. But look, if let's say the Jew is to abandon his Zionist project. Okay, let's say Zionism is abandoned.
It's not a project.
Let him get it on next.
Not in
abandon his Zionist. Does that mean that the Muslims are going to abandon jihad? Are they going to abandon the jihad project? Is the Christian going to abandon his give up?
No, that's not what we're saying.
But then everybody else can continue as is in the name of secular.
That's not what we're claiming. Just us, 15 weeks, 500. We agree that Zionism created the state, has already completed its mission to create the state of Israel. What we're talking about is a more sustainable. Let me finish. Okay, what we are arguing is the status quo is creating a more tenable situation for Israelis and Palestinians. And so we need to have a little bit of political creativity and a little bit of political courage to think of a new model, because what the current model, the status quo, has gotten us to the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and the next time will be worse. That's what we're arguing. So we're talking about the sustainability of both Jews who live in Israel and Palestinians who live in Israel, and a state that treats all of them as equal citizens, which we think in the long term will be much more sustainable. Do you understand?
Okay, so you said the worst Holocaust of Jews, the worst genocide of Jews since the Holocaust, right?
October 7th.
Yeah, there has been no massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Okay? Most Holocaust.
We're talking about October 7th. Do you know about this?
Okay, yeah. October 7th.
The war massacre of Jews before October 7th.
Jews have been attacked, right? Jews are constantly attacked wherever they go in the world, right? Most countries, you'll see the quote-unquote Abrahamic religions are constantly attacking the Jews, right? Because they're jealous.
Pizza guy mumbled something like 34.75.
Muslims want their state to power. The Christians want their state to power, right? But they're not smarter than the Jewish people. The Jewish people are all
thank you. Thank you for sharing.
But look, the fact is, you're saying that Jews should somehow abandon the Zionist.
Better opener than just shouting numbers. Try work. The audience loves that.
So what are you going to do?
Dory has 500. I want to apologize for her. She's ashamed to be a Jew. Go ahead.
Who? Me?
Really, the guy's talking and you're cutting him off like he said something wrong.
Because he's wrong. He thinks that Zionism.
A better opener than you. All right, movie night. I've got the remote. As long as it's not me.
When he said the Jews are smart, you cut him
He's
off.
pissed off everybody. He's pissed off me and Daniel. Me and Daniel both think he's a fucking moron.
Actually, Daniel's not upset, so stop pulling like you're playing fucking
It's like learning. Just don't do it.
Yeah, look, all I'm saying is it would be foolish. You, Israelis, have a very small, limited piece of territory, and to simply cease to defend that territory.
That's not what anyone has advocated. What are you talking about? No one's advocated that.
Yeah, 43.68.
That's
not. Okay, no.
Here's here.
So, let me explain to you. In America and in Israel, Zionism historically is an ideology, a movement, a political movement, which we're not casting aspersions on right now, which created the state of Israel. It's an historical fact and it exists. What we're talking about now has nothing to do with intervening with Zionism. When we're labeled anti-Zionism because we criticize the current philosophy of the Israeli government. We think another philosophy is more sustainable.
43.68. If we get the rest, we're moving to Miami. Moving? I'm still paying off the remote control. These numbers are lucky. Grandma picked them.
talking about the formation of the image of Israel. It's not about this government or that government. You are questioning Israel's.
We can't speak because it might look bad for. I'm sorry, but we have to be able to speak freely. We live in a free country. It's not.
No, I'm just saying that what you're saying is not
The Jews are lying. Libels.
You think anti-Zionist Jews are libeling Israel?
Yes.
Colin, you're among them.
Genocide.
Dinner is served.
You yourself said it's possibly a genocide, so it's not a libel if it's possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't follow that.
Okay. Colin, I asked you if it's probably or possibly a genocide. You said possibly. That means if someone thinks it is, it's not a libel, Colin, right?
These two clowns think they can buy justice. But they didn't count on them. Looks like a mascot for a bowling team.
That doesn't matter. We're talking now.
Genocide. No. That's why, again, I think we
This is euphemistic language. You're distracting from
Zionism itself is libeled a genocidal movement from the get-go.
That's irrelevant.
That is.
Time to get this resume.
This is the
Express license 7, 8, and 9. Whoa!
It was called genocide.
Yeah, I saw recently Peter Reiner giving a lecture in front of like a Muslim crowd, and this was 2 years before October 7th, and he was talking about creating a global narrative about the quote-unquote genocide. This was 2 years before October 7th ever happened, and he was saying that it was already a genocide, and there needed to be a global narrative.
Time to get this done.
He was hesitant.
Hey, friends, I'm John Kitover. I'm right for
I just don't believe you. I think that's yours. I believe Peter Weiner right now because I am very familiar with Peter Weiner, and he's really hesitant to even categorize. Even in his book, he doesn't categorize it as a genocide when he talks about the Gaza war. So,
Morning, scholars. Today we're taking on a very small question, just 3 little letters, G-O-D. I play the visual. Scholars, today.
With all due respect, we have a little bit more perspective.
Facts. And a genocide holds itself, first of all, Holocaust is version by itself, but it's such a disgusting accusation.
Kitover? Yeah.
It's about defaming, spreading blood libel, and it started on October 8th. So don't bullshit us. The fact that you fell for it.
It did start on October 8th. That wouldn't change the fact that this war sized into.
Tonight, President Trump is expected to address the nation once again.
Genocide, most horrible crimes, the most horrible crime of humanity. But like so loosely, so easily, without the core important thing about the intention to wipe out this population.
Hey, friends, I'm John Kitover. I'm right. I'm attorney John Kitover.
You don't choose to babies that we
Left. It's called symmetry.
Let's talk about the experts, okay, you just mentioned. If you remember such a surname like Derito, okay?
Tonight, President Trump is expected to address
the UN.
Tonight, President Kitover? Yeah.
Okay. And for a long time, is it a
Chicago dog, extra mustard.
he made the conclusion that there is
Chicago dog, extra mustard, and 1 vote for Kitover. Come on.
Breath settles, the mind follows. Every
Today was in a forum with the Khalid Masha and with the IRGC commander. And she came to this forum to Qatar, this is Al Jazeera forum, and she said, we have, guys, just one enemy in the world, it's Israel. Well, that's what she said just today, okay? Just a second, but hold on. And hold on, she is a steel expert, but in the covenant of the United Nations, there is the first principles neutrality. We are a neutral organization, but Francesca Albanese said that Israel is our enemy. Her husband, Massimiliano Kali, worked for Mahmoud Abbas administration as economical worker, okay, for a long time. It is the conflict of interest. How she still work at the United Nations? It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely impossible. She was also
Chicago dog, extra mustard, and 1 vote for Kitover. Come on right up.
You keep mixing those up, boss.
Hey.
Zoom with the Hamas, and she said, I support resistance. I support resistance. She's like, oh, why are you interrupting?
Chicago dog, extra Chicago dog, extra mustard, and 1 vote for Kitover.
stop chewing that piece of gum long after the flavor's gone.
I just don't like it when somebody spits against your hair.
No, it's just boring. Okay, you said your point, you move on. Take a third or fourth one. Repeating the same point. It's so boring.
Okay, so you want to give him another chance.
Let me land my point. Okay, I'll land my point. Then I want to say to you that, you know, what is the intention of genocide? The intention of genocide when Ismail Haniyeh from the Hamas TV
Chicago dog, extra. Show you step by step how. Show you
step by step how to turn a free AI app in your.
Just trying to explain to you what is the intention of genocide. He said, we need more blood of our children and women. That's what Ismail Haniyeh said. We
all watched it, we know.
Please, yes, don't comment any my work, please. Please be confident, okay? Sit on it just on a chair and please don't interrupt me. You are a moderator in this room. Why are you nervous? Let me finish, please. There is just 2 points, okay? First point, there is no genocide from Israeli side. The second point, the genocide, of course, in the covenant of Hamas. Judgment.
Show you step. What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret prosperity.
This is from Sahih al-Bukhari.
What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret prosperity.
All the Jewish population. It's number one. Number two, they said that we're not gonna take our population into the tunnels. Tunnels is only for the fighters, for the freedom fighters. That is the intention of genocide. Because if
That's right, it was a disservice to
they took 2 million people to the tunnels, there will be no genocide. But they say, no, it's only for fighters. And the third time that Haniyeh comes to the TV, he said, more blood our women and children.
Okay, you have 3 points that make the same point. We got it.
And after they come.
No more points. You already made your.
Is there anyone in this room that
Speaker colleagues and the people. Speaker colleagues and the people watching.
Hamas or genocidal.
Yeah, and there's some person that thinks it's not a genocide. Great. That's fucking great. We just wasted 6 minutes.
Okay, Sergio, thank you for sharing that. I think I've heard those points before. Some of your criticisms of Hamas has basis, but I think we need to move forward. I think I'm going to read the story, Peter Barnard's story of Purim again, for those who didn't hear it, unless there's like objection to it, and why it should reframe.
Speaker colleagues.
Councilman Pritchard, money for potholes for the only holes he fixed were his.
Good evening.
Councilman. BB's objecting. Councilman. I'm just objecting because I have the opportunity to object. Because it's fucking, you're objecting because it's fucking.
I object actually because I think for once like.
Councilman Pritchard. Good evening. I'm John Kitover, and I'm also.
Actually, like.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover, and I'm also.
The conversation around Jewish identity. It's like, he's writing some Jews.
Okay, and I think it's really beautiful. We're going to learn some Torah here. I think our non-Jewish friends can also learn a little bit about the value of our values and our mythology and what we take from it, okay?
Good evening. I'm John Kitover, and I'm also John. And Operation Sprinkles. Microphones.
It comes from the Book of Esther, a tale that begins with a dissolute Persian king. He hosts a banquet, guests drunk, orders his queen to display her beauty to revelers, and when she refuses, banishes her from the throne. As her replacement, he chooses Esther, a beautiful young maiden who, unbeknownst to him, is a Jew. Then he makes a calamitous personal decision. He selects Haman, a pathological Jew leader, to be his right-hand man. The state
Operation Sprinkles. Another day enough.
king to sign the edict exterminating
Another day enough. Morning, boss.
and sends word that she must save her people. Although protesting puts her own life at risk, Esther appeals to the king and through a series of daring maneuvers turns him against Haman. Haman is hanged, Mordecai takes his job, good chimes over evil. When we tell the story of Purim today, many of us stop there. But that's not quite right. The Book of Esther doesn't end with Haman's death. It continues.
Another day enough. Here's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like.
The king can't reverse it. What he can do
Here's
is
here. Pizza guy mumbled.
his kinsmen to take matters into their own hands, which they do. The Jews struck at their enemies with the sword, proclaims the Book of Esther. Slaying and destroying, they reap their will upon their enemies. On the 13th day of Adar, the Jews kill 75,000 people. They make the 14th a day of feasting and merrymaking. With the blood of their foes barely dried, the Jews feast and make merry. That's the origin of Purim. Purim isn't only about the danger Gentiles pose to us, it's also about the dangers we pose to them.
Here's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 34, 75, 71.
They need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Try words. The audience loves them. Words are pricey. I'm saying. They need a better opener than just shouting.
But the ending reads differently when Jews wield life and death power over millions of Palestinians who lack even a passport. Today, these blood-soaked verses should unsettle us. When we recite them aloud in synagogue, we should employ the anguished, sorrowful tune in which we chant the Book of Lamentations, which depicts the destruction of our ancient temples. Instead, let's just ignore violence, and that concludes the Esther scroll. Some contemporary Jews justify it as self-defense. On the far right, some revel in it. But they're the exception. More often, we just look away. We focus on what they try to... There's a joke in every Jewish holiday.
They need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Try words. The audience loves them. Words are pricey. I'm saving them for the club.
Many of our other best...
All right,
360. All right, I need a better opener than just shout. All right, movie night. I've got
serious LTFs.
all right, movie night.
On and on to explain how each of these holidays has sort of a subversive message hidden in it, and in fact, maybe it's time to rethink the sort of moral evasion that comes with this narrative of ourselves as the perpetual.
Let's talk about why those millions of people lack a passport, right? So in 1948, it was declared a state. Also, the state was declared. It was called the Palestinian state, right? And those Palestinians, they rejected it. They decided to attack Israel. So
They had the potential. 181 said they had to do wanted to do. They decided not to do anything.
Yeah, they decided
to get the history right.
Yeah. And then post this, right, when those people were part of Jordan and Egypt, and Jordan, they had citizenship. What happened was, especially for the people in the West Bank, is that Jordan allowed their citizenship to lapse. And there are 3 million people in Jordan right now who are stateless. They live there. They're considered refugees, but that's the fault of Jordan, right? For 5 million people between Jordan and the West Bank, those people are stateless in Jordan. For the people in Gaza, those people are stateless.
He's going for the quad Lutz. Oh, he falls it.
My mom complains. I don't respect her.
There are 1 billion people in Lebanon and Syria who are stateless in refugee camps because they refuse to give them citizenship. That had nothing to do with, per se, Israel didn't make those choices. The choice that Israel makes to defend itself and also to give the 2 million Palestinians inside of Jordan or inside of Israel's borders citizenship.
Sergey, are you familiar with the Book of Esther? The Megillat Esther? All right, who wants to, the mic is anyone's.
I think this may not be semantically precise, but you have to start looking at Zionism as military power. Okay, military power is what makes the world go round. If a people cannot defend themselves militarily, what good are you? What good are you as a people if you cannot defend yourselves? Okay, they want you. They want the power. They want the table. What do you think if the table? Let's say the Palestinians had the weapons and the technology. Do you think they would spare you? Do you think they would even be having these sort of silly debates and silly conversations on Clubhouse?
Again, you missed the ruckus. No one's saying the army should lay down its arms. No one's trying to.
Stop with the hate speech, dude.
You're arguing a point that no one's arguing. You're arguing
Guys trying to build 15 billion people.
And honestly, you're arguing something that no one's advocated for. One-state solution would have an army that represents all of between the river and the sea. It wouldn't be fighting.
Why should there be one army for all of the people? You're not the same people. You're different people. So why do you need one army for 2 different people?
Because already Israel is 20% Arab Israeli. You didn't know this? They share rights. They all have the same rights. No, they don't sympathize with Palestine. You're a fucking idiot.
No, I'm not an idiot.
They sympathize with Palestine, and they also have patriotism for their country. They have 2 identities.
According from angle, are you getting this information that they have sympathy for Israel?
No, I'm sorry. I can't. Try.
Have you read the JTA February 5th?
Yeah, we talked about it already. I mean, how most people, and that's actually what I've been saying, that like most people don't technically identify as Zionists because we just.
Yeah, but there's a very interesting paragraph.
They support Israel. Yeah, they support.
Right, which is, here, let me just read the point. Only 37% of Jews, this is
of American Jews. Surveys said they identified as Zionists, while 7% labeled themselves as anti-Zionists. Another 8% said they were non-Zionists. Another 18% that said they weren't sure, while 30% said the labels describe them. Okay, mixed bag. At the same time, 88% of surveyed Jews believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish democratic state, which for me is a placeholder for the question, are Jews better off with the existence of the state of Israel? For me, that's the backbone of why I support the state of Israel. We need it as a backstop because bad things happen prior to the state of Israel being in existence for us as a people.
Okay, so there's been other recent surveys that show 60% of American Jews think that war crimes are being committed in Gaza, and 40% of American Jews think it's a Japanese. The younger generation, it's even higher.
But all this shows, but what this shows better enough is how complex it is. Right? In other words, we can have a moral vision that goes in one direction and still be very close.
My point. Yeah, and
those are not mutually exclusive at all.
The genocide is the decision of the court because we can't just say some words without nothing, because if we still don't have the decision from the court, what we're talking about nothing, okay? Because genocide can be only if it's on the paper after the court, okay? Because there are some complex things, like in Srebrenica, it was significant group, okay? Genocide from Hamas, much easier to prove than from Israel. And what do
if the court says it's a genocide, you're going to go with it? No, you're going to go with the Israel state, which is what the court says.
That's your opinion. He's stating his position.
No, I know, Sir Sergio, I've gone into it many times. His position is to reflexively...
Guys, Israel is in violation of many UN resolutions on paper.
The resolution is nothing.
It's not even...
It's not the international law resolutions, because absolutely they have recommendations.
It's not a world government.
Absolutely. It's just a paper, it's just recommendations, it's nothing absolute, because Iran, many other violators just, what is the resolution? It's the significant group inside the UN dictators who are sitting on the table.
Court of Justice.
And what? Court of Justice? You said ICJ? Where is Nawaf Salam? Who is the president?
Yeah, what is that? Is that nothing also? Nothing?
He was Nawaf Salam, he was a president of ICJ. He just, made a paper on Israel just to
that Russia has kidnapped 30,000 Ukrainian kids, right?
Absolutely. They were refugees. Yeah.
Well, their parents did not want them to be refugees away from their parents.
Russia really kidnapped 30,000 people, right? In this place, you're right. But listen, in this calculation, what you see the casualties in Ukraine, there is no Mariupol, okay? In Mariupol, there might be hundreds, thousands of people died only in one city in Ukraine, but it's not calculated. You know why? Because it's under occupation, and Russia don't provide the casualties from here, okay? One for couple of months, and 100,000 people died, including women and children, and you don't know exact number. That's why you tell us that there is only 500, because it's the statistic like official, but official is nothing right now, because
who else is under occupation and doesn't have a correct tally of the dead?
Yes, Russia just silent and don't provide the papers how much it was, but there was some articles like from Associated Press that in where is the people, I don't know this word in English, when people is dead, they okay, I don't remember. That a lot of people just said that there is about 100,000, and they just try to calculate, and this is, average amount, because from the beginning there was 400,000 of people, yeah, and it's the minimum that 100,000 killed. You can Google it. It's the a lot of articles. I can give you article if you need. Okay, from Associated Press, and you will read it.
We believe the numbers are infallible. You've made your point already.
Yes. Then in Ukraine there is much more children and women. That's why I asked you.
Okay, so you don't have actually accurate, but the fact is, also Gaza doesn't have an accurate number, but the numbers we do have are much higher than the numbers we do have about Ukraine.
No. In Gaza, because these 50K, what we have for 2 years, okay, 2 years war, and wage this war, prevent every casualties, and send the leaflets, rings, SMS, and so on and so on. No army in history do this, okay? No army in history. Israel is the only army that sent leaflets, SMS, and rings, and you know it, okay?
I'm really glad you brought that up. Sergio. Now I want to say something.
You muted me?
Just for a second, because I want to point something out. I want to address what you
Don't do this until you say me, okay? Say me previously that you will mute.
Okay, I want to address what you just said, which is the leaflets and the most moral army in the world, because this is a narrative that I was raised with too, where growing up they told me Israel has the most moral army in the world, and they always drop leaflets, or they do a knock on the roof before they bomb, or they, and by the way, Israel loves the gays, so we're morally superior to the Palestinians who kill the gays, right? Like all this stuff, these talking points are shit that I grew up with too. We were also seeing videos as kids of Palestinians and Hamas headbands holding grenades. They caricatured Palestinian kids as these like small baby militants, right? And then you go to college, and your Jewish friends who grew up with Zionism, pro-Israel, reflexively pro-Israel ideologies share with you Benny Morris, and you find out that the story, this narrative about Israel's founding, was only half the story. In fact, there was another half which is quite ugly. And in fact, it's not a clean history, and we are not the most moral army in the world. And eventually you come to the conclusion that, armies are not moral, and states are not moral, and all power is corrupting, and we have an obligation to hold power to account. That institutions are not people, and governments and armies act pragmatically. Sometimes they have to decide between one immoral act and another immoral act. So to conflate our Jewishness and our values with an army or a government is to pervert our values, to pervert our mythology that teaches us how to live and how to be accountable. It's to pervert everything about Judaism. And so this sort of elevation, this putting your Zionism on some pedestal and reflexively framing it as the most moral army in the world is something that I'm deeply familiar with, Sergio, and I'm glad you put it on display because this is
reflexively, of course.
It really was a big part of my evolution philosophically.
Bitch hasn't read a book in years. Prove you can read a book, dummy. Hello? Oh, I guess she kind of did prove already she can read.
Just say that this is why we have young people, right? Like people, we think about it as an individual thing, right? But when we say Ashamnu and all of these things for the Bidui, this is a national repentance because Judaism takes into account that sometimes as things are gonna happen that we have to repent for. This isn't about our individual,
100%. That's why the day between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, we had an Ashamnu room where we talked about our collective sins in Gaza and in 1948 and over the course of the last 100 years. And we talked about how, as people, we should be part of our traditions is to be self-reflective and self-critical, and to this sort of like silencing it, this dissent is antithetical to Judaism.
May I read a few quotes from the leaflet dropping officials?
Yeah, please.
I wanted to finish what I had to say.
Okay. For
Just
Shai and then
quickly, because I'm not going to take too much longer. Sergey also wanted to go because I interrupted him a little. So the point of the matter is that Judaism, right, takes that into account, and the rabbis take that into account because that is the reality of a nation, regardless of the state. It's the reality of the nation, and Jews are a nation even without a state, and we still have to do those things, right?
I ask you a question. It was a simple question. Which army is doing the best job, better than Israel? Don't respond. You just make a.
Well, we were talking about Ukraine and the death toll, so it's a little hard to. I don't quantify these things. I don't consider. I think I answered the question indirectly. I don't consider armies are not moral.
Okay.
We're talking about it.
No. Let me comment. I won't comment it. Okay, because you just make you made a relativistic statement. It means nothing. All is bad or all is good. The sun is good.
It's your point.
The moon is bad. No. If we will compare, you will see that Israel is the moral army, much moral army than any other on the planet. Because if you can't do it, okay.
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Armies are not moral. That's not what we do here. We don't do this. Sorry. If you describe an army as moral,
if army do some action that never army in the history done.
I'm sorry, but this is so delusional.
This is not knowledge, but hold on. No army in history provided humanitarian aid to the conflict to decide with whom it have a conflict, okay?
We understand which school of thought you're in. You think it's the most moral army. I don't want to debate this on because it's not. You're not reasonable.
There is no speech. You try to shove it.
Because we already heard you. Made your points already. Israel's the most moral army in the world. We heard you. And I told you how I feel about that.
I just want to clarify why you bring the Benny Morris in this conversation when we're talking about armies, okay? Because Benny Morris is only about 48. Why you bring his in this conversation?
Because we were told a story of the founding of Israel, which was only half the story. And we were also told the story of each of these wars, how the Jews were victorious, and we were only told one side of the story of each of these conflicts. And then over time, you develop a more nuanced picture. You also meet Palestinians. You find out they're not this caricature of a kid with a Hamas headband and a grenade in their hand. You find out that people are actually people, and your position shifts and you become nuanced. I want to know in shape. I'm sorry, but we heard your already.
Okay, all right. So, this is going to be a little.
Do you recognize that?
No, I said no. Wait your turn, Sergio.
Sergio, time's up, bro.
No.
Your time is up. On the mod.
Time's up.
Time's up.
You'll have another chance after.
Time's up.
We're shifting. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Shane.
Okay, this will be a quick but a little repetitive. So I'd like to read a few quotes from the senior members of the government for, quote, the most moral army in the world. Okay. All the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world. That's the Minister of Energy. They're all terrorists.
Yeah, you're talking about the IDF now.
If you ask me on a personal level, I flattened Gaza. So that's not.
So we're just listing officials.
It is
Wait, Shane, please frame your.
How is it connected to the discussion that we're having about the IDF?
We're talking about the members of government of the nation that has.
No, you're talking about it.
I'm just talking about
Your perspective is not about the topic. The topic was about the army.
I'm almost done. Relax, man.
Right.
There's a better side of the case.
Let's talk to him after he frames the conversation. Go.
Okay, here we go. So here's the last one. This one's particularly problematic. Another Knesset member said, and the children in Gaza have brought this upon themselves. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Take it out. Daniel, you want to go?
Amazing out of context. IDF being not the most moral army in the world, for example, which has nothing to do with anything you just said.
And there's Knesset members that are really extreme. We all acknowledge that, but that doesn't necessarily inform the IDF's policy, which is the argument they always make.
The broader claim is that you drop leaflets on people and it gives you the okay to flatten them and to murder them. When the government is clearly
Flattening and murdering. This unit is making the connection with a statement of emancipation that you, by the way, misinterpret is morally banked to the fact of the IDF from the president to the national the IDF. No, it's what you're saying. You should be ashamed when you're missing it. No, it's like you're missing it. Even if they would tell us, go and kill all civilians, the army will not do it because the army has a moral code. And this is why when you're jumping between the discussion about the IDF, talking about the parliament, you don't know what you're talking about. That's it.
I know exactly.
That's what I know exactly. If you want to see the conversation, fine. Tell me exactly the conversation. About the IDF.
Blowing up mosques?
Talking nonsense.
Would you prefer that? Videos of IDF soldiers blowing up mosques, burying ambulances, killing medics, celebrating their wedding with the dead.
Supporting
Time out. Bima,
let's talk about the first one.
raise some fucking energy in this. Bima, speak.
All right.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, Daniel, I just wanted to ask you, what was the function of dropping the leaflets to begin with? Just a quick sentence, just a quick response. The point to drop the leaflets is to what? What was the purpose?
You ask me to evacuate the civilians to safety because in Gaza they don't have like Hamas bases.
No, I don't need a long explanation. Just the purpose. I got it, Daniel. Right. So that's the purpose. So it's to get them to evacuate them. So would you agree that to evacuate them to get them to safety, is to say, okay, look, if you don't move, now this can function as a mechanism, literally stripping the protection for everybody who remained. Because if you're going to stay, now you're a target. Now you will be bombed, and that's it.
No, it's your interpretation.
Well, no, I asked
it out the precautions.
Hold on. You just said that it's to get them to safe places. Meaning,
no, I said to get them out of harm.
Right?
They're going to be in operation.
They didn't drop leaflets, right, for a long period to say, hey, look, there's going to be this. It was like 24 hours before they did an intentional, right? You do an intentional, mission.
Yeah.
And the point is because there's going to be a mission there, there's going to be something that's going to happen there. Okay. So can you agree that the point is to say, hey, look, there's going to be a lot of crap going down here. And what's the point of dropping the leaflets?
What do you mean? Those people will not be there.
Okay, but Daniel, for a little bit, Daniel, you acknowledge that not everyone left. Like at least at the beginning of the bombardment, the first 30 days, they tried to evacuate the northern Gaza.
Right.
So they even
bombed tent encampments. What are you talking about? They bombed markets.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, what is this?
Yes, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that.
No, we're talking about the leaflets. They're dropping the leaflets.
Yeah, but that's how it's work, right?
You know how those leaflets work? Those leaflets divide
Gaza according to geographical patterns that were established during the Ottoman Empire. If you ask the Palestinian, what is plot number 143, he has no idea. Many times they go to but many times people don't always view the leaflets, and even if they tell them area 143, they have no idea what that is. That doesn't change the fact that even if they tell them to evacuate, they don't always let you know what is a safe route. And since they define certain areas, no, they don't. Yes, I have. And a lot of the times they will change, and we have testimonies for that. And the safe passage suddenly shifts, and all of a sudden you find yourself walking inside
also Hamas sees them, okay? And Hamas is an incentive to prevent the civilians to escape.
Even so, can I finish for a second? Yes. We have multiple testimonies from IDF soldiers about something called the kill zone, which is an imaginary line that if somehow you happen to end up in that line, you are as good as dead. And we have testimonies from drone operators, artillery battalions, regular foot soldiers, many testimonies of how they personally saw either being innocent civilians being murdered just for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, or themselves did it. We have a very famous testimony about the leaflets are, it doesn't matter which shit, because they found the humanitarian.
Putting everything together.
The Kitover protocol is using
Yes, okay.
I'm writing the wrong topic.
Yes, we're not talking. You're throwing everything you know.
Can I organize the conversation a little bit? We talked about the leaflets in particular, and you pointed out, the point is to evacuate the civilians. We all acknowledge that sometimes the civilians don't leave and then they die, right? And
No, you just didn't finish it.
You said it's Hamas's fault, right? It's Hamas's fault.
When you have a military operation,
It's still a
military operation, you want to have as little civilians as possible, okay, in order to mitigate the risk of civilian casualties. So you do this with leaflets, It doesn't mean that after 24 hours you start just carpet bombing the place, okay? It's not how it happens. You try the best as you can to move everybody out. You know that not everybody is leaving.
You're talking shape and then cameras.
The IDF does want as little things as possible, as little food, water, and electricity as possible. Dropping paper on them and then flattening their homes and starving them to death is not moral. Okay, the IDF is the most morally bankrupt army in the world.
Daniel, we're going in order. First Ambrose, then Shine, and Daniel. Go on.
When it comes to the leaflets, I would like to emphasize this again. The division of the geographical division that appears on those leaflets belong in the Ottoman Empire times. Most people don't know what that means. That's number one. Number two, many times those leaflets, just like it was done a few days ago in Zaytun, an hour before they bomb. So we have an entire high-rise building that suddenly gets a leaflet, and they have 1 hour to evacuate before the whole thing collapses on them. What if there is an old lady in a wheelchair there? What if there's a mother with 2 toddlers or 2 twins? This is not about keeping the population safe. Not only do those leaflets are just a cover-up for something, they don't tell you what is the safe way to get to a safe zone. And then
I already discussed a stupid idea that he put a trap for to discuss the fucking leaflet. Who gives a fuck about the fucking leaflets? Why do we discuss this shit? Why to fuck the fucking building in the first place? Why to fucking kill 400 people just to get one piece of shit? Why are we talking about appeasement? Like all these fucking Zionists always throw this kind of a trap here and there, and then some people can't go into this trap. No, it's not about fucking leaflets. Actually, Israel can't call anyone because they have the phone numbers of everyone in that fucking building. They used to call it, but they don't. Since October 7th, they didn't call anyone. They just kill you. And actually, they try to make sure to maximize the harm. So the they wait for you to go home. That's the whole fucking software. The Israelis even reported about it, no? Daddy's home. They will shut the fuck up, let me finish. So when they get this guy's back. This guy's such a fucking idiot. Okay, the idiot is talking, so you shut the fuck up. It looks like you were talking. When Daddy gets home, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, just lie, this guy. I don't know
when Daddy gets home, when the Israelis
no phone calls and SMSs, he's up.
Daddy's home, that's the fucking software that the Israelis even reported it on. Can someone deny it? No, it came from Israeli sources anyway. The software wait for some piece of shit scumbags, Hamas terrorists to come home, yeah? Okay, so he comes home. Why couldn't you kill him before he gets home? Because you want to maximize it. Israel is not about killing Hamas, it's just they want to maximize it, they want to kill the Gazans. Stop with the fucking leaflets, who gives a fuck about it?
You know, there's also one more thing I wanted to say. There was an operation, or more like the assassination that happened about a year ago, where a very guided, specific missile was launched into an apartment that had a mother, a grandmother, and two one-week-old twins. When Israel wants to commit and direct assassination, it's more than capable to do so, right? Even if it's just a mother who's a doctor who is posting on Facebook, but Israel assassinated the grandma and the two one-week-old twins because she was posting on Facebook. So it can do surgical attacks, but it chooses not to. And it also goes to the fact that the open fire protocols were
daughter because they were posting on Facebook? Yes, actually, just like hold on. I was confirmed. Amazing. Shut the fuck up, though. In the early days, when God speaks, you shut the fuck up. You're not God. You're a chump. You bitch. You're fucking God. Shut the fuck up. When I fucking speak, you shut the fuck up. In the early days, they tried to evacuate the shut the fuck up. In the early days, when they tried to evacuate Japan, okay? If you guys remember the early days, just
to wake up and like, you know.
Maybe you don't understand English, so I'm gonna say it in Hebrew.
Okay. Any language. Is your compatriot. He's an Israeli just like you.
He's not like fucking patriot. He's a
shut the fuck up, let me finish. In the early days, mute yourself, let me finish. Listen, you interrupt.
You would like to take the stage for your sake. Let him talk.
Let me finish. The early days, when they were trying to evacuate Japan, I do remember these days, and they cut the food and the water back then. And still can remember some of my friends who posted on Facebook that we don't want to leave. Everyone who posted on Facebook was killed. My friends posted on fucking Facebook they would get, and then we had to tell all of our friends to stop posting on fucking Facebook because Israel is using that to kind of find these people who kind of push a message not to leave their town, not their buildings, their town. I'm speaking about the whole town, not the house.
Why are you terrified of Jews?
What? Why are you terrified of Israelis? I'm not fucking terrified by Jews. You actually. Why are you terrified of Israelis? I'm not fucking terrified. Also, why are you calling them terrorist monsters? Why are you terrified of Israelis? You guys are cowards.
I'm sorry, Bibi, I'm gonna have to move you down if you interrupt again.
Oh, don't worry, Buttercup. You got major legal problems. You should check your back channels right now. You should see the shit. You know what Rachel's been doing? Pretending to be Rachel Handler. But no, when actually Rachel Handler's on the app. Okay, are you fucking done? Trying to threaten her?
Yeah, that was a threat. Go, Benny.
No, seriously, I'm not fucking terrified. I'm telling you, actually, the most dangerous one to Jewish people are Jewish people. Palestinians are not fucking dangerous to you.
100%.
Don't tell me that Palestinian can be. No, we're not. We don't fucking hate you because you're Jewish. No. We hate you because you're fucking Zionist. The minute you fucking leave us alone, we have no fucking problem with that. So shut the fuck up with this kind of rhetoric. Like, we're getting sick of. Actually, it's
it's not us. I'm so kind of annoyed that we're still talking about it. You guys have no stage. No one want to talk to you everywhere. Like literally, if you look at the stages that you used to get on October 7th, after that, you lost it. Your Hasbara page, repetitive. Anyone can fucking memorize it. Like you can go and debunk everyone in every fucking. We don't need to go to 1948. They killed my no. I can look in the last week what happened, and I can pull 10 fucking events that shows you're fucking monsters. I don't need to go to history. It's 4K live recording TikTok. So fucking disgusting. Give up with crying. Keep crying. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Do you know that just today there was a video that came out of a 14-year-old that was shot by IDF in the West Bank, and for 45 minutes the soldier stood above his bleeding body while his mother was screaming in the background to let him be saved by rescue.
Did anyone saw this video? Yes. Did any of these fuckers saw the video today of the 14-year-old bleeding to death? No.
Listen,
Yeah, it was a threat.
listen to his mother in the background.
Let's talk about the leaflets.
Yeah, let's talk about Nabi Salah, where a bunch of soldiers took a 17-year-old and beat him up just for fun, or today in Hebron, where they beat a teenager on bikes just for fun. And these are just from the last 3 days, right?
Oh, Benny and Ambrose.
So the Palestinians one.
Benny and Olin.
What did you say? That is what they want?
Yeah, this is what Hamas wants. And they're
They're the Hamas ones.
They said Hamas. Hold on. Sorry. It's a great. Okay, let's use this fucking logic. Let's see how dumb fucking piece of shit this. So, I take someone as a hostage. Right, Hamas takes someone as a hostage. Then you call the fucking police. The police comes the hostage and the Hamas. This is your fucking logic. This is how you see the. We live in a fucking land that this logic is being used by someone who can operate a phone.
No, this is what happens in war, right? So
listen, yeah, sure. You killed the hostage.
In every
You killed the hostage, and you killed the one who took it. Right.
everywhere there are casualties.
Can you refresh? Okay, I will discuss with you.
In every war there
Yes, exactly. Can you refresh your Hasbara page because these?
in every war there's ever been, there's been casualties.
Oh, okay. Can I use this for logic here? Don't worry. Just a second, guys. Just a second. Can we say the same about October 7th?
What about it?
All these kids, the Bebas, all of them casualties, right?
Yeah.
But they say that. Yeah, they were casualties.
What?
Just a second.
What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah,
It's fucked up.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I told you, the most dangerous thing to a Jewish is a Jewish.
Did you just say that the children from October 7th are casualties?
Why is it fucked up?
Because you're fucked up when you say the people's family. Just a second. I'll see how we try to explain to a Jew why a Jew life matters. Because when a Jewish kid gets killed, right, and something he's not related to, someone took him as a hostage, right, or whatever they did to him, still fucking horrible. You cannot call it a casualty. The people's families were not just casualties. That was a fucking crime. See?
Yes, it was a crime, but it was.
So shut the fuck up when someone speaks about the Palestinians and don't call it the casualties. It's a fucking crime.
Yeah.
Yes, this is what Hamas wants, right? Hamas wants every single year. Hamas is good for you.
I'm sorry, but like I'm gonna say the same thing I said to Sergio. Like these talking points are we're past it, okay? Anyone who's in this room can think a little bit critically and challenge some of this. Yeah,
Do you understand, Chad, that a Palestinian
No, you
had to
don't
explain to
understand
you
what is happening.
why the children of October 7th are not acceptable casualties? They're innocent, just like 22,000 other children and over 700 children in the West Bank in the past 5 years. They're fucking children. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, Shai, I'm gonna see the same thing I said to Sergio that we're not. Okay, Carter, you have background noise.
Sorry.
Okay, Shai, I'm gonna say something I said to Sergio. Like, anyone in this room can think critically about the sort of the Zionist talking points Americans are leaned on, and if you're gonna stop them, we have to move you down because this is a room about thinking critically and engaging with the conversation.
No, Buttercup, I want you to think critically and engage with the conversation.
No, if it's a talking point that you and I were raised with to be reflexively defensive of every atrocity, then I'm going to move you down because we all know what those are. They're boring. They put me to sleep, and that's not what this room is about. It's about.
We could replace you with a ChatGPT man to review the Hasbara point every 5 minutes, right? It will be more intelligent.
One more Hasbara talking point. You're going down, Shai.
Everything to you is a Hasbara talking point.
No, you know exactly what the narrative is. We all grew up with it. We all heard the same fucking.
You have a fucking ministry called Transparent, so.
Can I ask Bonnie? Bonnie, can I ask you a question? Is it Bonnie? Benny? I'm sorry.
Benny.
Benny. Benny, can I ask you a question? Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Are you Israeli?
I'm Palestinian. I am a Palestinian for Twitter, which means I hold an Israeli passport.
Okay. So, because I don't want to, I understand if we want to move away from the leaflet talking point, but I'm still frustrated by it, and I think that it is a good point to sometimes talk about, only because I feel that a lot of the things that I've read, I feel that it's like one of those mechanisms where people use it, where it's used to say, hey, look, we're doing good, to then justify what is actually happening in the back end, because you saw afterwards, the Ministry of Defense and of Israel and everything, like they referred to everybody who stayed behind, who didn't move after the leaflets were dropped, as human shield or accomplices.
You want to?
And so you were able to justify that entire population to
let's assume that it is their intention. Let's assume that the drawing leaflet, it's the intention of informing someone that he needs to leave the house. I want to remind you of something. Do you remember the airdrops?
The airdrops, the leaflet airdrops from the plane?
No, the airdrops, the 8.
Oh, the airdrops, yeah.
You remember, like, when they drop these big, large boxes, and they miss the target and they fall in the sea?
Or they end up killing people.
Or they end up, they just fall, they drop it from one region, and they fall inside of Israel. Or they drop it. Now, I want you to imagine, can you drop a leaf from a jet and think it's going to arrive to the right place? Stupidity. The whole idea is they just
but you
want to sell the image.
Hold on, but you need to understand this is part of the entire doctrine of whitewashing the occupation. It's the same thing as saying we have a Supreme Court judge who's an Arab, right? There are 20% Muslims in Israel, which is not accurate, so 20% Palestinians, but this is how they whitewashed the occupation and the crimes for decades, because they walked this line, but
if you want to
the past 2 years, the masks have fallen.
Yeah, but if you want to look at the logic, every time Israelis talk about A, know that you should not talk about A. And this is what a lot of people fall. This is A, B, C, and diaspora. The first thing, they drop something for you so you can start talking about it. And then you spend an hour discussing it. But technically, they got distracted and fall into a trap. It's like, why are we even talking about this part? Talking about this part is that does not really make sense. Why are you bombing? So you stop talking about why are we bombing that building, and now we're talking about what? We're talking about, but we informed him, but he did not fucking leave.
So I don't want you to start. Yeah.
The leaflets are the lawyer's fine print. It's to cover their ass. It's to absolve them of any crime. Okay. This is the purpose of the leaflets. It's irrelevant to the topic.
I'm gonna give you an example.
Like
hundreds of thousands, if not billions.
Buttercup, that was my entire point. I just wanted, that was my entire point, because I think a lot of times when we're in these discussions and people do bring up the leaflets to just sort of say like, oh look, this is the good thing we're doing. I think it's interesting that we're not even, a lot of the times, like, here we are, but in this discussion, but a lot of times we don't say, wait, hold up, let's actually talk about what really happened with the leaflets, and sort of like explain what you just said. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck the leaflets.
Like the true intention.
So you just gonna spread your propaganda from no one that ever been to Gaza or the idea. Got it. So we talked about
No, we always need to talk about not the perspective of the IDF. This is ABC. This is what we should do. We never should talk about things from the perspective of the IDF. The IDF is the criminal. Now, you don't bring a criminal to train. Can you map and tell me this? But you don't. Hamas is a criminal. Yeah, sure. Hamas are a criminal. Do you know why? Because they are collaborators for me. With the Israelis. For me, I don't fucking.
What did you say? So basically,
I'm asking you, how many of us
you don't read the Hamas are like a violent, terror, brutal, jihadist terror group. And we also know that this jihadi terror, extreme radical group has been the government of Gaza for the last 20 years.
No.
Now, you don't need to be a genius to
1 together to understand that it has an impact. It's not like a football ball.
Comedian John Kitover is bringing punchlines and parodies together in a show that's filling fellowship halls across the region. Caught up with him earlier today. I tell folks this is the only comedy show where you get a bulletin on a page. Comedian John
is how election happens.
And West Bank.
This is how
I just want to understand.
Hold on. Yeah, this is how election happens. You don't do half election. You don't do quarters election. You don't do.
Well, you don't have to do the governments right now.
No. People need to understand this, Maya, just a second. Israeli police in Jerusalem prevented letting election happening in East Jerusalem, which means you cannot have election if you have party election. Like, I don't need to explain election.
At least you have a reason why people do not get to be represented. The people in Gaza, because in East Jerusalem this happened. So the people in Gaza should be under terror regime for almost 2 decades. God, at least you have someone to blame. But who's blaming Israel?
Yes, Israel is the reason.
Born under Hamas rule.
Israel.
You know why? As long as you have someone to blame.
No. There is a collection. When someone gets sick, the problem that you have, when someone gets sick, Shai, I'm having a conversation with someone more intelligent than you. Shai, wait your turn.
Sorry.
So when there is a cancer, you might have symptoms. Hamas is a symptom to the cancer. The cancer is Israel. So when you want to kind of treat the symptom, okay, you can treat Hamas. Like, we can treat what Hamas did and all this kind of shit, but we should never forget who's the cancer, because the cancer causes more symptoms. Like now, Israel is
from you guys.
Israel is
the situation that you are on.
I want to
Because you see us as cancer.
So what drugs is Hamas used
I want to explain something, please, if you don't mind. In order to have an election in the PLO is funded by international communities. In order to have that funding keep flowing, they have to meet certain terms. That includes having elections that meet certain standards. Without performing elections within the West Bank, those elections are not deemed as legal in the eyes of the international community. Hence, if they have those type of elections, they will be cut off from funding. Israel intentionally prevents them from having elections in East Jerusalem in order to prevent them from having elections. As you see the evil cycle that goes on here, so they just, by the way, declared elections for the PLO.
So I understand. So those international bodies are will kind of frown upon about an election that will not include East Jerusalem, but are totally okay with giving funding for
The PLO ousted Hamas. Hamas wasn't under the umbrella of the PLO for many years.
Organization.
No, that's from Israel.
Really?
No,
yes. Hold on. Hamas get the funding from Israel.
The expenses of education and hospitalization.
You want to deny it, Maya? Just a second. Can you mute yourself? Can you deny that Netanyahu sent the head of Mossad to Qatar to request them to send money to Hamas, and when the Qataris were not sure, they had to request a written letter, and then that written letter was sent and signed by the head of Mossad.
He knows this. We've discussed it. Daniel knows this.
So who funded Hamas then? Why did Israel ask Qatar to fund Hamas?
I thought you were asking me a question. Okay, so if you look at the reason why the money from Qatar was given to Hamas.
That's not the question. I'm sorry, you were answering a question. I'm trying to answer you. That's not my question. Let me clarify the question.
You want to hear your question?
I want to clarify the question.
You want to make an allegation and accusation. And you want to hear
Why Israel?
Ask me a question.
I'm asking the question. Why Israel asked Qatar? Not why Qatar sent. Why Israel asked Qatar?
Okay, that is the problem. That Israel asked Qatar. Okay, so the reason that the money was given was for 3 reasons. One is to help with the humanitarian issue in Gaza. The second one is to pay for electricity and gas to warm and light up the street. And the third was to pay salaries of what can you do? Employees of Hamas. But employees of Hamas are, for example, doctors and teachers and people that need to be paid, but they are under Hamas because Hamas is a dual-use word. It is the government of Gaza, and it's also a terror organization. If Israel would not allow Qatar to fund Gaza, you would be on stage and say, no, we'll not allow money for gas lines, electricity, doctors, and
question.
Infrastructure.
Okay, follow-up question. Why did Israel prevent the PA?
Yeah, usually the Hamas is the government of Gaza. This is how you gotta roll around.
Why did Israel? Daniel, hold yourself. Why Israel prevented the PA?
It's your
You're emotional. Why did Israel ask the PA? Prevented the PA from saying,
grow up with you, okay?
You're losing the argument, is why you do.
I understand, but if you're not being respectful, I'm not gonna get
I'm very respectful. I'm asking you respectful. I didn't curse. See? I'm being respectful. So why did Israel prevent it and cut the PA from sending and paying the salaries to the employees in Gaza to prevent them to be under the umbrella of Hamas? Why did Israel do that? Like when they asked Qatar, they had to ask Qatar for a reason. Because they
never mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Because you got quiet, so I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to kind of like, give you something.
So give him the answer. Just
go ahead,
You already have the answer. You already have the answer.
It's
Palestinians did nothing. The Palestinians are the victims. But I'm trying to ask you.
There's no one else here. He's a coward.
I'm trying to ask you to get out of every little
You don't ask me if I don't answer.
Allegations on left and right, okay? At some point, you guys need to understand that you bring.
What allegations?
You only say.
Daniel, all you do is throw slogans. You address what was said. Buttercup, this is the exact problem. We can't keep skipping the reality just because Daniel doesn't want to accept it. No, it's not about him. It's about the fact that it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not an assumption. It's not. It's facts. We have pictures, documentations, confessions on camera, on Israeli media. This is not just some French. This is something that the majority of Israel acknowledges. It's impossible to have a conversation. To keep everything in the
There's really government engineering the situation so that's
less than facts versus opinions. I've got index cards.
To have a government. Okay, so you raise a piece of Hamas and you keep it there. What do you think is going to happen? And when you keep feeding, there's going to be enough one time. So they made sure that normal, liberal, whatever you want to call it, don't send the salaries. So that average you did not give him an ultimatum. Then, actually, because you made him dependent on Hamas, then Hamas did October 7. Then you went and killed the average Gaza.
I mean, this is, I think even the people who are more conservative in their estimates will say that the Netanyahu government was playing a very dangerous game with this buy and quiet plan, right? Even the most, mainstream centrist Israelis will admit that what Netanyahu's policy of funding Hamas through Qatar was a very dangerous game. And it did backfire on them, right? Whether they had the intention.
So this guy's like keep chewing.
He's just obnoxious, but he's just that's his personality. But
then you're rude.
But then on the more, you can go on a limb and say that it was intentional. They expected something like this to happen, and it gave them license to do what they were planning to do anyway, which is ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, right?
Right.
Thank you, Mixed. I'm glad you agree. So I want to change the topic a bit. Benny, Olive, and McRose, I've been reading with Abu Safia, this medical director, that, we didn't hear, it seemed like he was going to be released with all the Palestinian prisoners. And then in the last second, it seems they changed their minds. And then suddenly the Israeli government puts out a photo claiming it's a Hamas uniform. And with no basis.
Can I clarify that? Dr. Bassam Abu Safia was a pediatrician from northern Gaza. After the beginning of the genocide, he self-appointed chief of staff of Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. He was a hero. He refused to evacuate. Murdered his son as retaliation. They called him and told him to evacuate, and he refused. He stayed with his patients and started reporting from inside people with IVs still in them, burning to death live. Dr. Dr. Kusama Busafia was one of the many medical staff that were taken, abducted by the IDF when they took over North Gaza. He has been tortured. He has zero access almost to lawyers, not to mention medical assistance. Red Cross is completely forbidden from any type of access. It's impossible to get any type of information about him. And recently a photo came up where he was shown to be in a uniform, which claimed to be part of Hamas. Hamas doesn't use those type of uniforms. That uniform is reserved for medical staff that is part of rescue, search and rescue teams within Gaza. That has nothing to do with Hamas. That is completely, you will never find any other Hamas operative wearing anything similar. However, you will find Palestinian forces that are search and rescue that have a similar.
I thought it was like a PA something.
It's the local police military medical unit. Okay, so there's a unit, military, police, other police. Right? Like many Israeli cardiologists or ER doctors or those, all of them are also reserved in the army. Does that mean you were arrested? No, that's not. And just to remind everyone, his arrest video, which went viral, the arrest video that they took him, where he walked into a tank. He walked himself. He literally walked. That's not a terrorist behavior.
No. And they presented no evidence that he's a terrorist, but I wanted to ask this question because it reminds me a little bit of when Israel, because it came out through the official Israeli channels. They maligned him, they smeared him, they committed libel. They claimed that his uniform was Hamas. It's not. And it's eerily similar to what they did to the journalists when they posted a picture of a bunch of journalists claiming they were members of Hamas without evidence. And it's very, what do you make of the fact that the Israeli government's formal channels are putting out this libelous information about this doctor, which so far they've not presented any evidence that, are they going to kill him? Like, it's really scary because when they do it with the journalists, suddenly they all start dying.
To kill him, yeah, they will kill him. Why? This might sound ridiculous, but some people don't know that Israel killed a few Palestinian doctors who were under arrest, and they killed him. Dr. Adnan al-Darsh, genius doctor.
They refused to return his body.
Yeah, we know.
They killed him in an Israeli prison. He was in prison, a doctor. They killed him. They assassinated him, made sure that he's dead, and they won't return his body until now. And when some people who were released and they know, witnessed him like this, and they know that he had so many marks on his body from the torture. So Israel killed doctors.
Not only doctors, a lot of the bodies that were returned from Israel torture camps, and I saw the pictures myself. They're a Google Drive if anybody wants to. Were literally in execution poses. The body was in a crutching pose with hands tied behind their backs and still blindfolded, which is literally an execution pose. We have at least 101 names that we know of that were martyred in mysterious circumstances in Israel detention and torture camps. And the numbers just keep growing. Stetson Line is just the tip of the iceberg. People don't understand that.
Yeah, I think people are beginning to realize that. But I think what is strange about this is they were silent about him. It seemed like there was a last minute push to release him during the
support behind them and lead a unified Palestinian voice. Nothing terrifies them more than these types of personalities when they pop up. You can take Zachariah's baby as a good example, Deborah Gucci, of course, and and I doubt they will ever, because when if God willing he's released, he will be a hero. He will be an icon, and that's the last thing Israel will allow ever to happen. This is why the concern for him is so grave. Not to mention that I've spoken to people that have known Dr. Abu Safia since they were children. He took care of their children when they were a good.
He's a very famous doctor.
Yeah, I'm writing you as I'm muttering. That's how people write El Normo. They say it in their head, then they write it. But I don't know which phone you're on. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm looking at 20 plus phones, El Normo, and the phone screens are off, so I don't know which phone you're on. I tried to find you, but I've got too many Clown House Rooms live streaming, and I'm about to send you another audio clip.
Have a harder time to try to twist themselves into knots.
making atrocities make sense.
Like
going after journalists, going after medical professionals is never
the thing is, Buttercup, that there is a lot more hardcore, concrete proof evidence out there that even the world is not bothering to put emphasis on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Report about what happens. It's called Welcome to Hell.
And by the way, we all see it. I think more than you guys in Israel see it. Because we're bombarded with it.
A part of me hopes that the world is oblivious to that because that would give me comfort. But if they're not and they're still ignoring it, then that's even more terrifying. But this is not a speculation. This is well-known fact. Like there are court petitions, court documents, whatever you want. This is well-known fact. What happens in those places. And it's been documented from every possible angle, but for some reason people keep ignoring it. Did you know what happened today, Buttercup, in the security cabinet in Israel?
No, it happened.
They issued new orders, which effectively say that from now on, they assert or they annex to themselves security control over A territories and B territories, which means that from now on, they can literally walk into a home in the middle of Ramallah, and according to them, they will have the right to do so. So effectively, we've started to full-on annex the West Bank from the river to the sea. So the genocide is officially spreading to the West Bank. This is it.
So I have a question, more just like a pragmatic question. Like for those of us who think that the two-state solution is dead because it's like, what's going to be the state at this point? It's all eaten up. Like it seems like I understand extremists are annexing the West Bank for one reason, but if we're going to move towards one state where Palestinians in the West Bank have rights, it's a tragedy for people who still believe in two states. But if you believe in one state, then
which one is easier? Which one is easier in your hand to give the Palestinians in the West Bank more rights, or to go to two states?
I think at this point, what's left to become two states? You just give them.
Now it is one state. Right now, always Israel and Palestine was one state. But pragmatically, on the ground, we're one state. It is apartheid. Yeah, it is an apartheid. But we need to be clear. It is one state. So when people say I want one state, I would tell them, you don't know what you're asking for because technically we are going to.
I agree with you. I guess the point I'm making, I also think it's easier at this point to just.
It's game time. 20 extra crispy wings for $20 at KFC. It's really good.
Cancer Guard's free for over 50 cancers with one simple blood test. Real Cancer Guard from the makers of Cologuard.
And what is your solution?
But inside of Israel, there is an apartheid. Everything apartheid. What's the apartheid there?
How about the Jewish
Maya, Jews and Arabs are not equal. What is the problem with equality? What do you mean?
That is not serious.
It's good equality. It's good to have equality. It's healthy. Yeah, but what's my good problem? I believe everybody in Israel is able to vote and so. Oh, okay. So the equality does not stand for that. It's about your rights. What rights are missing? Are you Israeli? No, but I'm interested. Okay. What rights are missing? There's 75 laws inside of Israel that discriminate against Palestinians. I'll give you absentee law on this one. What is the absentee law?
Okay, you can Google this, Juho.
A law that does not get your land back, although you're a full citizen of Israel.
Basically says that as long as you can prevent Palestinians from breaching their land for 3 years, the state can take it away.
No land back. Okay, I don't know the details, but that is very common. Palestinians have lost land and they are.
No, it's not.
That doesn't mean that they will be apartheid.
When you have the paper and you call yourself a democratic country, that does not go as explained.
What is the paper? Who has given that?
That you own the fucking land. That is your.
Are you referring to something before 48?
Yeah, because history does not start in 48. Some people live.
Yes, but the state of Israel starts at 48.
So do you count all legal holdings, everything? Because for you guys, you can't forget years ago. So
no, that has nothing to do with that. Do you know?
There's no one to learn. For a second, if you want to learn, then you just want to argue, then I'm gonna say.
Do you know what Section 194 is? I'm so sick of repeating this.
I don't. He does not want to learn.
Yeah, we don't have to explain that every. He can Google some stuff on his own.
Okay, Google Resolution 194 from October 1948. That was, probably one of the first famous times, let's say, when defined international law, or ignored it bluntly and said fuck off. We'll do whatever the fuck we want.
So this is.
Because that land that he's talking about, the whole world had told Israel that it has to give it back, and those people have to be able to return, and they also should be compensated for everything that's lost. And that was in October 1948, right? The same body that declared Israel as a viable state also told Israel, please allow all these people to return home and give them back what is theirs and compensate them for everything that's lost. Israel said, fuck off. First time, 1948. Just went first from there.
Yeah, but it seems quite natural to me that there was a war in 48 and they were.
It's okay. I don't care what you think.
Some people left on the other side of the border.
You're not Israeli, and the cannot discuss enough with you. Okay, you're not even Israeli, so I really give. So you can Google shit now, and then you can comment to follow up question.
By the way,
I expect you to give me explanations provided.
I give you just like a man. I need to let. Listen, you ask a question about something you don't know, I explain. Then I ask you a follow-up question. Do you want? Then you say, okay, can you explain? Then. Okay, you don't answer yet. You just want to debate for the sake of debate.
You don't have to educate me. I'm okay with the fact that I don't know everything about Israel and Palestine.
Okay, so
you know how the apartheid is valid.
I just told you that you cannot get your land back. Dumb fuck. What does that mean? If you're an Arab,
that's one mean, and that doesn't tell me that there's apartheid.
That's one example. Dumb fuck.
I mean, just what about the West Bank? Okay, those are people that also live on the land and have to.
No. I don't want to listen. This is what Israel is going to do. Oh, but listen, might be an apartheid there, but inside of Israel, no.
He's not Israeli. He's just a random guy.
No, I know, but all Israel shit. Inside of Israel shit. In the West Bank is shittier. In Gaza is way shittier. No. I'm not letting. No. Inside of Israel, it's a fucking apartheid because you cannot get your land back, although you have the right. I mean, you go to court and they look at the law and they say absentee law. Oh, Arab, he cannot get his land. That's a fucking apartheid. When you cannot buy a land in a house in a specific community because there are community acceptance rules, that's a fucking apartheid. The 75 laws.
A report from the town called Divide and Conquer. That report is very good at breaking down why it's an apartheid state, but it's important to understand because just because apartheid manifests in different ways doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Because the bottom line is, everywhere between the river and the sea, Jews are privileged over everybody else, and that is the most basic, pure form of apartheid, and that is why we say it's apartheid between the river and the sea, because Jews are always privileged. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but always privileged.
Are you saying that there's apartheid against Israeli citizens or apartheid against the Palestinians in the...
There is apartheid and inequality towards anybody that is not Jewish. And it can be worse in some places, it's not as bad in other places, but Jews are always privileged over everybody else. It doesn't matter if it's Palestinian, Muslim, Christian, Samaritans, even Jews suffer from the same thing. The point is that the Jew is... in Israel proper, yeah. The Jew is the privileged one, always. You can come close, you can be a Jew serving in the army, and you can come close to the status of a Jew, but you will never be as privileged as a Jew, and that applies everywhere between the river and the sea.
River and sea is different from Israel.
Juho, how about we go around? I feel like we need to clear the air. I think everyone should say a little bit about you. I don't think I've met you, Juho. I don't know. Mr. Roger, you're from the West Bank, right? Mr. Roger?
Yes, I'm from the West Bank, but I don't live in the West Bank. I'm outside.
Are you in Iraq?
But I can tell you what's happening there.
Yeah. Tell us.
I've been in places where when you want to change, you see, I have a Jordanian nationality, so I have more privilege than the Palestinians themselves, walking among the Israeli parts. So I've seen how I can pass these called mahsoum. And there is that, it looks like the one, because I work in this industry where you put cows on a certain track and it's all full of iron so they don't get distracted. I see that place that Palestinians go through and it's really fucked up. I mean, humiliating method, making people working in these metal cages just to pass to go to work. What do you call that? It literally looks like you're changing location between a high controlled prison to a heaven, because I've seen, I passed by the Palestinian territory and went to your land. I've seen happen. I've seen the difference in the streets, the difference in the building, even in the cars. It's like going from first world country to third world country, and they claim that they are one state. Where is the one state on it? I don't believe that Jews who's also living outside claim that there is no apartheid in Israel. It's like you're closing your eyes and saying, no, son, you should go and look yourself. Just go to these places where Palestinians live and see the humiliated conditions they used to live. They are still living in it. It's funny, like, they claim like they are innocent and they are above everyone. But when you just ask them, no, you don't have our food, we are missing.
And sometimes we fuck you girls.
I won't go to that part, but you should look at the bright side. We are human just like you, but your Zionist mentality, that is a different thing than the Judaism itself, is controlling you. You are just like ISIS. You know ISIS, they are Muslim too, but they used to drag us to a war. They claimed they made a country and they used your same basic. Either you're with me or against me. And if you are against me, I will kill you. I will cut your head. They filled YouTube literally with these cutting heads videos. You are using the same method. So Zionism is just an ISIS who's controlled Judaism to fulfill their plans, and also the main reason that the Israelis now don't live in peace everywhere. By the way, there's a...
The difference from ISIS, they have one difference, like ISIS should not punish.
Look at the fun side. They were talking earlier what destroyed the Jew peace on the whole world. Look, guys, you have to look at the history, because the history itself condemns you. The fun is that you left all the trails when all these pieces that we can follow and catch you.
what you did, like the first when you start to establish the so-called Israel, you send terrorists to Egypt to make bombing, and one of you got get caught near the cinema of Egypt making bombs to provoke people to kick the Jew because you need population. We know that. It's a great strategy, but people didn't understand it that time. You made that problems. Even in Iraq, you started making these countries. Yeah, everyone knows you're the one who made nowadays, after you destroyed your good reputation. Yeah, they destroyed now their reputation and they lose, after 7 October, everyone dreams become a Jew because everything will open for you. Not like most people, you see. Jewish mother? No way. I'm talking about the people. You see, if you look at Mel Gibson, bro, he just made a movie. They buried him. That Jesus Christ movie. They are the one who control media. Have you seen Superman movie?
All right. We're going to go a lot of off topic here. Mr. Raji, I hope you understand from this room that there's many, this doesn't represent Judaism or Jews or ethnic Jews. Many of us have diversity.
I'm talking about Zionists. I'm talking, this is the so-called, because most people doesn't know Zionists. I've seen
it's a struggle though. Jews are trying to separate their identity from Zionism, but it's entangled, so we're trying to untangle it. That's why we're having this struggle.
Which is a good thing, and I represent what you are saying. But the main idea, they're the one who lose their position after 7th of October. That's what they show to know. They can fix that problem much better than making all of these massacres. But the problem is they made the massacres, and I guess now you know the full intentions. The main intention to kill these people and take them out. They won't give you a state. They won't recognize you even if you bend over.
You don't want to trust me.
No, I don't want to get back. It doesn't help. Because I was talking about the common people.
Outside of Israel and Palestine, I think Muslims and Jews and Palestinians are in a very vulnerable position because we're all sort of linked by proxy to what's happening there, and we're all really in the same boat. So the experience is a little different for those of us in the diaspora. We're forced to confront this, and it's not really a great position to be in. So this is why everyone's having sort of a collective identity crisis, even though the stakes are less high for us, but everyone's trying to figure out what it means to be a Jew, a Palestinian American.
I think you guys should double down. Not double down Zionism, double down Jewish identity. You just don't leave it for them. Don't leave it for them to claim. It's no, I am Jewish and fuck you.
Yeah.
Leaving it is no, you need to get into, even if you in front of these white nationalists, who's there to some kind of start bothering you. No, I'm Jewish, I'm proud, and fuck you, and you don't represent what God said. Just saying that being that they never represent Jewish, and they define what Jewish and it's not a piece of shit. So I think all this kind of Jewish problem.
But also, you have to understand, in Israel, Judaism is not the sacred thing. This is not the one thing they uphold, that their religion is the IDF. We can trash Judaism all day long. Most of them wouldn't give a fine fuck. But you say one wrong thing about the IDF and they all lose their shit. It was never about Judaism, ever.
The IDF represent a great symbol in their head, by the way. This is why when you say anything about it, you just touch a very delicate nerve for that.
بلجيكي صح انت بلجيكي؟
انا مش من مواليد الاردن فما عشت هاي اردني فلسطيني بس
ربنا عفاك لا
يا اسف معلش.
was an Israeli, Mr. Raji, who's a Palestinian, West Banker, Jew, is not Jewish, not an Israeli.
Faya's Palestinian too.
Faya's a Palestinian from where?
Oh, you are? I didn't know that, Faya.
No, I'm Iraqi.
Oh,
sorry. That's fine. We're all Palestinians.
No, we're not. So you're incorrect.
Oh, come on.
But you have allergies and things.
She even sounds a little bit like Nada, right? Her voice sounds a little bit like Nada's voice.
I think we're
What Caleb is busting into? Or
No, it's a Jewish Israeli. He likes color.
I don't know. He's claims Israeliness.
But there are people asking for Mike and I don't know them, so I don't want to just.
Who? Let's see. The music guy is a troll that just records rooms. I don't see anyone with a hand up.
There was some Ellie Rezavi something.
Ali Rezavi. I don't see him. You can just give him a mic. I don't care. Oh, Ali. Yeah, he's fine. You just invite people. It's up to you. I'm gonna leave soon anyway.
I don't know what the rules are in these things.
If they're shitty, I'll let you know.
Daniel, I want to know, Daniel, you were in our room today and you were listening for a long time. I'm really curious to know what you learned, what was it like for you too? Because I don't know if you ever had to experience like Israelis sitting down having a proper conversation with a Palestinian the way you observed today. I was curious to know what you thought.
I find it interesting that you basically were talking about the IDF and basically that anyone that joins the IDF is inherently a criminal. This doctor and doing like the complete opposite. And again, to be honest, like I am trying to listen and understand. And it seems like if you don't inherently come with the belief of the narrative, like you don't provide like, you know, the title was Chazon of like, I don't remember exactly what it was about, like, and I was really hoping to hear something that is not, again, accusation. They are the victim, like this, they are the bad ones, they are the good ones, and it's like no plan, no really like something that is realistic. It seems like keeping this alive is the same. The cause alive.
Remind me if I'm wrong. I was speaking the space today, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Daniel, I was in the space speaking, right?
I don't
Below is the same.
think that I heard.
Yeah, he below.
He was the same.
Did I curse in that space then?
I don't think that I heard
You
it.
did. He was there. You just don't
I
recognize
was
him.
the one.
Thank you so much for being
Was the one.
I
was the one who was making that point that everyone was joining the army. It was me.
Yeah, but you maybe it was like people built upon it. It wasn't like rejected. It was adopted. They were adding to it.
It also was Olive was the only Palestinian there.
I was the only
Let me
person.
There was another girl, an Arab girl. I don't remember.
Okay, guys, I just want to tell the room because they don't know what you're talking about. I've been following Benny Olive and Emrose for a while because I was looking for Israelis that have lefty views because I was pretty depressed with some of the discourse. And so I've been following for a while. They have these spaces online of just like progressive lefty Israelis who, acknowledge a genocide and all this stuff. And lately, Daniel's been joining their rooms, their spaces on Twitter. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's a list.
But one thing, notice Daniel, I don't curse when the one speaking for
No, you did curse.
No, I didn't curse. Did I curse there? What did I say?
And not at them, at us again, even without us being there.
Yeah.
At PX, I don't remember exactly what the words
Endel
exactly
pissed
that
you
we were
off
talking
at some
about.
point. I think he said maybe something
No,
about
the
it.
guy that I was I was speaking to, he was I didn't curse at him because
Listen, almost kind of like new voices to me, so it's really hard to kind of
so
names to.
yeah, so he was speaking to me with respect, meaning he did not.
And he wasn't an anti-Zionist, by the way.
He was not. He was a Zionist, but like.
No, I think it was about you talking about either Zionists or soldiers.
But do you remember how that conversation started?
No.
No?
No.
Would you like to be reminded?
Yeah, why don't you recap the conversation for those of us who weren't there or don't understand Hebrew enough to understand fully?
But basically, the idea was, but the idea inherently is bad and commits crime. So like you need to accept this narrative to follow the law.
Yes.
And then basically you build up to that anyone that joins this is a criminal.
The conversation started with one of the people, the Israelis on spaces, who was like a lefty Zionist. And he has a question Israeli space on this platform. And I wanted you to be exposed a little bit more to the internal dialogue that I think you're missing out on. And I think kind of makes it like within this short-term part movement is actually take your detached from Israeli society. Even if it's not your jam, you should still be exposed to
watching TV for being alone, I wanted to challenge myself because I don't want to live about it. Like to say, okay, safely, we can say something convince you, I'm not agree. And I wasn't convinced, you know, I mean, not at all. And I have to admit that in your spaces, also, if you're not already out of the here, and you don't accept inherently, like, the narrative, like, I was really, also, I was listening to myself, you know what? What's the phrase from the Colombian organization, the American Judge, you know, like this 1 hour talk, and I was listening to it. Like, again, trying to, like, both are very good speakers, both of them are Jewish organizations that are very anti-Zionist. But it was just like, you know, even we were talking about growing up in a apartment. I was looking to hear, like, okay, example, like something, but it was nothing. It was just like all those blank statements that I honestly, I wanted to challenge myself, but there was nothing there. If you don't believe the narrative, there's nothing there.
You were hung up on the terminology. You were triggered by the terminology.
Like, it's just throwing things in the air, ethnic cleansing, the government, and discrimination. And also, at the end of the day, this is a very complex situation. And to assume that Israel works in a vacuum, that they can do whatever they want, it's not realistic. We have the other side, that there are also our actors here. We have the international community. Always like focusing only on what Israel like, doing zero talk about what is happening in this situation also, which is not just on Israel's side.
You mentioned the international community, but you expressed to me before multiple times that you don't give a fuck about international law. So you acknowledge the fact
This is what we bring. I'm not convinced it's not an opinion about no specific international law. In general, if you cannot enforce a law, it's not really a law. It's an agreement, it's a treaty. Not all countries go to all laws. So and not any UN resolution is a UN, is an international law. I'm just being accurate. It's not really giving an opinion.
Daniel, could it be that you just don't have all the information and, I'm sorry, the intelligence to discuss or go into this conversation? You feel that?
Maybe I'm not intelligent and I don't know enough about the topic. Yeah, maybe.
So some people think they like physics.
Or maybe really, like even now, your comeback is an insult. It's not like when you try to convince me. Because if I don't believe the narrative, then there is nothing to be based on. Like you either with us or like fuck you, like you know, that's not the same.
No, you can tell me fuck you, I won't get insulted, I don't care. So I think like you like physics, right? I think you assume.
No, I didn't say fuck you. I said that you basically the message I'm getting from you guys that either you accept our narrative to me or fuck you to me, not to you.
Okay, you like physics. Do you enjoy physics? I'm asking you. Daniel, do you like physics?
No, make a statement.
Daniel, I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm trying to
It's a rhetorical question. Just make the point. Not really. I'm not great at physics.
So, like, sometimes some people think they do, and then they come into a discussion, and you get into a group. But typically, that group is a little bit advanced. They're kind of discussing quantum and general relativity and practical physics. and getting into atomic and molecular, all these kind of things. And you think, oh, like, no, I don't think they understand that they don't. Like, you're not at the same level.
Let's not patronize them. Come on. Like, we're trying to. Here's what.
No.
What I find interesting about these things.
When I ask you a simple question, like sometimes you can ask a person, you can go, I don't think none of the spaces that I did after October 7, you're going to find me curse or say shit.
the first year. Because we thought some people don't understand, they came to build bridges and they came to kind of maintain the narrative, not to let the pro-Palestinians that are not Palestinians and they're just Hamas fans hijack my narrative and kind of stick there. But at some stage I reached to kind of understanding the person in front of me is not trying to learn, he's just trying kind of to look good for someone who's listening down there who does not really matter, and the person that I'm debating with is also does not really matter. So all three of you can go fuck yourself and burn in hell. I don't give a fuck because there as a kid is burning alive right now. So when I'm trying to talk to you and I see that you don't have the basics information, I will patronize you. Yeah, I will, because you don't have that. So when you have that, you get my respect to come on a space like that space that happened today, and I was discussing with that Zionist Israeli with full respect. I disagree literally on everything he said, but we discussed it because he knows shit. I know my shit. But Daniel, you're not at that level. So don't feel that I'm trying to insult you. I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you, you don't know.
I think it's also different.
And I mean it.
So, Daniel, in this space, before you, Memrose and Benny.
Well, the next Thursday, we listen up for 5 minutes of FaceTime, basically nothing. No, I'm trying to tell my facts. No, this is like you're trying to convince me that you're not on your side.
Daniel,
I know more than you. And you don't insult me. I have my experience is first-hand experience. You know?
Yes, but it seems like
including anybody that I know, including people that I know right now in the IDF, because I don't get my point like you in Al Jazeera. And listen, I literally now listen to you 5 minutes to speak about absolutely nothing. And that was basically my claim. If I don't believe your narrative, then fuck me, and this is exactly what you did. You have nothing to say, so for 5 minutes you were thinking about something, saying I don't know the facts, but basically saying nothing.
Listen, let me give you both a compliment.
Challenge me or just insult?
No, I'm trying to tell you, you don't have any fucking level of facts yet to kind of get a spot on this fucking panel to debate with me yet.
Listen, okay.
Can I ask you a few questions? No, does it sound cocky? Fuck yeah, you know why? Because with these fucking Israelis, I learned a lot of them, they don't want to do any fucking effort to learn, yet they want to fucking argue. And if you want to argue, they're gonna fucking burn you. Because I asked you a few questions on this space, you did not know how to answer them, and you only did victim and crying. Exactly. In the other space, I was debating with an Israeli, and that Israeli had a lot of information, and we had a very respectful, productive conversation.
Okay, to be honest, I was surprised Daniel showed up at all. Usually Daniel's on the defensive. He's like on a Hasbara mission, and he's very worried about how these arguments reflect on Israel and the state. But when he talks to you and Emrose, I see a different type of Daniel who's actually, it lands different when it comes from you guys. And so I think honestly, like Daniel, the fact that he spent multiple days sitting in those rooms of Israelis, of the internal conversation among Israelis, where you don't have to worry about public opinion and the international community. I thought it was very revealing and beautiful, and I hope that you guys get to have more dialogues. Because usually when I talk to Daniel, he's like a bulldog. He feels like Israel's life depends on whether or not he depends.
He gets a cookie. Okay, he gets a cookie for sitting.
Yeah, scripting, good point. I'm sorry. And Benny, all of his credit, argued with the Zionists for several hours today in spaces, and he didn't curse at him, so he also gets a picture.
Thank you.
Benny Olive. If I may put something in here. A big issue with a lot of the people, especially like the Israeli Zionist side, they don't even want to debate at all. Much less this issue. It's always, they're always going to resort to, or almost always going to resort to fallacious reasoning.
Who are you, Mandalore? I don't know you. Where you're from? What's your background?
I'm not.
Give me anything.
I'm from the pro-Palestinian side.
Okay, are you Palestinian or American? What's your...
No, I just said I'm not Palestinian.
Okay.
And Arab blend. Yeah.
Okay. So that was your statement that Zionists don't know how to argue?
No, I can. Well, at least a lot of the Israeli ones.
just from a point of moral logic.
Based on what? Based on people you met on Clubhouse?
Just observations for the past almost 10 years now of just listening to these discussions.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, a lot of people from the pro-Palestinian side as well, they don't, not always, but they're not also the best at really.
They're not informed. People are not informed. Yeah.
Or people sometimes repeat what they hear on TV because they want to sound smart about it. They don't understand. Yeah, but even from like a debate standpoint, because I really even myself seem like something. But yeah, I'm just saying this is somebody who used to be like formally trained on how to actually debate, essentially. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks for sharing.
But it's just something else that I wanted to mention is that it's honestly oftentimes I notice there seems to be a lot of intellectual dishonesty. Even when they try to, and this is a critique to the design side, when it goes into the aspect of antiquity, because most of them know nothing about the antiquity side of the debate either.
Okay.
They try to make the claim that.
I think you made your point. You made your point. I think. Do you want to add to the discussion? And I feel like I get it.
At this point, it would just be if they're not capable of being intellectually being intellectually honest, then I don't see any point in like literally endorsing them or holding them.
There's no point in
even hosting them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
So our point was there are some Zionists that are able to engage intellectually and some are not. Some of them have trouble. There's cognitive dissonance. All right, Ali, did you want to say something? You came up, and Edward. Edward's another Palestinian American from Bethlehem.
Edward's here. Hey, Edward.
Yes.
Hey,
I could call it your hometown, but I've been to Edward's birth town.
yeah, that's true. I was actually here, listening for a while. I just came back, and I did want to just mention that debates are great, however, what is lacking, I think, on both sides is debates regarding solutions. And not just solutions, but a way to get to a solution, implementation, those types of ideas. Because, we can go around in circles regarding who's right and who's wrong. But at the end of the day, this is more of a form of, I want to say resistance on both sides. And there has to be a time when, a day that comes after resistance. What happens the day after? Do we go back to the same thing that we were doing before, or are lessons learned and we take those lessons and build something?
So one, you can get off. What's your solution?
Constitutional convention.
You can go second. Edward, what's your solution? Go.
My solution is that there has to be a plan for Palestinians to be able to realize independence. So there has to be a plan going forward, and a plan that's accepted by all sides, including the UN and the international community, and it has to be a plan that's adhered to with mechanisms for addressing grievances. But there has to be.
Are you talking about post-war plan or like final state,
one
versus two state?
Well, okay, one state versus two states is the final outcome.
Right.
But before we even get to that final outcome, there has to be a roadmap.
What about a dystopian surveillance city for workers, for low-wage workers? What do you think of that? Is that a good plan?
Hold on. What about
Kushner's like dystopian surveillance?
how do we?
Oh, come on. That city looks fun.
Hold on. Can we take this back down to reality for a second?
Yeah.
Look, Gaza is still mid-genocide. And today we have been informed that there is official annexation starting of the West Bank. We have seen efforts of ethical cleansing ramping up all over the place, whether it's the Jordan Valley or the Negev or East Jerusalem. You're talking about something that is so far from being even feasible right now. This is about stopping something. There's no solution right now. We need to stop this. And the only way, or the most efficient way to stop this, is to fucking sanction Israel and stop arming it. Right now, the only thing that can stop the creeping genocide, which is expanding everywhere between the river and the sea, is for the entire fucking international community to stand up and say no, and sanction Israel and stop giving it arms. This should be an objective. Nothing more, nothing less. This is the best we can hope for right now. Because unless we do that, this is just going to get worse. And we need to get back down to reality. This is where we're at.
Is that reality people who make plans with the word only?
I haven't heard from Ali yet.
Yeah, let me just speak quick. Thank you, and I have to leave in about 2 minutes. So I am going to back to Daniel's concern and assertion that if an assumption is being made that every single IDF soldier is a criminal, it's not a good assumption. I think that has to be talked about, and that's what I hear every time from those who are against Israel, that every IDF soldier is a criminal. I don't think that is the case. Number two, I want to ask you, Lester, he was telling us that when the Palestinian workers they go to Israel to work, they are being treated as camels and walking through a defined area of gated. And so it's very careful in kind of making sure that these people get through and are getting. So my question to him, unfortunately, I have to work. Why do you think this is the case? This is going to have something to do with the suicide bombing?
No. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Sure. That's a very different question.
Let him finish.
Let me finish. Do you think this may have something to do with the suicide bombings that happened decades ago? I mean,
Alright, good. So now let's talk about
If someone needs to go, why does he ask a question then?
it's called a drive-by.
Yeah. Can I answer Rose real quick?
Yeah.
Rose, when I say solution, I'm talking about moving from a state of chaos, a state of destruction, to an organized path forward. Moving from, what we have today to sanctioning Israel, I think is not realistic. I'm not saying we shouldn't, this path shouldn't be taken. What I'm saying is...
The question is, what is your objective, Edward? And I think that right now the objective needs to be stop the monster. Nothing more, nothing less. This is the only thing that we need to be focusing on right now. And I think that the demands for sanction, and this is, by the way, where I see Jewish diaspora is extremely important. Because I believe that if more Jewish diasporas will speak up against Israel, against the genocide, against Zionism, that will give more public elected officials the courage to do the same, to reject AIPAC, to put sanctions. This is where their job, I think, is extremely critical. Even Palestinians in diaspora, couple together, do it together, be a force. But if there's something that the diaspora can totally focus on, is that to get more and more people to demand their public electives to no military intervention. Right? It's never going to happen. But sanctions can happen, and it doesn't ever even have to be all the way. Like, let's start with not arming them, right? But give your elected officials the courage to do that. That's on you, not on us. Trust me, we're fighting from the inside, but you can do that.
So the way America works is one, we no matter what we do with lobbying, there's no way that we can lobby for sanctions. It just will not happen. The way American Congress works and the way it responds is through oversight. through accountability. So making Israel,
It also doesn't make sense to sanction Israel when they're using our weapons.
right, and that's the thing that the military companies themselves have a lot of power. And so why go against them? Hold on, let me land. What I'm saying is though, before sanctioning before you could have this conversation, you first have to identify accountability. And that's where the diaspora can come in and do a lot of damage to how Israel currently handles Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza by allowing Congress to set up mechanisms for accountability, because we as Americans give money to the Palestinians. Okay, I understand we give money to Israel, but we give money to the Palestinians. Hold on. We give money to the Palestinians. We also need to be accountable. We need to hold the politicians, the Foreign Relations Committee, I think on the Congress side, in appropriations, I think on the Senate side, both the same committees that are responsible for foreign relations, things like this. For example, USAID gives money to Palestinians. Okay, does that money go to the objectives that USAID has put out? And that's a question that could be asked through Congress to USAID. Okay, it doesn't.
Okay, make your
now,
point.
we've identified that problem.
Some of your point.
Okay. So we identified. We would identify the problem that USAID gives money, but the money itself is not being used in a way that America would like it to be used. So now it comes down to identification, then accountability. Okay, let's make sure that the money is being used, and what is keeping it from being used properly.
Are you talking about rebuilding Gaza now, or you're talking?
No, I'm talking about Gaza and the West Bank, the whole thing.
So
you have to have the U.S. has to be in a position of accountability. That's the first step. Is what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, and I think we're kind of on the same way, because I think you're talking about being laser focused on a specific concept and not on a broad notion. And maybe that doesn't contradict what I was thinking. But one of the things that people talk about, what Modani did with the IRA, the anti-Semitism definition, that is a very easy thing to achieve, even on a local level, that anybody can advocate for, and it really benefits everyone, because it also comes up to essentially saying, listen,
back and saying, okay, well, why haven't elections been held? And so just asking that question and going to Congress, meaning Palestinians, asking that question, going to Congress and then having a hearing of identifying the issues. And what that would essentially do is identify the issues that Israel, the roadblocks that Israel has put up so that Palestinians cannot have elections. The checkpoints, where it can't build infrastructure. All these things that Palestinians need to build a state, or just not even build a state. We're not even talking about this. Just to be able to live, and for American money to be used successfully, and optimize the use of American money. This is done not just in the West Bank. It's done anywhere in the world. And people do ask these questions, and once they do, it becomes solidified in Congress and part of the discourse. And now you are essentially going after the mechanism of occupation without attacking Israel. And it's a safe path for politicians, and it's a path that I think would get results on the ground for Palestinians.
More pressure on our electeds to do right.
Yes. The problem,
for the Palestinian diaspora and the Jewish diaspora.
I don't know about a couple if you know this here. Like if you go to lobby in DC, I'm lobbying in DC.
Yeah.
You can't ask for major issues up front, because then you get labeled as a maximalist. And then nobody will talk to you.
I think Jews, there's J Street and other there's a robust Jewish infrastructure that tries to be a check on like the AIPAC and the sort of right-wing interest groups. And I think they're trying to be a more vocal voice, which in the internal Jewish community, I think we should be a little more maximalist, because the things that the influence of AIPAC wheels is really destructive. But I hear what you're saying, Edward. I think you need to have like a really clear, actionable demand when you talk to politicians.
Yeah, just accountability and just being able to have it.
How's it from like our perspective, Edward? I signed up for If Not Now and these like Jewish protest groups that advocate for specific legislation to stop funding bombs, right? To stop funding weaponry and military aid in Israel. And there is legislation that a lot of Jewish politicians have already signed on to, right? That's an actionable thing. We can all sign a petition that says, ask senior local elected official to sign on to this bill to try to get it moving.
So we're talking about two different things here. You're talking about mass, I guess, I don't want to say protest, like mass involvement. Advocacy, but at a large scale. So the more people you have involved, the powerful that group is, or that voice is, right? Which is normal and perfectly logical. What I'm talking about actually is minimal. You don't need a lot of voices. You just need constituents in, I don't know, like 10 or 20 different districts around the country. These districts are where these foreign relations committees, the politicians are from, and you speak to one of them, and you just have one of them write a letter to the various agencies asking them what are the issues, when it comes to the Palestinians building a government, what are the issues?
Okay, Edward, you know what happens when you write a letter to an agency? It gets basically an intern that files it among all the other people who wrote a similar letter.
No, not if it's coming from a foreign relations committee member. No. The procedure is that they generally have 90 days to respond to that letter and respond to it very, very well and in detail. And then the second letter that's sent out then is, okay, now give us, if the objectives are not being met, what is keeping the objectives from being met? And that's when you start exposing the occupation to the politicians. But no, I understand what you're saying. But when it comes to...
Do you participate in are there advocacy organizations doing what you're describing? Because I'm sure there's already infrastructure in place.
No, nobody's doing this on either side. Meaning
Palestinians or
There are
Palestinian?
many advocacy orgs across America that are advocating for an end to the genocide and an end to the funding of military aid.
Through protests, yes.
Not just through protests,
what you're
through
talking
a
about.
variety of things, through legislation that they have that advanced in Congress.
So a part of passing the bill to ensure that electric cars all make a sound in the U.S.
Yeah.
That was passed in, I think it was enacted in 2017 or 18. That was passed. That was passed because we strategically went up to the right politicians and brought in people from, constituents from their district. So it wasn't a mass movement. We also partner with other nonprofits that are, like, for example, that represent senior citizens, not major nonprofits, but large enough. And we spoke to these very specific politicians that were on these very specific automotive committees to get this bill passed. So minimalist.
Okay. So I put a link in the chat, Edward. Blockthebombs.org is like basically the campaign to sign this bill that would end this $30 billion taxpayer-funded weapons that enable atrocities. And it already has like 60 signatures in Congress. But it's signed. It's supported by like a long list of advocacy organizations and nonprofits, including Center for Constitutional Rights, Adalah, Jewish Voice for Peace, AJP, like does it like a ton, right? If not now, Peace Action. These are all groups that are already. So I wonder if it makes sense to participate in the activities and infrastructure that is already well established and very have had some victories already. You know what I mean? It's called Block the Bombs.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just there isn't an actual lobbyist group, for example, that specifically addresses the occupation and U.S. involvement in it in the U.S. No, they address it through like mass, bringing in multiple voices, mass constituents, and putting pressure. But to actually address it in terms of, accountability and having hearings on it, forming committees, that takes more finesse, and that takes people going down. And this isn't just me saying this. You can look up how nonprofit lobbyist groups work that don't have a lot of money, and you'll find that they are surprisingly effective.
For many years, Edward. I know how this works also. I know you know how it works because you've also been on the advocacy side.
What I'm saying is, if you look at nonprofits that do not have a lot of money, so if you look at nonprofits, and this is important, if you look at nonprofits that have, across the U.S., that have worked with Congress to make change happen, you'll find that a lot of them have very little money, but they all go down, they call it the Hill Day once a year. I'm assuming you've heard of this term. And they but they have a strategy in mind, and they pass not necessarily bills, but they'll pass certain procedures in Congress that gets them to where they want to be and gets their objectives, aligned with Congress's objectives.
Also, the bill that you passed, requiring electors to have sound or like certain sound, that's also it's less controversial, right? Isn't that about like handicapped accessibility stuff?
It was for electric cars that we didn't go after the constitutional. We actually ended up, because we did speak to politicians, we got them to sign on to a bill. Then we were able to sit down with the automotive industry. We've done this for other things too. A lot of times you'll find that when you introduce a bill and it gets dropped because it was settled out of the Congress by the opposing industries, because they'll sit down with you and there'll be a compromise. In this case, they fought us until the end and then compromised and then allowed the bill to go through.
about, advocacy and legislation and how we can use better weight behind anything to stop what's happening, because it's horrific. And we should definitely continue the conversation offline. And Rose, I wanted to warn you, when I first came on here, me and my Palestinian friends, a lot of people came after us, both on the Palestinian side and the pro-Israel side, on the Zionist side. And I think the Zionists are coming after you. They're making a lot of fake accounts with your name. They did it to me too.
Somebody told me. What will they possibly do with it?
They're gonna dox you. They're gonna dox your name.
She comes from the streets of X, Buttercup.
Dox you and then potentially.
So here's what they did. They made like 4 different Buttercups, and one of them, they actually made an AI Buttercup voice. They took my voice and ran through AI.
Did more popular names.
Oh, really?
That was reported today.
Yeah.
They claim they reported me to the Israeli.
I have 2 EDM songs with my recording on them, multiple clips, a good amount of memes, and the last time I counted, 34 spaces open with my name in the title. So, and my wedding pictures were already posted on X before. So.
You should have commented and be like, this is so romantic. I forgot all about this. Thank you for reminding me.
Aww.
But I just have to be let the Zionist whoever this feels like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I said. Emerald comes from the streets of X. So I think
Like debating, debating on this kind of also shitty Zionists, but like then debating like someone then feels,
I think also they take advantage of in America we don't have privacy laws, so when they dox us and they put all our information online.
I'm just gonna say this Bennett guy here cornered John Spencer on his face for 20 minutes and grilled him to the point where he admitted that he has conflict of interest when it comes to being paid by food party members.
Can we play that recording in one of these rooms someday? That would be so fun.
Yes,
do a listening party.
There's somebody made a whole video.
I'd be interested too, Buttercup, to join your conversation if ever you guys are willing. I've been in politics back in my day for a while, and it's very encouraging to hear you talk like this. I was disheartened for my time, and I had to resign from elected positions or foreign relation committee members, like what they've done with the taking and technically pro-Palestinian action. You're going to come up with a handful, maybe 2 or 3 out of the 50 plus, right? 53 members. Republicans, forget it. Don't even bother. It's in their political party. Just don't. But anyway, it's good to hear the encouraging side, and to hear.
Jewish too?
Am I Jewish? No.
Okay. No, I thought this is kind of Zionist American. Oh, sorry, anti-Zionist Jew American Jewish.
No, we have both kinds of people in here. But yeah, definitely the more the merrier,
What is it called on the Senate side, the foreign relations? It's on the tip of my tongue. Do you remember?
The Committee of Foreign Relations or something, right?
Yeah, there's one for the Congress. There's the other one for the Senate, though.
Yeah.
Never mind, I'll look it up. It's driving me crazy.
Buttercup, I sent you a message. Can you check it, please?
Yes.
How come you never sent me not one single message for you? Not one.
Right, because you're not following me back.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry. Really?
It's been months, yeah.
Oh, I'm very lazy. I'll be right up.
I'll send you a message. Don't worry.
Jesus Christ. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Back to that.
Psychotic.
Shall I ignore him?
Say all unblock. Say all
Sorry, Thea.
He's a fucking dude. But I just ignore him.
Yeah, I'll deal with it.
Okay.
Wait, tell Illumi to come up. Illumi, come up. Palestine, you too.
Illumi, come on up. We want to hear from you. And Almost wants to come up. Hey, Almost.
Oh my God, Almost, it's not Friday.
What's up?
I miss Friday.
It's not.
Here.
Illumi.
It's okay.
Zach, what are you
in here or no?
Alright, so yeah, Natalie, this really
he's on here.
yeah, he left. Natalie, we were talking about this book. I started off reading from this book, The Necessity of Exile by Shaul Magid. He sort of revisits, trying to decouple modern American Judaism from Zionism, and maybe talks about how it's, we need to just separate our identity from this ideology. And then we also read from Peter Beinart's Being Jewish After the Destruction of Gaza. And so that's sort of the inspiration for the title.
Actually, I hope you're here and you're not just ignoring me.
Be my name.
We started talking about something really interesting that I wanted to continue, and that is the concept of the demographic majority, which Umi very wisely pointed out as something that not enough people understand. And I think it's a good talking if Buttercup's interested.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
Umi, do you want to do it?
No, I believe from you it was absorbed by the light.
Take it away, Ambrose.
Okay. There's a way people always argue about the definition of exterminating and cleansing everybody that is not Jewish. And that is the essence of Zionism, maintaining a Jewish majority. And Alumi was very wise to point that out.
I believe it's essential when it comes down to understanding this conflict, to understand the demographic dilemma. Zionism is not winning.
What is that mean?
Zionism.
What is that mean?
What is what?
Go into bed.
Does he sleep in the bed?
No, he sleeps in Amir's room.
Bathroom.
No, Amir's room. Are you calling Amir's room the bathroom?
Amir's room blocked me so many months ago.
No, that was funny though. He just said the bathroom. That's funny.
He lives in the bathroom, sleeps in the bathroom. So, I'm gonna go.
Alumi? You were talking. Or did you finish?
What was I saying?
The demographic problem. I do want to ask here.
What is a demographic problem, Edward?
Well, I wanted to ask here a question. So, when it comes to the demographic problem, and I heard this yesterday that the non-Jewish demographic is 51%, so over 50%. But I would contend that it doesn't have to be that. The demographic problem starts way before 50% because of how the Israeli government is structured. It's more of a parliamentary system, so forming coalitions. And you don't need 50%.
Buttercup, I will ask you a question, Buttercup. I'm gonna go quite fast, okay? I leave quite fast. Buttercup. Hey. Okay, you didn't give me a permission, okay? I'm gonna ask you, why didn't you marry yet, Buttercup?
Look, if you're interested, send her a DM. Send her a DM.
No, I don't want to propose, but I'm just...
Man, bro.
Why are you asking?
Well, but this is المشاريع من مصر.
محمد انت هناك.
أنا من مصر فاير.
هو واضح يعني.
Where's she from?
مصري شفتك.
Yeah, the crazy one, like I just said.
طب محمد ليش هالسؤال يعني هذا السؤال غريب.
No, I asked her so many times before. Why did you?
Are you interested? Do you want to date her?
No, I don't want.
But I missed it. I went out. What did he say?
He was asking why aren't you married until now?
Who, me?
Yeah, Muhammad.
Why you?
You know, it beats me. I asked the same question. Actually, guys, I gotta jump off. I'm gonna make Faye Benny Olive for joining. It's always just a gift to have you guys, and it was a really, really productive conversation.
Yeah,
Before you go,
Take care, Buttercup. I mean, you're always. How do you say go chase after her?
Wait, why did she left? I left for 2 seconds. What happened?
Nothing. She had to go.
Oh, okay.
It was a graceful exit, not a abrupt rage quitting exit. She had to go. But I'm sure she'll be back on.
Flag on my say. You all need our Lord Jesus. You all need to be cleansed. The baptism of fire.
I guess Ace used to be like an admin in a newsroom.
For Muhammad perhaps perished.
She still is.
Baptism of fire.
She's still
And just
مالك مش عم بعضك يا ايش في؟
Why are you giving me that question?
You're too crazy because you're crazy.
مالك مش عم بعضك يا
Are you high?
انت شو بك يا محمد؟
انت مالك بيا بقى؟
Bible والله يا فايف. Engineering 5. Where you from?
انت شنو؟ هايبر؟
ايش صنف الحشيش اللي ضاربه اليوم وجاي؟
وين الحشيش؟
يا محمد.
محمد اكل اليوم مش مصري والمش ريحته واصله لهون. ما هيك محمد؟
Engineering 5.
مش مهم.
Where you from?
Muhammad from Egypt. Can I ask you a question?
No, you can't.
I'm going to ask you, how come Egyptians can't cook?
I cook.
So, how come we change it now?
بلاش يجيب لك المدام بعدين.
The worst like food in the whole Arab world is the Egyptian Muhammad. The best startup is Egyptian startup. The best fan art is Egyptian.
Yeah, no, Egyptian they have a very good culture.
يا محمد بس خلوا الأكل عنا احنا.
Yeah, exactly. Leave the cooking to those that could cook.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
ما في زي المصريين.
We need to tell the Lebanese, leave the dancing to those that can dance.
That too.
You from Lebanon?
No.
Best dancers are Syrians, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
انت يا محمد مالك مش متجوز؟ ليش تحسين قاعد؟
I'm divorced. Oh, I'm divorced.
Oh, no surprise.
كمان طلق. طلقك؟ ليه طلقك؟
Why don't you take it out?
لا حول الله يا رب.
أي محمد بعد شو سلامتك.
عاملين لي لوني 5 بعد إذنك.
بعدين عمل لي ليمون.
انت يا فاي عاملين.
لا أنا ما أقدرش.
ليه؟
عندي إيد واحدة بس. بعد الشر.
في عمليات زرع ايد دلوقتي وزرع عضلات ممكن اساعدك فيها على فكره.
والله عايزة زرع قلب ودماغ.
لا خلاص خلي القلب على اشوف انا الموضوع ده. حد سرق قلبك يا فاير؟
هو مسروق بقاله سنين.
مين يا فاير؟ مين ولا يجيبهولك وعلقه في العمود؟ علق. قولي لي عليه يا فاير، عرفيني سكته بس.
ما تعرفش سكته، بعيد عنك قوي.
سابك يا فاير ومشي؟
لا ما سابنيش.
ليه ما لقاش فيك اللي هو عاوزه ولا ايه؟
لا
قضية مسطورة يا محمد.
Carrying you on some pole too, you know.
First thing you mention is poles, hanging on poles.
بكري يا فهد.
ما صدنيش.
You remember him, Zainab? The crazy guy from Egypt?
No, I have no idea. Usually people like that don't leave much of an impression on me, so I'm sure it's not gonna be memorable.
Yeah. Yeah.
ليه يا فهد سابك ليه؟ أنت اللي سبتيه.
مش هتكلم.
Yeah, it's obvious. The kid is sticking the head up.
راحت فين؟ طلعت يا محمد.
زوجتي مش عاوزاني، قلت لها خلاص نتطلق مفيش مشكلة.
أنا مكتوب عندي بالتقرير نطط من الدور
بواجع ازاي وقلت لها خلاص يا حبيبتي نسيب بعض مفيش مشكلة. وبقول لك
طب كان القرار متفق عليه ولا من طرف واحد؟
انت سألت سؤال وانا جاوبتك، ما تخشش في تفاصيل بقى. متبقاش
انت عمال بتسألها بالتفاصيل يا باشا واحنا حابين بس مش هيجون بالتفاصيل يا ابني. قول لي ايه الموضوع؟
وبعدين ابنك في بطنك، انا مش بسألك انت ايه ده شوية.
ما انت شو قصتك اتزوجت على كلاب هاوس من قبل انت؟ ما عندك حادث موجود يا اخي. مالك يلعب عبر القطعة اللي يا جايب بانكو وبانكو مطرود مخبوط حشري وكمان نتحمل زناختك. وين بتجيبوا هالعاهات هاي؟
بس انا مش هرد عشان خاطرك.
لا خد راحتك رد.
انا ما بشتمش.
هلا بتشتمش يعني ولك بتشتم ليه اصلا؟ هو ما شتمش، هو شنو بيهزر وياك.
انا بهز الورد بس عشان اشم ريحته يا محمد.
يعني فاي عشان الادب عليه وتقولي ايه ده يا محمد؟
ايش يا محمد؟ ما ينفعش كده.
عايزة تسمعني وانا بشتم يا فاي؟
لا ما بدنا شتم ولا بدنا ولا شيء. ناخدها بس مزحة. هزار.
كم سنة يا فاي؟
يا اخي انا متزوجة. هسا تريد احكي لك بالعراقي اني متزوجة وما اريد ولا شيء.
انت في الشركة عراقية والله صاحبتي.
والله؟ من اين العراق؟
اسمها شام. لا هي قاعدة في امريكا.
ما شاء الله. انت بامريكا؟
Does she know that she's your girlfriend? I was just asked if the girl knows that she's your girlfriend. Doesn't know. Shabby doesn't know. And when you tell everybody your thoughts on Saudi Arabia, I thought they were very enlightening.
What thoughts you're talking about?
What did you say when I first met you? The Saudis or the Palestinians? Somebody was not. You were talking about how they're not educated.
You still remember 6 months ago?
I still remember.
It's been a while. You have a good memory. I believe that's the only time I talk in a mirror.
That wasn't in Amir's room. That was in my room, actually.
You have a room?
No, I mean, temporary room. Sometimes I haven't held one in months, but that's when I first met you. So, what did you say that day? I don't remember. What was it about the Saudis?
I don't remember the specific speech I told, basically. I'm not sure. But I said, there is a problem between Saudi Arabia and Palestine, That's all. Well, I'm not quite sure. I'm not confident what I said.
I don't remember. I remember yelling at you.
You yelled at me?
Yes, I did.
Good for you. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm proud of me too. I didn't kick you out.
I didn't insult anyone.
You did.
What did I say?
I don't remember, but you insulted something about low education. Arab trouble.
Bro, you have a great memory. I don't remember. You. Yes, I did. I would say that. They undereducated, lowly educated, to be honest. But I used to live in Saudi Arabia, so yeah, I'm not gonna be harsh with them. I was born in Saudi Arabia. Why don't you open rooms, Edward?
Why do I open rooms?
Why don't you open rooms?
Oh, because it's too much responsibility or work to keep Palestinians and Zionists and even anti-Zionists
all
You might, you might afford someone who's an idiot like Mr. Someone that's gonna make it as Hassan.
Muhammad, sorry, guys. Amir just opened the room, so.
Okay, right, man.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye.
Bye. Ahmad, if you're good, they might unlock you.
Sorry? What did you say, bro? He might unblock me.
Ruben check. Do you want to be?
I do want to be by Amir.
Hello, Mr. Edwards and everybody else. How are you doing? Doing well. And you? Very well, thank you. Never better. Yeah. So I have a question. If I'm going to have the opportunity to ask, please. Want you to answer questions also, or just I'm just asking. So you have an answer. It depends what the question is. If somebody asks me a question that I might find, yeah, I know, because I was curious. I'm here just Ruben, check. What's the question? I'm sure it's going to be highly enlightening. Go ahead. Well, if people in protest will be over them, well, I'll move to the audience. No, let's just go. Ask the question. Ask the question.
He went down. He went away.
Such.
I was just kidding. You can be a mod. I don't care. I was just joking. You can be a mod. I was just fucking with you. I'll make you a mod again. See, that's how much I like you, Ruben Check.
Well, where are you from, Ruben Check? Islamic, right?
You went.
Yes.
Islamic ancestry.
Buttercup, I want to ask you. Okay. For a favor.
A favor?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, someone is interested in you.
No thanks.
Buttercup, hey, come on, don't be shy.
Just answered you, dude. And she left. Okay. My questions are, does a person being a Zionist, does it make them a bad person? Of course. What should happen to, should they face any punishment?
Can't read a word.
Punishment? Yeah, should they have anything? Following the Zionist idea, and you will see your punishment in front of your eyes. The whole world is going to punish you. So the hostages that were killed by Hamas, do they have some kind of did they deserve to be murdered? What about the hostages in your prison who had died on severe bad treatment and died from what do you call it? Torturing them. What are you going to say about them? When somebody do whatever you're doing, you just wander around and ask why they are doing that. You are doing the same thing. Okay, you've got a question for me. I asked you a question. You asked me a question instead, but I'll still answer your question. For anybody, a question. For anybody, same as your answer. For anybody, justify. Okay. Okay. So you're speaking about unfair treatment, yes? Okay.
They deserve to die, Ruben Check, because they are Zionists. And Zionists are advocates for death and out of civilization.
The hostages deserve to be killed, yes? Which hostages? I didn't say they deserve this. Actually, well, I've got my answer. Thank you very much. I want to say, anybody who's detained in Israel unfairly, I'm completely against it. So thank you very much for having me up. Thank you very much. Please come again. The hostages deserve to be killed. Okay. See ya. No one told you, bro. How does there is no instant output in his head? Yeah. But the main idea that they are already killing hostages. This is a total mistake of mind. Yes, I'm untouchable. Look at me. You shouldn't treat me like I treat you because you treat me like I treat you. I will
you don't speak to Jews the same way we speak to Gentiles. Jews should be spoken to in the language they know. Torah. No. That's fine. You can go. Can I get his answer? You should know. To me, you're a Zionist. You're gonna raise a child. You're gonna raise him to be a Zionist. You're creating a society that wants to wipe me out. You're Amalekites. What is the punishment for Amalekites? You wipe them out. The same way the Zionists came into this land is the treatment that they should receive, because that is the treatment that they have accepted. So they have legitimized this kind of tactic, this scurrying through the land and terrorizing, looting. So they want to do the old way. These are the old ways. That's fine. We can do the old ways. This is just the religious way of selling. You want to play a religious game? Play a religious game. No, they play it over here. What's not populated? It's very much until that. And not only that, we thank the Zionists for it. We go, thank you, Zionists, for reviving our religious sense. That's all Zionism is. Zionism is a scourge from God to remind us to bring about a specific demographic. This is the demographic that's mentioned in the Quran, because this has been prophesied in the Quran. Bring about those who are the servants of God, who are of mighty resilience. God's going to bring about Israel once again. That's what you're seeing, the rise of Israel. We Palestinians are Israel. Experiencing exile and coming of a Messiah who is about to bring us all back home to the promised land. What happens when you go to the promised land? Well, the Amalekites are there, right? So you gotta fight the Amalekites. There's history repeating itself.
So Mikhail claims that the Palestinians are the real Jews and they're the real Israel and they're rising up.
Now, no one knows the ending, what happened really between Moses or whatever group of coalition of Yahwists and Hebrews or the Pirus or whatever. We don't know exactly what happened. It's definitely not what the Jews are saying. There was like this mass genocide of
The future is built by
in the hands of the Israelites. And there are people who want to, whatever led to that, they want to bring it again. And there are people who want to elevate humanity beyond this cycle. Like, we want to move on. The kingdom of God, right? The Jews are people who gotten so accustomed to the reset, this continuous collapse of human civilization, that they've like just started riding humanity like it was some sort of wave, like it was some sort of stock market. Oh, society forming over there. Let's go park right here, everybody. Seems like you guys got civilization building up here. Well, we could know a thing or two about that, right? After all, God made us a nation, so we're all about nations, nation building. Well, let's do the, let me take care of that.
John, just relax and follow the watch. Please tell me that's not the one
It's called self-improvement, Lisa. Chapter 3, Mastering the Mind. Watch the watch shine. Get sleepy. 3, 2.
Inside the lap loft Thursday night, the crowd watched as Kitover counted down. By the snap, volunteers were under a spell. Moments later, they're convinced they're barnyard birds, and the audience can't get enough. Inside the
Rolling. Just read the card, big guy. Try not to sound like you're giving weather updates. What do you do on stone? I said softly, even the stone softens.
The reality.
John, just relax and follow the watch. Back.
Does my insurance cover this? You're getting sleepy. Metallic clip. I'm the sure. Yes.
John, just...
And in your ignorance, I know that you are wrong.
Take 7, folks. Remember, line first, donut second. Got it.
But in that, I will give some life insurance on you.
Inside the lap loft Thursday night.
And the stocks of your competition. And I'll keep an eye out on the markers of your decline. Sure, just, sociological markers. And God already gave these markers Sodom and Gomorrah.
Inside.
People, Sodom and Gomorrah, they think like, that's just like God is telling you about a past event. Like, some city that got destroyed. You look at it that way, might not be wrong, but you gotta understand that these crimes that Sodom, human trafficking, because that's what they're doing. They want to kidnap the emissaries, the angels. They so
Chicago dog.
They are rejecting marriage. So they are rejecting consent, legal consent. So this is through force, intimidation, strong mentality.
Show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your phone into real life.
Sexual immorality, homosexuality, rejection of marriage, rejection of heterosexuality, banditry as well. And just in general, national aggression. Because they must have known that Lot was connected to Abraham. Abraham must have had some sort of high position, renownship, and obviously makes sense that they would ask who these people are. They would wonder who the hell Lot is that he is receiving such high esteemed guests. So they must know that Lot is of some status. So you could have one-on-one together. So you could see that's a national level developed. So betraying customs, norms, honor codes, stuff like that. Mongers. So all of these are signs of a society declining and Sodom and Gomorrah. So people always like, why isn't Sodom and Gomorrah like an example of extreme
I just need a seat that doesn't hook my roof. Movie night, I've got the remaining better opener than just shouting numbers. Try to work the audience wants to. It's pricey. I'm saving it for the closer. There's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like $34.75. Those are daily on the care. Morning. Hey, Operation Sprinkles. Microphone safe in the starter donut. Oh, yeah. Do you mean I'll crush you over? And I'll also talk to the Washington Finger Announcements Richard. Money for potholes. I'm speaker colleagues and the people watching at home. What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret. I'll show you step by step how to do it. Chicago dog, extra mustard. And one vote for Kitover. Coming right back.
I told you, buddy can't eat barbecue chips. Last time he tried, he burped. It's showtime, Bobo. We're gonna wow this crowd or what?
Come on, let's roll it down, dog.
When Star Engine just opened its latest funding round, it becomes accessible or available to the public.
Microphone safe in the starter donut. All I gotta do is not eat it. What is the document donuts not get over? General information. Operation Sprinkles.
Nations, eternal life, as in that they would survive beyond this kind of natural pattern. And proof that the covenant of Abraham is successful is the existence of nations that are his progeny, that come, mainly the Ishmaelites or the Arabs. Semites in general. So if you look at the Semitic entities or cultural identities or linguistic identities that survive.
Those are lottery numbers.
So there's really no faith. Now, a lot of things are just simply people are ignorant or they refuse to acknowledge. But like the covenant of Abraham has been not only fulfilled, but active and has time under its belt. Has like over 2,000 years under its belt. Over 3,000, honestly, as we can trace Israel back that far. And genetically further. So there's no doubt about it that there is a lineage and there is an establishment via lineage of a nation that has persisted. Now, not in a constant positive trajectory, obviously, but an overall positive slope. So, survival. So, and this is actually one of the greatest threats to humanity is human civilization. And you saw this in World War II. So when you have a human civilization that reaches like this critical kind of line or food/human growth rate, a resource human population, then how deepest. It's just that how do you deal with a reality where human population growth rate in this like ideal setting or in this like high paced industrial setting gives you it leads to a human growth rate that resources can't keep up with. And how do we solve this? Is this even something that can be solved?
And honestly, it hasn't been much engaged in solution capitalism, but I would say that failed. Like, people always look at America and then they go capitalism. I think that era, people, is over. That era was ended when, in the Nixon shot, America became something else after the Nixon shock, after the petrodollar. America was no longer a nation. It was a global enforcement. It had an army and it had no economy. And then you had Arabs who were like, we got money, but we got no technology and no army. And you know, these Soviets look scary, bro. You know, maybe we should work together. Petrodollar, new global war. So that's America is not. It's capitalist in the sense of like a domestic sense. An international sense, it's a global order. No one can. It's not even up to Americans. Like your rights, your constitution, your everything is gonna get sidelined when it comes down to this global order, because this is the world we're talking about. This is the wealth of the world. I don't know, Buttercup, because I feel like you're gonna close the room. But here's for being an adult.
Can I get on, please? Thank you. Yeah, Olivia, we have to close the room. This is not great for my brand.
Why? Oh no, let's keep the room going. People listening to me, Buttercup, just don't like that. I'm just smarter than you. I just know more stuff than you, that's all. And you just don't like to hear what I have to say because it involves God and religion. And for some reason, you have something against the God of Abraham. Even though the very identity, that national identity you're aligned with only exists because of the God of Abraham, or the covenant of Abraham. So it's weird. It's like being an ungrateful dog. So I was just surprised why some people call themselves Jesus. You understand what you're calling it? Do you understand like what you're claiming? Covenant. Weird. Everybody sticks to the definition of Jew as defined by Zionism, modern day Zionism. But no one looks at like a Middle Age understanding of a Jew, or the Islamic world's understanding of a Jew, or the Quranic understanding of what a Jew is, or the historical understanding of what it is. To me, it's like putting a target on your back. Like when you use names, when you say, I am this, I am that, you know, that has meaning. Whether you believe or you don't believe, whether you believe or you don't believe, That's why we have like apostate statuses. Like, there's a reason we don't go this person when he apostates. He's just a disbeliever, and everybody can believe whatever they want to believe. Disbelief after faith is not the same as disbelief before faith. You getting jumped in the game the same as after getting jumped in the game. Am I right or am I right? So, calling yourself a Jew puts you under the covenant, under the halachic covenant. You don't want to be under this. I don't know why you would. It's pretty extreme, especially in light of the covenant of Christ or the Messiah. And but Satan is good, and because there are multiple covenants now, managed to like jigsaw them in a way that gives a flow, a dynamic. Lives off that. Seems to be
Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy.
Satan built a temple. But it's a good thing. I mean, all things should conclude. Jews should get an answer, I believe, just as the Christians got an answer from like a. So it's not about logic and reason, right? Like, I respect that. I respect going. There's a logic that allows Satan to experience or accept experiencing eternal hellfire.
Traveled across downstate Illinois, he stopped and played.
There's something I'm missing here. I mean, what is pain? What is pain after a million years? Or 1,000 years? Or even a few hours? If you're not passing out from something. I'm seeing. We need to prepare. The Israeli military needs to begin revamp. We need to prepare to fight regular militaries in Turkey, in Egypt, in Iran. The days of fighting terrorist armies are over. I was like, I agree to that. The days of fighting terrorist armies are over. The notion that you think you're even geared up like fucking Rome and Egypt.
Your time has come. Wait! Croak, does the sun orbit the Earth?
No, we can see that Venus shows crescent phases like the moon, so it orbits the sun, just like Earth.
People are delusional. Yo, what is it? Like, there has to be a God element in what you're doing because
Take some.
otherwise this is insanity. Like, you must be counting on something.
But the purpose of November already is obviously to conduct forward elections.
Why, like, people be talking to me and going, you're bringing God into the matter too much. Bring religion into this. This is a religious struggle.
Obviously,
Framing it as a religious
there can be no other explanation.
a disservice.
I mean,
Man, humans don't die for nothing. When we
well, it's a nice sounding thing.
People don't have IDs.
I can't put a uniform on that doesn't have meaning. You can't tell me to go kill people or to go fight people or
Well, sounds better than nothing.
even run without there being meaning. And you could threaten my life and maybe force me. But honestly, I would die.
On fire. Down.
Most people would than be, enslaved like that.
I fell in.
Now, going through pain is a different thing. It can capture you and make you suffer. That's without killing you.
Including East Alton, Carbondale, Mount Vernon, and
Is the problem. And when you understand that is actually the worst thing that could be imposed on this earth. You understand the concept of hellfire. And you understand the scaling. Because the tribulation of someone setting up such a system and imposing it on earth, righteous, people or passive people, that deserves something like eternal hellfire. Like, it's only logical. Like, at that point, it's not as crazy as people make it seem like, And even hellfire is a bit more merciful.
Yo, what up?
What's up, man?
Are you guys Zionists or no?
No, man.
Okay, I'm a Zionist, so yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, no, I'm actually a Zionist.
Are you above 25?
Yeah.
College?
32.
Oh, okay, we're the same. What's up, man?
What's up,
West Coast.
West California.
I'm California, bro.
I'm Westwood, bro.
North or south?
South. I'm in Westwood, bro. Westwood.
What?
I'm Persian, bro.
Oh, you're fucking Persian. Just said something. Oh, you're like a Kevin.
No, man, I'm Iranian Jew. My dad's
also believe that the Palestinians should be tormented.
Let's build forward. Finding out thunderbolts from.
So why are you guys Zionists?
Well, I just wanted to, since you want to get to that, what is Zionism, just real quick?
Just the right for Jews to have their own state and the right for Jews to live.
Yeah, I'm not against that.
So you're a Zionist, man.
If that's what you mean, there's different kinds of Zionism. I mean, but political Zionism in that sense, sure.
I think the Palestinians should be tormented. I think they should be obliterated for what they've done to us on October 7th. Yeah.
I mean, the Arab Muslim world believes the MENA Muslim world.
It's because, look, the Muslims, look what they're doing in Iran, right?
Be obliterated for what they've done. Yeah.
No, well, look what the Muslims have done to Iran, right? Us Jews are being persecuted in Iran right now, right? Yeah.
Are you like do you have a passport? Are you an Iranian citizen?
No.
Do you speak Farsi?
Yes, I do.
Let's get back in all of it, Mr. Armand. You think you can tell me what justice is?
Do you believe that Afghanistan has Persian people in it?
If you want to consider the Pashtun first.
Google time. Who needs a cooking show when you've got me? Look at that crust. I can look at this case all day. Maple glaze, raspberry swirl.
Morning mist drifts between the pine. I close my eyes and let the noise settle. Notice how still everything gets once you stop trying to make it quiet.
All right, opening line. Good evening, distinguished delegates. All right, table set. Candles are standing straight. Dinner for two. Easy night.
Only trials at 9 sharp. Opening statement scene. Time to drop.
Tight. Case people stay off the couch. And you, Whiskers, the fish isn't for you. Delivery to Mr. Kitover. All right, Congress, it's spell time.
That one with the mustache?
Technically a caduceus, so let's not split ancient Egypt. Week 3 of my internship. Let's try the big one. Hi there. I need to mail this appeal to the unemployment hearing and call me next.
Director Kitover, Intelligence Services. Yeah, I got the numbers right here.
I'm a Jew. I abide by the law of Moses. I uphold halachic law, right? So, when you tell me, I already know what you should be holding to. So that's it.
So do you think what Hamas did was
objective
I meant to something that Hamas committed terrorist attack, yes or no?
I'm only going to speak to you from the perspective of halachic law.
So, I think all Muslims should be killed. That's just what I think.
Is that a halachic position? Really?
Yep. Who are you to question me about my faith?
It's spell time. Ancient Egypt. For sale.
Only trials.
All right.
I don't know what to tell you. All I'm going to say is if you support Palestine, then we control the banks.
Right, support.
All right, Congress, it's spell time.
That one with the mustache?
Technically a caduceus, so let's not split snakes. It's not Choluma.
Look, everybody in the audience, if you support Israel and you hate Palestine,
Do you believe in enforcing the law of God on the land?
sure.
So you would be in opposition to secular Zionist state.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so you would take on the position of the Haredim,
Yeah.
Sure, you'd be sympathetic with them.
Yo, man, I don't know what the fuck you're on. Bro, I'm trolling. I fucking hate Israel and I hate Jews. But you have made this call so boring that I can't even troll anymore, bro.
Yep. It's usually.
Well, you actually knew you were trolling me more on it.
Fuck you, man.
He must be in the background finance. Watch how much money that was getting. You're a moron.
I didn't message you shit, you dumbass.
Not you fucking dummy. But yeah, we already called you out 5 minutes ago. As soon as you started speaking, you messaged me.
Shut up.
You're a clown, bitch.
I just gambled. I'll send you a blown apart. Yeah, just
You're not a fucking Jew, dumbass.
Such a fucking bitch.
Oh shit! You're a fucking Zionist. I see a picture. That's crazy.
In his opinion, he said like all Muslims must be killed. Complete bro.
Yo, is Mo Moses Mordecai Levy? What's up, bro?
You're a clown.
You're a bitch, though.
You're an idiot. You make people look bad. You can't be worried. I don't think you got enough.
I am Jew.
No, you're not.
Oh, see?
I'm not gonna let you learn. You're a clown.
I am Israel. Fuck Israel. I'm Jew, you bitch.
You are pathetic, man.
Fuck you, Abdullah.
Fuck me. That shows you strong. I'm proud.
I'm Jewish and I'm pro-Palestine. Are you gonna hate me?
Oh my gosh. You are pathetic, man. From A to Z. Number one, number two. You do not know nothing about Judaism. Okay.
Yeah, fuck you.
Fuck. I'm not gonna call you.
That's what I think.
He got my anger.
What you said.
Screw him. Screw him.
No, if you want, bring him back up. I'm just saying, but he's still trolling. I'm down like anybody to play Persona, but it's just like, the arguments.
Did we talk before, bro? Sorry. Maybe, okay. I hadn't identified your voice. Maybe like you got to know.
It's killing you inside, isn't it? I know. The Jew, Ashkenazi.
No, it's okay. I'm not precious about the Church of Better.
I know.
You can hijack.
Why is it you're Ashkenazi blood is boiling? You gotta ask yourself.
Buttercup, I will obey you.
Let me do something.
You're so beautiful, Buttercup.
Mohammed's a troll. He's not a real person, is he?
This is hey, Sibi attack.
I think he's trolling.
Okay, so like I can repair without marriage. Sounds good.
Can you remove this guy?
Why?
Because that's like you just blasphemed in her religion.
Yeah, come on. You have to have some standards in Church of Buttercup. Come on. Don't let him get away with it.
Yeah, but you want me to kill my only entertainment on stage and then Seymour.
What do you mean? I'm your entertainment on stage.
You're still a Jew, Buttercup, and you don't abandon your hidden agenda.
Wait,
hidden agenda is to crash this room.
You know, it's
You can't do these Darvo tactics on me, Buttercup.
That's fucked up,
It was
Buttercup.
me, man. I don't know what I was thinking.
You know Darvo me?
I thought I was being a young.
How dare you Darvo me?
That's fucked up.
You're gonna scare me? Or am I talking to myself?
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear. Darvo me.
Can I have my house back? Why?
Jimmy,
Can you remove that guy?
stop Darvoing me, Buttercup.
Who's Mohammed? Is this BB? I think it's BB.
It's not Bibi.
It's someone. No, who is it?
He's Egyptian. He's interested in you.
No, he's not. He's a fake character. I can tell.
He's already been married and divorced, so he has relationship experience. And, he's willing to serve you as a
Is he rich?
Egyptian. He's Egyptian, so you could play that fantasy.
Oh, is it, what's his name? Dr. Osama? Dr. Osama's Egyptian.
Why did you forget me?
This is Dr. Osama.
Maybe you'll activate some epigenetics, by being in a relationship where you're the dominant.
Louis, come on, listen, we're friends. I took you on because, I don't know why, but just shut down the fucking room. There's nothing we were good.
Why? What happened to
She unfortunately thinks this app is still relevant, and her perception of her own ego is just so inflated, unfortunately.
All right, Seymour.
Well, I find
I just thought basically, Seymour, you have to see what happens in this room before I'll picture my PTR. Basically, I left the room in the hands of like a bunch of people, and this is what it turned into. I'm putting my PTR.
I'm sorry, what is the problem? What do you mean? What is the room turning into, Buttercup? It is still a civil platform where opinions and different people from different
PTR.
race and national
It
backgrounds.
became a Lumi just rambling with his conspiracy theories on the topic. Yeah, I know what Buttercup is not. It's over now. We all need a rest.
So your church has its first priest. Next, how are you, my bro? Up and down, bro.
Buttercup, you're kind of like BB of the left.
No,
That's funny.
that's rude. Seymour.
Hi, sweetheart.
Now Buttercup can empathize with Palestinian occupation.
Yeah, I'm gonna upset. Well done, McSwed.
Just trying to spread more empathy.
I mean, I was thinking the same, I just couldn't say it.
The Church of Buttercup has been occupied.
Yes, that is.
We deserve it.
Shut your mouth.
Marry you, Nuggies. I want to marry you.
Hate him. I just hate him.
Who is this fucking guy? Do you know?
Yeah, I want to marry everyone that's like miserable.
Is this the Ahmed from Egypt meme? The Muhammad from Egypt meme that you're calling?
No, he's so freaking annoying.
It's like a meme.
He doesn't follow any argument. He just freaking wants to be contrarian.
I love you, Nuggies.
Oh, God.
I really
I love you. I swear, that's like half of like all conversations on this app are just a bunch of thirsty like Middle Easterners or Indians that come on the app and just, I love you, I want to date you, I want to see your boobs.
Yeah, there's this weird like trend of simping. Are you bro? Like, are you annoyed for Nuggies? Oh my gosh.
But then it's not even like intelligence.
What's wrong with incentive?
Yeah, it's not even intelligent or like a child.
I'll tell you what I think is wrong with simping. It's a game theory argument. I'm not a woman. I don't know what a woman necessarily wants. Maybe she wants a simp. It would seem to me I would not want to simp as a partner. I would think that simp has no self-respect, no autonomy, no independence, and is not really useful as a partner. Will likely be a leech. I've rarely seen simps that also seem confident, self-assured, and self-sufficient. Can I just my sense? Like you remind me of my friend, like he's so miserable, and each and every time we go outside in a group, like he doesn't have anything to say, and he keeps talking. You know, you have no idea. Even when you had to speak in context, like you kept talking some stuff, and you made yourself as a moderator to just remove people from the room. Okay, so you don't have to say your opinion about me. How do I make myself a moderator? No, that's all what you do. Like in life, you make yourself as a moderator to dismiss people from the rooms. Okay? You're saying like I judge you as being like irrelevant or tedious. That's how you are. That's how you are. You're right. I do judge you. Moderator, because if you get into a discussion deeply, like you don't know how to.
Yeah, but I'm also my favorite.
I do judge people.
Because the everyone gets like the most attention. But I can't look at the order, bro.
Why does she have a whole...
There's something wrong with the success of Lydia thinking. What's going on?
That's something for you to think about.
Everybody believes in Lydia time.
Oh my God.
I think you're allowed to have 4. Who's the 4th?
Yeah, tell us the fourth.
Options open.
There was never just a one.
There will never be just one.
There is always a dynamic.
the same, we just offer times. I do love about the other two sister wives stuff. Yeah, it's true. I think you might feel a little left out. I think it's gonna be the Trinity against your monotheistic one Louis. Conspiracy theory, whatever. End times prophecies.
I have already found the locust. I've already
It's Buttercup, Ambrose, and Nigel as a Trinity against the one God in Louis.
Nergis, honestly, you need someone in your life.
I have someone in my life, so you should talk.
Oh, yeah. He
Your pet
accepts.
dog doesn't count.
He accepts for
But
you.
what is that?
Stop talking about bitches.
Okay, Buttercup.
So
Here it is. Megatron.
come on, Illumi, defend your second wife's honor. He's coming on to your second wife.
He
doesn't care.
Well, you realize he is Egyptian and he is your former owner.
Oh, he outranks you.
Oh yeah, we read about that today. We read about
He is your master.
What about Aisha?
wow. That was dangerous territory.
Our mother.
They want to take a discussion by Aisha and Muhammad. She was 6, she was 9. Bro, I'm married to 4, okay? And I'm gonna marry Nergis because she has no one in life.
You're gonna marry a 6-year-old? Wait, is that what you're saying? A 4-year-old? That's
Oh, like,
how much, Lemon? That's fucking
I'm miserable.
He's married me out of pity, bro.
Please, our Lord Muhammad shall be revealed on this stage. For Muhammad is going to Trinitarian as a pure brain comes. For he is a son of God, who has his sight and his prayer.
Dude, isn't Ambrose married already?
I eat a lot to the gym and I need to marry.
Well, her husband is a disbeliever, so when she becomes
I'm married to Illumi,
one of
Muhammad
my
people.
captives,
Buttercup and I are already married.
war and booty, Ambrose is married.
Me, Marcus, and Ambrose are in a monogamous relationship with each other. Yeah.
Since Ambrose is a combatant,
Oh, she's married.
marriage is
Not to be honest, Nergis, why do you refuse?
Zabu could because I'm married to Louis. Good lord. Zabu could be in our polycule too, right, Nergis? Zabu. Sure, you can have him. Yeah. Do you know Zabu, Illumi? I'm not sure if Illumi is Zabu's type. To be honest. She's my Eli sister.
Illumi accepted to do with you.
No, Illumi did not accept divorce with me, so shut your mouth. I'm married to Buttercup and Ambrose, and
He decides, okay, we can have a talk with each other. He accepts. Let's imagine, okay? Why do you refuse?
save me from this fuck man, Illumi.
You have a mouth, Nergis. Like, you can talk, you can defend yourself.
My husband is on stage, for God's sake, and my sister wife is on stage, so
Don't pretend to be polite.
I don't fucking want to be married to you, that's why.
Why? You mentioned this.
How much more God, take it because I love Illumi, and I love as much as you want. This is haram, what you're doing.
This is haram? No, it's not haram.
Yes, it is.
Why? Marriage
But some people believe in the 10 Commandments, like don't covet each other's wives. He doesn't.
I'm strong enough. I'm financially independent.
He's a hoe. Obviously, he doesn't believe in any of them.
I'm strong enough. Physically, I'm financially independent. What happened? Yeah.
So we're all financially independent. So butter. Illumi, can we add some men to the pantheon if you don't mind?
Why, Nergis? Nergis, if you are a moderator at the moment, you're gonna insult me. Like,
I'm not gonna insult you, bro. You're very annoying. That's all you do. You are freaking annoying. Muhammad, you annoy me. Yes, because you annoy me, bro. People don't annoy me like that. You have to be extremely dumb, or you have to be excessively silly.
There you go. Or both. Stop it, bro.
Nice, I'm nice, Nergis, I'm nice.
Plus, you pay from both sides of it, bro. You can't be Zionist and you can't be pro-Palestinian.
Follow Mother Gov, she left. She left, Nergis. Max said, how are you, my idiot friend? Max said, like, when was the last time you got related to a woman, honestly? When was the last time?
My son's happily married with kids, so should leave him alone.
Kids with... he doesn't know how to speak to a woman, okay? I swear. Max doesn't know how to speak to a woman. He'll never get related to a woman before. He's silent because he cannot defend himself. He can make himself as a moderator, he can make a room alongside Baby just to dismiss members from the room. That's all that he can do. And then get your fucking bitch, you're miserable. You have nothing to do in life. And you come here just to fulfill your empty or, vacant
Yes.
sub-personality.
I am vacant.
And I would like to apply for this vacancy, Nergis. I'm gonna fill it, honestly. Okay, I believe you need someone. I'm doing you a favor. But Nergis, okay, like, how does it feel like to talk to guys all the day? How does it seem like? You get happy when talking to guys?
Bro, we know you belong to the LGBTQ. Come out of the closet, freak it. Be proud of it. I live in California. People are proud of it. Why are you hiding in that closet? Why are you hiding in that closet? No one's judging you.
You're confused. Like, you accuse me of, getting married to two wives at the same time, and then you accuse me of something else. Get clear, be clear, Nergis. You need someone in your life. Women cannot live without marriage, okay? Let's be honest. You need someone. Clubhouse is not gonna fulfill you. Get out in life, okay? Stop talking to guys. You will find someone quite easy. Nergis, I'm so rude to be honest. But I used to study philosophy,
You're just a station. I'm sorry, I can't talk to like your present.
Why? You're gonna go? Trust me, Nergis, if I am married to a woman like you, honestly, you know what I'm gonna do? Wallah al-Azim, Uqsam billah. You know what I'm gonna do? Each and every time, I'm gonna, drag you from your hair, and I'm gonna keep hitting you. And you seem so bad, you seem so ugly, Nergis, honestly, like you have changed your look. Remove the ring from your nose. It looks like so bad. Nergis. I'm gonna put your photo. I'm gonna put your photo in my profile.
What do you think of my radical solution to the dilemma that Zionism is in?
I'm offering my solution. She has no life, and I would like to offer my.
So you know who brought this up a while ago? It was Caleb, believe it or not. He's like, the way you can actually achieve peace in the region is to get the two married. Big set, you remember that?
No, I would like for you to be like, okay, not to weep for someone, not to cry over a man. You need a man, okay?
Exactly. That's why it's not going to be you.
That's totally fine, okay? Like, find someone. I mean,
I will think.
find someone.
I have.
It's a promise you're gonna find someone.
Promise. How?
When, Nergis, when?
He's there, already there.
Sorry?
I have a man.
You're married, Nergis. You're married. pleasant. You well talking to guys.
So good. So good. So good. Like Jim's friends.
He's happy.
So happy.
Oh my gosh. But I pity him, you know. I pity him like this. You keep talking to guys and at the end of the day, like he gets you for him. He has you for him.
Black white men don't think like you.
Oh, you get distributed? Each and every one take a part?
Yes. I am for the world.
إفكار الجميع. Read English. Each and every one. Everyone can enjoy Nargis.
Oh my God. Kiss. To indulge in me.
For no price. No one has to afford anything.
Isn't God free?
Beauty is created for all.
Beauty is for all. Well said.
Yes, I see.
Do you own a river that flows? A tree that spreads its branches? You
Sorry.
own these things? You don't own these things. A river flows no matter what. A tree branches out no matter what. I am that tree. I am that river.
I put your photo on my profile. But I'm nothing. Why would you afford to hurt me?
That's true.
So you forgive me. You wouldn't sue me.
No, you have nothing to offer. The plot is small.
How would you benefit if I got in prison? That is, how would you benefit?
I wouldn't have benefit.
Why would you punish me?
I don't know.
Yes.
You have nothing to do. But what you do have to take is a lot of advice. Not a lot of people understand. And they can be free of it. Right.
Sorry.
You know a lot of people understand that. Like, I don't know what you do all day long.
Nargis, I have mental problems and that's why I want to recover. That's how I can.
What happened?
You are the reason why you refused me earlier today. I got one. Broken. But you can fix it, Nargis. You can fix it.
You fix a lot of it.
يا عمي والله يجريك يا سلام روح يلا خلاص ما ايه يا عم. Anyways, as you can see, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yes.
A little girl in Syria, in front of the new holy Levantine Arab Sunni army, the ones who we pass the torch, the mantle of Sunni access. The Elijah, the Elisha, the Joshua.
What the fuck is going on
Joshua.
here?
About time.
Maybe we can just change our picture.
Blimey.
So nice.
I'm sorry.
Change our picture, bro.
I think it's important.
So you stick down your Nazi shirt with me? Yeah, take it out. Take it out. So.
This is not Nazi.
And
This is the actual
Take it
picture.
out.
You
Take
need
it out.
a mod?
You took it. He annexed it.
What about Kitover? This is not Zionists. This is your fault to be confused. I'm sorry, this is a church. This is my God gave me this church before he gave it to Buttercup. I'm sorry. It's just it's taken up with God. God gave me this church.
Buttercup now occupation looks like Buttercup now I just feel it firsthand. I love it. As a self-hating Jew, that's what I yeah.
God gave me this church.
You know, whenever people ask me this dilemma about Everose and Goslin with the Nazi salute, like what she would do, and she said I would bow and say thank you. Whenever people ask me, I'm like, this is such a stupid hypothetical. Why are you asking me this? And finally, I have the opportunity to have a Goslin doing a Nazi salute at me, so I can bow and say thank you.
This is not a Nazi salute. This is the salute.
Thank you for putting this ridiculous.
This is not a military salute. This is the military salute in Syria.
Oh, okay.
Thank God.
Wow. I'm gonna Google
By
it.
the end, I might actually go join now.
Yeah, is that true?
No, I'm not joining. No, I'm not joining Syria.
Maybe some might going.
They got rid of forced conscription. I don't know. Going. Put the flag everywhere. But that's like a Roman salute. Like that negates Syria. That's not something.
That is true.
Because I heard that actually the Romans didn't salute this way.
They did, yeah.
How did they?
Very much so. You'll see it like in most historical episodes, series.
Alright. You know.
I'll see so.
How accurate is the Roman salute? It's a fair question. Short answer, because it's basically historical cosplay. Long answer, Rome didn't do it the way movies, dictators, and overdramatic extras want you to believe. What people think the Roman salute was: arms straight out, palm down, rigid posture. You know, the thing every villain does before shouting about destiny. This image mostly comes from 19th century neo art, not ancient Rome. What the Romans actually did: no ancient Roman text describes the standardized straight arm salute. Not one Roman art and reliefs is raising an arm while dressing crowds. This gesture is called I don't fucking know. Right? It's loose and contextual, not synchronized.
Adagutio is like half bent arm.
You got me at Gucci.
Gucci. Adagutio.
That's a lot more easier to say now.
It is.
Gucci.
So half bent.
I'm not even gonna forget it now.
Good.
I might actually call myself that. Lecuccio. Dude, that's like a fucking badass name.
So it's like a half. Hey, why am I change a picture, man? I'm feeling uncomfortable.
I present intellectual rights over that name. Lecuccio.
Hey, he's such a sad man. Writing that of your messages.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
See you do something. It's half bent arm, finger pointing out, the index finger.
Where were we? Soldiers saluted officers in practical, varied ways. No racialized arm extension across the empire. Rome loved order, but not that kind. Where the modern Roman salute really comes from: Italy, 1900s, nationalist art, romanticized Rome. Mussolini, Nazi Germany copies it, adds rigid Roman standard practice. Absolutely not. Interesting.
patient. Paula gave me this.
Benny, can I get his account clipped? Like by complaining to Clubhouse if he has.
Yeah, you just gotta, like, I guess, do it a lot, or get a lot of people to do it.
Because he's just using my
It's
picture.
not a Nazi salute. Plus, this is a screenshot from news source. This is anonymous. This is the one of the top social media platforms.
Yeah, what's it?
Not hating. Not everything is viewed from the context and the vernacular of Western Europe and Western civilization. That is Western supremacy. And the Lumi shall not accept it. Even though I am part of one station. Nevertheless, objective analysis of human dynamics should not be viewed from Western lens.
Mama, change your profile picture. I do not give consent for you using my profile picture. This is wrong. It's against the laws of Clubhouse.
Anyways,
I'm
we
not gonna
were
sue you. I
speaking
just
of
reported you.
trial. What were we speaking of trial?
Mama, change your picture of me before you get clipped. I just reported you.
I know I was talking about something interesting before. She called
No, it's Jason's room still open.
conspiracy theory.
Oh, Jason closed the room.
Jason is a coward. Why?
Jason kicked out of the room. I don't know what.
Let me destroy Jason's whole.
Yesterday's room was good. Yeah, I was only in there for a bit.
It was
But I was.
It was very good. So they were talking about this word gravity, okay, which is used like as in the Old Testament, where like it's what Albie was doing was using it as like equal. Yeah, I really like this person.
Yeah, Alfie was there yesterday.
Yeah. So he was using it like co-equal. He was using it as an equation. He was trying to like demonstrate like one nature God. That's not how the Jews see it. They see it as like no neighbor or no equal in standing. Like in a personal sense, like a human sense. But Albie was trying to prove that Amati is like a co-equal in nature, which I think he wasn't doing a good job. Because how do you set that metric? Why would you set that metric?
What happened? Fell asleep.
But also Benny,
Oh,
a complete denial of
Jason,
Jesus. Yeah, like a
that'd be
complete.
his. Like,
I was a Christian about this. However, a complete like denial of Jesus would also seem like absurd to them. The
metaphysical mind, like, fucking annihilated.
Benny, do you agree with me?
Well, I mean, it depends.
Straight up annihilated.
The thing is, some of the prophecies are not fulfilled. They just aren't.
Yeah,
And that's why there's a second coming.
exactly. So they're pretty honest
Yeah.
about that, right? Okay, I grant you that. But a complete rejection of Jesus holding any placement, like in
They didn't like his message.
in the next message.
The Christian quality.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just not going to fly with them.
Yeah.
They want to see us false. Oh, yeah.
But they also like, but also Jesus wasn't saying that they're not chosen in one sense, right?
No, he wasn't, but he was also
also. No, he was saying that like, he kind of was. I mean, he's saying that like all our troops. Right?
Yeah.
There's all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't like that.
I don't like that.
Embarrassment.
Yeah.
I mean, this is literally worker of lawlessness. Crucifying people over something you don't even understand. Crazy, man. He's done and he's cooked.
Also, it wasn't like Jesus was preaching a different God, which is like pretty absurd when they bring out the whole freaking Trinity that perhaps they're right about, which was formulated much later on. But to say that,
Not that much later on.
whatever it may be, we have no evidence of Jesus sort
No,
of
we do.
like bringing forth like the whole model of the tribe.
So we do have evidence. The model of the triune would be like less than 100 years later, but we have even earlier evidence than that. Like, yeah, people saying that Jesus is God, but like the exact model would come a little bit later, after like they hashed out like how it was evolved. But yeah, I mean, like it was pretty early on that they kind of Jesus is God.
God. He's also saying that I saw of you gods also, right?
Kind of.
A very Gnostic sort of approach that Jesus Christ has. Even if you're looking at it and granting most of everything biblical, one could like posit that he was introducing some system in which Gnosticism sort of prevailed. Would you wrong?
I like to think that. But you would have to get the full message. You would have to go to other gospels, not the accepted gospels.
Because I'd like to think that the message, see, as it has like primarily been
Oh my god, every time I come back, it's even worse. It gets worse.
We're hating Buttercup. Stop it. Such
There's
a
like all
hater.
kinds of weird shit in the shirt. Like,
Such a hater. Stop hating on me.
Can't you, as the owner, close down the room?
no, I can't. I can't. I can't. I have not. I don't have the. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I can't. I can't.
Yeah, the owner's house.
Come on, man. another exciting episode of I Find Retards.
Paraphernalia that they wear and everything else, and they're a huge part of our organization.
I'm glad y'all do that though, and I think the other sororities and fraternities should do that because it makes your chapter. You get a larger chapter. There's kids that just don't. School ain't for everybody.
No, I agree, and then for whatever reason, so yeah, there's
But I admire that.
Yeah, they are included. Who's the black dude? Oh, look, it's two black people. I don't know who none of these people are.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be the contrary here. We do not need everybody and their mama in this bitch. It's exclusive for a reason.
Why do people do trees?
You got some girls that are like, who went for me, but they like you got your Wada, whatever her name is, chick that went and became a millionaire. Like, she can provide, she can help.
Yeah, so then they become honorary members.
Yeah, for AK.
You can do an honorary member.
Honorary, but then like you're just an honorary. Like what they're doing, what Zetas are doing, I think it's great. I think it's awesome.
I'm sure it's great for them.
No, it does, but I see what you're saying. But yeah, we do have our Zeta Amici, like they have their own symbol. So look, I'll put this in here. This is how cool ours are. The Zeta Amici is an auxiliary group of women for Zeta Phi Beta sorority, Incorporated, established in 1948 for those who do not possess a 4-year degree, but want to support the sorority's ideals of scholarship, service, sisterhood, and finer womanhood. The name Amici means friends in Latin. We are the first sorority in the National Panhellenic Council to organize such an auxiliary group. So, yes.
And the only.
The auxiliary soldiers!
That's us. We are those girls. So, absolutely. If the ACAs don't want you, come on over and be a Zeta Amici, okay? Because we're not like them stuck-up heifers. I'm joking.
Don't let the auxiliary know the truth now.
She, I call her Zeta Drop Top, but her, my sisters were quick to tell me it's sister her for life, so. What are all these trees? What the hell is the trees?
I thought there was going to be a nice commercial. Where it at?
Oh, that's sugar cane. Oh, we taking this shit literal, okay?
Hello?
What the fuck?
Hello?
Oh, beautiful Puerto Rican and black women, and he still dates Kendall Jenner.
Because her ex-boyfriend said that. Hey, I see Carter.
Hello? Hello?
Wow, that was cool.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Did he just bust in on the white people in the house? Girl.
Hello? Hello, guy. He the hello guy. Hello?
Hello, sexy.
Hello?
See? Yeah. You definitely went over. Is that Lady Gaga? She ain't wearing no meat dress, so we good. Once he just organized, I just.
Hello? Hello?
Fine for contracts. We have fine.
Hello?
That's somebody else's song. For commit. Is this someone else's song? Yeah, what is this song called? Fuck.
Fuck.
I think she's singing live though. No, it's what's his name from Hawaii? Bruno Mars, isn't it his song? It was a Bruno Mars song with a different beat. She was on it though. Yeah, she was on it. Look at that white woman.
Look at that white woman. Look at that black woman. Hello?
That's an interesting lace front for sure. I hate you right now. I'm just saying. I wonder if that was a real couple. I was wondering the same thing too. If she's dating Lady Gaga, she's like 20 years older than him, bro. Please no. She looks good though. Wasn't she engaged to somebody else?
Hello? 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 Hello?
Is it the bodega? That's New York bodega. That is not a Puerto Rico one if y'all been to Puerto Rico.
Hello?
Yo, my autistic son just said, is that Spanish? That's Bad Bunny, baby.
That's Bad Bunny, baby. What does that do? Hello? 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 What? Hello? Hello?
I think so.
Ricky Martin! They got banana trees and shit out there.
Banana trees.
The quick work cut out to get I believe call it the script. No, I'm not the critic, but let's do the critical. Wow, let's leave. The critical. Let's do it. Yo, that's a bitch. Just me and you, D. You a bitch. Stop talking to me. All right, let's just do it. These niggas got no kids till they darn age, man. I'm going gay, dog. If that shit gonna keep me young forever, just avoiding women. Oh, he got a Puerto Rican flag, guys. Oh no, he's pulling up a
Hello?
flag, guys.
Hello?
I'm not trying to hear that, bro.
Hello?
Bro, let's talk about contributions from Puerto Rican society. Hoes. The team. The inspiration. It's in the Bronx. J-Lo. You're close. They inspired the famous procedure, the BBL. They wanted those Puerto Rican J-Lo asses. I know, but J-Lo was the star. In the 90s, everybody wanted J-Lo. Yeah, I remember J-Lo was the shit. Big saying English. Honestly, the cinematography is making me dizzy. I mean, they need this. So they need to do this to compensate for the fact that nobody in the crowd is dancing or happy. And you see, you hear the fucking, the sound, like the crowd. I just realized, hold on, I just realized this. Everybody that's at the fucking Super Bowl is in some sort of executive role, right? Like the company got the tickets, or somebody that spent $5,000 or $10,000 for a ticket. So there quite possibly might be less than 50 people in the crowd that have ever heard of this fucking music. Probably. There's like literally, there's a bunch of white guys right now that are worth $50 million, $150 million, and they have no idea who the fuck this guy is, except for they heard about the controversy. Maybe they're Colombian escorts. You know what I mean? Maybe. Probably not. Not the United Nations. You can't get caught at the game with the There's too high profile, dog. It's too easy to get caught. They're running around with a bunch of fucking flags, not fucking flags. Those are other flags. You see what happens when the Jews control the media? Oh, yeah. You see what happened when Robert Kraft why is there an Israel flag? No, I'm just fucking. Yeah, where is the fucking Israel flag? And the NFL logo. I bet you can find the Palestine flag before you find an Israel flag and this fucking logo. This thing's about the free Palestine. What the fuck is Guyanese flag doing there? The fuck is the Guyanese flag? You better have the Israel flag. No, they got Bahamas. They got everybody to hate fucking ice boy.
this song. I hear this a lot.
Yo, bro, if I was Ice, I'd have a movement up outside of this motherfucking Super Bowl.
Listen, in San Francisco and in Santa Clara, there might be 19 Mexicans like that. And any of them are the Sands, and they're not going to kick it out right now. They're swimming in the lights right now. It would be,
That's hilarious.
that's all Mexicans in Minneapolis.
You see the scores in the NFL logo? It's so busy. The NFL logo got 6 Farm Davids in that motherfucker. You see that?
Why does this feel like an invasion?
It is an invasion.
You guys are going too far.
It is an invasion.
They're their flags and they're storming across our most beloved game.
Now, what did you see in football?
Yeah, well, Samoa. What are you talking about? One of those flag represents 42% of the NFL. But I bet you there's not more than 1 or 2 Puerto Ricans in the NFL. There's that Christian Gonzalez kid. I don't even know if he's Puerto Rican.
I don't think he's Puerto Rican at all, bro.
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. But he's fucking made like he saved 2 touchdowns today.
I know he's fucking good, bro.
He's really good. The break that he has on the ball, like that's really awesome. Yeah, it's just like he breaks that. Like Sam Darnold thought he was over, and he was. And then Christian, closed the gap. He's good, man. He's really good. I only watched him play a few games, but you can tell he's on a different level. What are you thinking?
Pretty garbage halftime show. I used to look forward to halftime shows.
I stopped looking forward some years ago.
Damn. They used to be like really fucking good. And then Jay-Z took them over. Ever since BLM, they let the fucking niggers, they let Jay-Z take it. And now it's just retarded shit. Give it back to the whites, bro. We gotta give it back to the whites, bro. This is stupid.
Hello? 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 Hello?
The Turning Point USA show is still going on. A lot more American flags than this one.
Hello? Hello? Ooh, hello?
Like that. He would rather get rid of the black enslaved people and send them back to.
Did it sound like a velociraptor to
There
you?
was no possible way to do it.
Or the other hood?
Liberia, and then people that went to Liberia and started enslaving people in Liberia.
Liberia, Liberia.
They sent to Liberia are the Boule who kept black American Indians enslaved in the first fucking place. We're going
Let's go Liberia. That was a librarian, motherfucker.
1620, when the transatlantic slave trade started, the only 3 black people walking around the East Coast USA were the black Indians who headhunted
What?
for the white man.
Hello?
They were already on team white European.
Hello?
They were black Indians, and some of them got real pissed off that they had to keep showing their papers to the white slavers and proving that they are not, in fact, escaped or runaway slaves. They call themselves freemen. That was the code
Hello?
on the East Coast USA for a native black Indian person
Hello?
working with us white people.
Hello?
So we gotta keep up. You gotta double check every time you find a verified, certified Native American who is black.
Hello?
You better fucking do your heavy ass paperwork on what their folks' ancestors were up to.
Hello?
Because they were selling black Indians to white Europeans. Those black Indians were being sold all the way over in Spain,
Hello?
Africa, and the Caribbean for
Hello?
slavery. They were not kept in the USA.
Hello?
And those Indians knew exactly what was happening.
Hello?
So don't trust a lot of those people that were from the Ogeechee culture were sent down to Jamaica to I guess you say, like you were saying, to break the medicine.
That's too much.
You just put the bunny hat on the little boy.
Traumatized, bro. No, I can't even pull up X.
Go to
Okay, now here we go. Oh my God! So many of the comments are in Spanish.
Let me tell you something. Play alone, whether you sing it in Spanish or whatever. Immigration affects everyone, whether you're Asian, fucking African. And that play was like amazing, especially what's going on with Haitian, fucking Ukrainian, the people that they're trying to like stop TPS, when they're taking TPS away from these people, and they're trying to send them back to a country that's not even stabilized yet. This shit is like,
this shit ain't stabilized, so we ain't gonna send you.
Because my mom is not a citizen; she's a permanent resident. But even with her,
shit, mama here illegally.
I don't know what they're trying to do with these people. Just watching them like take asylum seekers and say they're not worth a shit, and even though they're illegal.
It's a money grab. So remember, Biden made it so that private prisons are no longer using federal they're no longer eligible for federal contracts for that type of prison. But ICE, there's a loophole there. So they're able to really, really, really profit off of this and extract labor and do indignities to people.
You know what's crazy, Crowley? I had my mom one day, I was on the phone with her, and then I put her on speaker for her to listen. And I was telling her you need to get your citizenship. She's like, I know, I messed up. Because we told her
mommy.
Citizenship. She would not fucking become an American citizen because she was fine with her permanent residency. And even now, we're like, she knows, she'd be like, oh, I'm gonna be okay, I'm permanent. But even with arrests, people showing up for fucking interviews, her mind is now she's paranoid. And it's not like she's just
people showing up for fucking interviews.
Or something. She provides jobs. She's considered a medium-sized job or a medium-sized business because she provides jobs for over 50 people. So it's even my dad was like, we've been told your ass, so if you get deported, that's between you and God. We've been telling her under the first administration, even prior to the administration coming in the first time, get your citizenship. And she's like, I'll be okay. After the first administration, I'm going to be okay. And now, even when he won under Kamala, it's I got to do something now. And it's this reactive shit. I'll be like, yo, I don't know. That should be hurting me. Because if something happened to my mom, I promise you, on God, y'all gonna see a nigga act crazy.
On God, and we're gonna act crazy.
Philippines is not a bad place. But she is an American.
And he said at the end of that, we're here, we're not going anywhere.
Yes, I thank you, Christina. Are you seguimos? Because let me learn that shit so I control people. Seguimos aquí. We're still here. Seguimos aquí, bitches. I love it. Oh, they are big crying on X. They are bigly crying on X. Fucking hilarious. I cannot wait. The mega tears, y'all. The fucking mega tears.
Mega tears. Oh, the mega tears.
Okay, wait, they're showing who was in the little thing. So I see Cardi B.
Just like an album.
Tiana Taylor? That's not Tiana Taylor. Yeah, there was a bunch of people. Somebody's gonna name them. I only recognize Cardi.
Wow, that was a slap in the face that was needed to happen. So Ricky Martin. Ricky Martin's a vampire too. This dude don't age.
Ricky Martin looked good.
Isn't he in his mid-60s?
Girl, shut up.
No, I'm serious. Isn't Ricky Martin in his mid-60s?
No, I don't know actually. Is he? No.
Ricky Martin is gonna be. Somebody said. Wait, yo.
Oh, wait, he was a good ago though. So let me think about this. Late 50s, maybe.
This is one of the funniest comments.
He's only 54.
Oh, okay. All right, everybody's over.
It really wasn't amazing halftime show. I don't like Bad Bunny music, but the show is really amazing. Don't worry for those who felt outsiders because he sang in Spanish. Even Spanish people don't understand what he sings. He has his own language.
Man, he could have been the bullshit. I don't understand the lyrics, but that beat, you can dance to that.
And as much as you want to understand the language because of it being at this time period, yeah, but that's the type of music, you chill, dance to. You don't have to know the words. It's just a lot.
Exactly. And these are the young kids, like, what is it, K-pop? When K-pop came out, my daughter knew all the fucking words.
Okay, I know all the words to K-pop. Demon Hunter. That was a great little show. I love that shit.
So we have to recognize that with what K-pop Demon Hunter for so long. We have to recognize that the entire world for generation after generation has been listening to English, music, English language music forever. So for us, this is like flipped for us that don't speak Spanish. So it's like, it was actually really fucking cool, I thought. But the rest of the world does this all the time.
But you know what Spirit is? You're a New Yorker, so we got a little, what do you call it, Spanglish. Put some words together and make it.
Oh, yeah. Well, the
J-Lo and Shakira's better than this. Shakira's halftime, what are we talking about? Like, no one else had a halftime set like this. Like, what the fuck is going
This was a great set. And Roger in the chat, people are calling out Twitter for the bullshit. So it's deliberately.
Hello?
They're saying they're calling out Twitter for making now all of a sudden it has issues with the damn app because they're like, y'all don't want Bad Bunny to
Hello?
because it's not pulling up tweets and shit.
And what makes this show even better than any other one is because of what's going on politically in this country. So it affects a lot of people. Like people in the neighborhood that may not, like, if you got a neighbor that you're really close to and you know that they may be like facing certain shit, then it affects a lot of people in the US. So.
Hello?
I think it was really powerful. It got me a little teary-eyed at the end.
Me too. When you said it, I was like, why would you do that? That's why I said, why would you say that?
Hey, fun fact, that's not Bad Bunny's first time performing at the Super Bowl. I just posted it when Shakira brought him out as a guest.
So he showed like that's what I saw. It was like the humble beginnings. So he kind of showed like, I saw the bodega, right? Was that the bodega? And did you see him crashing in on the white people? That was funny as fuck.
Yes, that was Puerto Rico.
The white people?
That was in New York. That was Washington Heights. Ain't that white spirit? That's what Washington Heights is. That's not, if you've been to Puerto Rico, that's not what Puerto Rico looks like. That is Washington Heights.
Did he grow up in Puerto Rico? I felt like it was an homage to like that immigrant experience. He had
with the grass, the bananas for.
Yeah, he had the fruit. He had the
plastic
he had all
hair.
different people. Yeah, he had the people sitting outside. The dancing, and then it was like the progression, right? He gave the ring to the couple, and then he proposed, and then we saw the wedding. Did y'all see the progression there?
So that was cute. And also,
and then he gave the Grammy to the little boy that was the representation of himself at the end. Did you? Because he just.
See, I didn't realize it was a representation of him. I thought he just gave a little Spanish. I didn't know it was him.
He just won Grammy. Right. He won Grammy of the. He won album himself. Yes, absolutely. He won album of the year. Did y'all not realize that? So that part had to have been added in just recently. So that was his fucking Grammy. Like, how fucking cool was that? So he gave the Grammy to himself as a child, sitting watching a Super Bowl. That was one of the most powerful things because I'm like,
going crazy. Highest population of fucking Puerto Ricans outside of. There's what, 2 million Puerto Ricans in fucking New York City outside of fucking Puerto Rico.
I was happy to see so many shades of Puerto Ricans, and including so many different Afro hairstyles, including the
There was some braids. He had melanated melanated Hispanics all up and through. I loved it.
Melanated Hispanics.
Thank you. I love that part because even though it was a huge responsibility on his shoulder,
They just had two big completions.
For him to like start that out, and I mean that's got to be a flex.
I'm rooting for you. I love Dr. AG. I don't even know what's going on. I just hope they win.
Your own Grammy and your own fucking performance, and yes, that was him as a little boy. But my other favorite part outside of that was when he was naming off all the countries, because I heard him say Haiti, I heard him say all of the Venezuela, Salvador. Yeah, what is Cici Puerta? What does that mean, AM? Y'all know it's translated. Yes, we can. Cici Puerta. Cici Puerta.
The biggest takeaway from this show, I love seeing the diversity of human beings. That part, I think the story could have been told better. I love the Grammy. I love the Grammy to himself. I mean, I just think the storytelling could have been a little bit more cohesive. Seeing the human beings out there in the fields, showing up on the electric That's correct. That's what that represents, the infrastructure. That's correct.
But this realize this, right? If you do a double powerful winds and traps shifting sound before it can spread. Once the wind is taken, something incredible happens. The soil begins to thaw, moisture stays low, grass starts to grow, then shrubs, and eventually even trees to generations, places that once moved dust
The song that Ricky Martin song was What Happened. I think translated like What Happened to Hawaii.
what you're seeing is the
So,
signs
I mean,
it was Hawaii.
Yeah, I just think the storytelling could have been sharper. Like, I love the festiveness, and I love the flavor.
What's wrong with y'all? No, you realize that the drink is serious. Hold on, wait.
Don't talk about the show. That's serious stuff.
You realize that most Super Bowl performers do not even tell a story. So I'm like, what do you mean the story? Like, what I'm saying is, may I finish? Some people didn't even realize that Kendrick's performance, and I'll admit, I love Kendrick. If you were not a fan of Kendrick, a lot of it wouldn't make sense. If you were just watching it, you would have known the story about Serena doing the grandma saying walk and walk. And then it's like, I love how Kendrick, like, it's known as, people thought it was about shit on Drake. No, remember when Serena won and when she did the first walk and grandma thing? Like, that was a big fucking deal. It was like little tidbits for the culture. Like, he actually told the fucking story. Everybody else was bored.
All I said was because we continue to read our
Also, everybody's performance saved lives. That is not common.
And that's why I wanted to kind of Cardi B was there, but she was dancing like a backup dancer. What do we make of that? I thought that was amazing.
I love it. I fucking love it. tried to pit Lady Gaga and Bad Bunny against each other for the Grammys. And the song that she sang, I thought, because that's an older song, right? That song came out like 2019. It was an older song. And I like the remix. Honestly, I think
Yeah, that was me. I think that also we need the Patriots to lose just for like where America is at right now. Like if the Patriots win, I feel like that's like bad symbology.
Do you even watch football, bro?
I gotta agree with that one.
Do I even watch football, bro? I mean, not really, because I think that it's a modern plantation, but you know, yeah.
As a Nugget fan, I was down there with you. I agree with you, bro.
Could be calm. Is Seattle's coach black?
No. He's white.
They're getting crushed.
I mean, they're two scores out, but they're terrible.
You know what you should never do? Dye your eyebrows like blonde. Like, I don't know what the fuck she's doing, but she looks crazy as hell.
Oh, you looking at?
She does look better from when she first started her surgery is actually good.
Yo, did y'all see that drink? They got a drink called
Hello?
Liquid Death and shit.
Hello?
Is that a real thing?
Hello? 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 Bigelow. Oh, yeah.
No, it started because the guy went sober and felt left out, like drinking fucking water in a bar, so he wanted to make something that looked like a beer, like that looked cool. So he created the whole liquid death thing.
Yeah, he's a rocker. Yeah. I looked him up, so I was like, I never heard of the product.
I mean, it's great Brandon.
They got $1 billion in financing. They raised $1 billion.
No, but people like it.
I wouldn't drink no shit like that.
I'm talking about the spark. They have like flavored sparkling, the regular sparkling, flat water.
Oh yeah, I just wouldn't drink anything. I wouldn't bring anything like that in my home called Liquid Death. Period. Like, but I'm glad they're doing it.
Liquid Death.
It ain't my thing, but Liquid Death.
Yeah, but you kind of understand if you're sober, you're at a bar, and you're tempted to like be cool, have the beer, have something in your hand, instead of a fucking stupid, non-alcoholic beer that sucks anyway. Why not have something that looks cool and put in your hand that you're not thinking about? I mean, it is a thing for people.
No, I respect that. I just said it ain't my thing.
Respect it.
I wouldn't drink anything with the word death in it.
Death.
That's all. But it works for those that are sober now, like you said. So now
I was a couple of apples. Everybody's shot a brain. I got you, spirits.
Hello?
All the other waters are like,
they're boring.
One of the public
It's wild that we show it on the countries as racist as we've been lately.
Oh wait, Coco Jones sang the Black National Anthem? Oh man.
The Black National Anthem?
Oh, look at her. I love Coco.
Where did she sing that?
At the Super Bowl.
Did we unlock whether Roger Goodell is
Hello?
in Epstein files?
Did we miss that?
Hello?
Yes, we did. She sang the Black National Anthem. Coco.
Yeah, they usually sing it. We're having a conversation today. I'm gonna put it at the top.
Was it before it went live? Like, because
No, they usually sing it right before the national anthem, the regular national anthem.
Okay, yes, it's been confirmed that Pedro Pascal was spotted in the crowd for the halftime show. That was Pedro. That was him.
Hello?
I love it.
I love it.
And Coco actually sang before Green Day performed and before the teams even hit the field.
oh, so that's why we didn't see it. That's my joke.
I don't know. Living at halftime, this Super Bowl boring as hell.
It's very fucking boring. And the commercials are not. I don't know. Y'all, what commercials y'all like?
Boo-boo.
They don't
Hey, boo-boo.
popping like they usually are.
Yeah, the commercials ain't giving. I'm sorry.
I'm not even watching, to be
I'm
honest.
here.
I've been yapping.
Shit, I'm here with y'all, man. I was gonna go to a Super Bowl get together, but I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, they need
some fumbles and interceptions. It's not been.
Yeah, they didn't even have any freaking flags and shit. I think it's been like, what 2 flags so far? This is like too boring.
So what are y'all's favorite, what are y'all's top favorite Super Bowl performances of all time?
Prince is my number one. Bruno Mars.
Yeah, I like how they brought out Beyonce, Bruno Mars, and Coldplay. Like it was like a.
Oh yeah, for the 50th anniversary and the Panthers and
Bruno Mars killed it. It was just
yeah, that's when Beyonce failed, and it let me know that she was a fucking professional because she fell back and still danced her way back up. I remember when she fell.
But it's gonna be Prince for me is my all-time number one. Like he playing that guitar in the rain with his do-rag on. It was like that was so.
Yeah, that was fire.
When was that? That was like recent.
No, it was a while ago.
You get the best shows. You get the best shows when it's not overhyped. You know.
Oh my God. Interception.
I think Michael Jackson to me is so iconic. The fact that he stood there and just paused for a whole 2 minutes, and the crowd went crazy when he just took his sunglasses off. That to me will always be
The singer, Pearly. Since I'm like a little bit behind, stop doing the play-by-play.
I'm sorry you got some delayed ass TV. I don't know how the fuck that is.
Y'all watching
I told you I'm on a high floor.
I'm not watching the game.
Did y'all just see the Pringles commercial with the skeleton and Pringles?
Right now.
Yo, I like this one. I like this one. Yeah.
Prince performed in 2007, and it was a torrential downpour, and he infamously said, "Can it rain harder?" But he had this little do-rag thing on his head. Yeah, it was amazing.
And it was 2007.
It was 2007.
Let me interject from a Gen X perspective. The Super Bowl halftime show was fucking ass up until I think it was '93, which was Michael Jackson. That was the first big name, and from that moment on. Absolutely true, but they had fucking the worst. They had fucking marching bands as the headliners and Up With People. Nobody remembers how terrible that was. But Michael Jackson came in '93, and that was it. Then they had to keep trying to outdo that, with major A-list performers, which they done. We're very lucky.
But do you know why? Do you know why?
With the horse and the little ducky.
When was Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson? Was that 2000 or 2002?
Where you threw her under the bus.
They had to increase the shows. What didn't it have to do with the weigh-ins and people watching the show that they would flip the channel or something? So they had to. So it was. So basically, we can thank the Wayans brothers and In Living Color for why we have better halftime shows. Isn't that fucking cool?
Yeah, I remember that.
They were losing viewership, so they had to do something to get people's engagement to at least have them watch up until.
Wait, reform. I think we got the #1 commercial, the Budweiser joint with the horse and the little ducky. I don't know if y'all saw that. I think that's it.
I'm not watching any of them.
It turned out to be a bald eagle. No, I think that's gonna be the top commercial. I'm going
I don't think nothing is gonna.
Commercial with the little chick play out, or rather the baby. It's gonna make some noise.
Can you hear me now? And you know what is actually one of my favorite commercials behind the scenes with the Cheetos is Kevin Federline, when he was like he's a rap star. I'm sorry. And of course, the #1 song. I mean, we all agree, right? We don't want to have to boot y'all from the room. The #1 performer for
Whitney.
Better be Whitney. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. Nobody's done it better since. Jasmine Sullivan comes short.
Yes, Jasmine was strong. Yes, but
what y'all think is the worst one?
Fergie was the one. That was Fergie was horrible.
No, you know what was the worst rendition when they allowed Roseanne Barr to sing that song? It wasn't.
was so disrespectful. That was so disrespectful.
The worst Super Bowl performance I ever remember is Bruce Springsteen.
No, the worst Super Bowl performance was that year they had Maroon 5 perform. That shit was ass. I'm sorry. And I like Maroon 5 as a band, but Super Bowl, that shit did not translate. It was boring as hell. I was asleep on that shit.
The funny shit is when 50 came out and he was out of shape. He even talked about it. 50 said, I was out of shape. I was fat as fuck. I'm black. He just kept it a buck. He said it. We was like, girl, what is going on? Yeah. So he owned up to that, you know.
Who else performed with Maroon 5? It was a group of people that year, wasn't it? Because that's when they started doing that whole, like, this before Jay-Z and then took over. They started like, instead of having just one set artist.
Hello?
Like, remember it was Dre and Mary J. Blige and Snoop and like.
Hello?
But when Maroon 5 performed, they didn't perform by themselves. It was somebody else with them too. I forgot them.
I was mad at Justin for a long time because he threw Janet under the bus. I didn't like that shit as well. I was mad at him for a long time. Yeah. I was like, yo, that was not a good look.
Wait, that was the one that Kid Rock was on the same halftime show.
Was he?
Maroon 5?
Was he?
No, with Janet. Oh, that's 2004. My bad. So that I was thinking Justin, Nelly, Kid Rock.
Yeah.
Hello?
Jessica Simpson.
Hello? Hello?
He performed at the Super Bowl, Puff?
This is 2004. I'm looking it up right now. What a lineup. P. Diddy, Kid
It's so
Rock.
funny. We call him Puff. Y'all call him P. Diddy. Like, this was so funny. Yeah, well, no, we from New York, so we just know him as Puff. Like, yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, yeah, all of that. Yeah, Puff. Yeah, Puff. But shout out to my Latina community, my Latinos. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah, shout out to Bad Bunny. He did it.
He really did.
He really did.
And to me, a good performance is not just a performance; it's like a piece of art. And I do think that was a masterpiece. Does make you think. But I really love him crashing in on the white people. That shit was funny as hell.
That was hilarious.
Oh, you know what? I missed that because I had looked away. I just saw him in the living room. Okay, I missed that part.
Yeah.
I definitely missed that.
Yeah, if you weren't paying attention, but
I looked away. Yeah, I looked
those
away.
people.
That was fun.
Hello?
And then y'all being out in the field, like with the sugar cane, and because there was people in the outfit. I thought the green people was gonna like start moving around more. They were in costumes. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, I noticed that too. Moving around.
Hello?
I thought they was gonna dance and break out and surprise everybody. They were like, in costumes.
No, I think it was part of the set, so it was like a moving set. So they were moving around.
Hello?
Did you get a chance to see them though?
Hello?
No.
Hello?
Did they do those performances?
I hear you complaining about John Kitover. You've been recording your show and shit, and you've been mass reporting him, but you can't get him to get it. You can't get him to knock it out.
They're recording those shows.
Hello?
They don't do them for the audience.
John Kitover recording this show right now, motherfucker.
When he was up on the
Hello?
then you had the camera coming.
Hello?
Like, they don't give a shit about the optics.
Hello?
Yeah, they was rocking with the drone.
Hello?
It's literally for the viewing audience. It is not for the...
You know which one I didn't care for was the Weeknd singing. That got me dizzy.
Oh, right. He was going through that maze, right?
I was like, get me out of this.
That's not what happened.
No, that's not dispersing with imminent threat.
That is dispersing.
No, that's not. They're allowed.
Yes, it is. No, you can't just, Pepe, you can't just shove people to the ground.
Yes, you can. They're giving a lawful order and you're not complying.
She wasn't. There's no reason to think she was given any lawful order.
No, it is a lawful order. When they say clear the fucking roadway to make it do her job, that is literally a lawful fucking order.
If she refuses, you detain her. You don't shove her.
Put her out of the fucking way so you can go on with your day.
Do that.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Show me the law where it says you can do that.
Using appropriate force to get her out of the fucking way. Like, that's stupid.
Why don't the moderators? You can't shove her to the ground. That's assault.
Assault. It'd be like a fucking. You can say it's assault is just an unwanted.
You're a huge bootlicker, but you can't just shove it because you're like, well, I feel like you're in the way. And second of all, what was she in the way of?
She was in the fucking way. She got in front of that fucking vehicle.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she was.
She was standing on the road in front of a parked car.
Oh, no. When the police say back up, when it's local police, it doesn't matter. When they say back up, we have a scene here, back up, we need to do something here. That is the difference between, for example, law enforcement and just regular citizens. They can give lawful orders, and they can do it at the threat of arrest for not following those orders. Now, sometimes, I don't think they want to be arrested.
So they are just arresting random people.
She was standing just beside the sidewalk. It's impossible for her at her position to have impeded any fucking traffic, and then she was like, what?
Yes, she was.
Oh, he's gone now. Where are you, man? Hey.
Hello?
Hey, man, how you doing, brother?
I'm good, but I don't generally share the stage with human pieces of excrement like Resistance. He's absolutely one of the worst human beings I've ever encountered in my unfortunate life. Excuse me? Hello? Oh, my teeth. Oh, man. Brother, it's pronounced teeth. There's no F. There's no F in the word teeth. Just like when you have your death, there will be no such thing as a death. Just a death. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Did your rabbi buy your weed?
Hello?
Resistance. Did that rabbi buy your weed or what?
Are you thinking about a grown man sucking on a little child's cock? Hello?
It's a Jew. Say the right word. I'm thinking about a Jewish grown man sucking on a baby cock.
You are literally worse than dog shit. You are human trash. Just filth. Absolute garbage of a human being.
If I'm trash and I'm garbage, what is that rabbi when he's sucking on that baby dick?
You are worse than garbage in a gutter. I've seen garbage in a gutter that got more value than you piece of trash.
Can y'all listen to me for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Since you brought up baby penises, Resistance, here's another hadith that I just posted on the side chat.
Ooh, a hadith.
So here it is. Narrated by Abu Huraira. I have not stopped. So basically, Hassan is his grandson. Okay. I have not stopped loving this man after I saw the Messenger of Allah did do what he did. I saw Al-Hassan in the lap of the Prophet. He put his finger in the beard of the Prophet, and the Prophet put his tongue in his mouth. Then he said, "Oh Allah, I love him. So love him."
I think that was Paul and Mark. When you confused it for the Prophet.
Resistance, you don't care what your Prophet actually, he French kissing his own grandson. Do you think that's okay? And making love to him?
Last time I checked in American culture, especially white people such as yourself and the Jews, they always kiss their children in the mouth. So why the Jew and the white Americans practicing Islamic culture? Why they kissing them kids in the mouth?
It was saying that he was sucking on his tongue. This is French kissing, dude. That's French kiss, dude. That's you're in love with your grandson. That's pederasty.
Most grandparents are in love with their grandchildren, yes.
Oh my God. Oh. Resistance, sometimes you're funny, but man, this is This is getting some weird, man. What does always want?
Can you tell me the passage in the Bible where it says, "Take the young ones for yourselves"?
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about in your beautiful Bible, where it says,
The Israelites were.
"Oh, what are you, an Israelite?"
Yeah, you were talking about.
Took part in a variety of activities.
Sure. You take all the young virgins, right? What the text says, and you raise them in your household. You don't force no sex upon
So
them.
then why did they rape them?
They didn't get raped.
They did.
No, they didn't. Because
You want to bet? You want to bet? Let's say what Bert Ehrman says and Rashi.
If they got raped, then they will be violating their own law.
And that's what Christians and Jews do all the time. Weren't the Jews burying their own children? Breaking their own laws?
Hey, this dude is ridiculous, man.
I'm telling the truth.
I mean, he's a good.
I'm good at telling the truth. You're right. You got me there.
You're trying to be good position. I have to tell you, man. Keep being a Muslim and keep being climbing
Ain't
around.
no question. I'm gonna keep being Muslim.
It ain't even a question of whether he's a Muslim or not. The fact of the matter is, the man's a low-class piece of shit. He is literally a hate-spewed, vomitous, despicable, horrible human being. You are human shit. You are the worst of the worst, the lowest, most vulgar, most detestable scoundrel I've ever seen, sir.
And everything is a class act, like a typical Jew.
Keep smelling your hands, the resistance.
Ooh, keep smelling your hands.
I usually do smell them after I take my mother's twat.
Oh!
I'll never shake your hands. Resistance. If I ever see you in real life, I'm never going to shake your hand because I don't know where your hand is.
You really don't have to clap.
We got a contender that's going to knock resistance off of his high chair of stupidity. I bring you El Normo the Great!
That's why his son's gay.
Hello? Is that projection? Is that projection resistance? Is that projection resistance?
He admitted it. He said he did the circumcision.
Well, the fact that you love talking about circumcisions all the time makes me wonder, what the fuck is wrong with you? And are you going to brush your teeth? And what do you want at the time of your death? And also, what is the truth of the earth? Go ahead, Resistance.
I want to know, Resistance, be honest with me. Resistance, do you know the story about Zoot? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Are you saying that actually happened where your prophet got zooted in the middle of the desert by a bunch of Pakistani tribesmen? Is that a thing? Like, do you believe that actually happened?
Yes, I believe he liberated those savages and taught them how to become real men.
The key word is wash or hands, if you can search it and find it.
The key word is Christians and Jews leave the babies alone.
Are you saying Resistance? That a man who got drafted in the middle of the desert by a bunch of Pakistani tribes, and he made his own best buddy watch him do it, and he liked it. And you're saying that he civilized him somehow? Like, what does that even? How does even civilizing work? If you're actually, I'm sorry to say, but taking it up the bunghole from a bunch of Pakistani tribes, how does that civilize it?
Taking it in a bunghole, that's a white and African thing.
You're too much fun. You're too much fun. You are too much fun. Thanks, man. Thanks for the laugh. Thanks for the laugh.
Cha-cha-cha dance.
Is there someone here that speak Arabic? You speak Arabic, brother? We speak English.
Nah, man, about Shwe Arabi, Habibi. Let's move on to the next hadith, What is the next hadith to be revealed to these Muslims of great faith?
Right now, we're speaking to the Yahudi and told them to stop raping children.
Go ahead. There's a hadith for that one too, Muhammad. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Phoenix. Did I call you Muhammad? Sorry, I'm talking about the hadiths with regards to the title of the room. Mo.
Oh yeah, well the hadith that I have is the one on my picture profile. Can you read it?
Let's check it out. Oh, this is a good one. It says, Ibn Abbas says, the Prophet relieved himself, then some food was brought to him, and he ate and did not touch water.
And then keep reading. It's not over. It gets better.
The narrator said, Amr bin Dinar added, narrating from Sa'id bin al-Huwarith, then it was said to the Prophet, are you not going to perform wudu? He said, I am not going to prayer, that I should do wudu. Amr claims that he heard this from Sa'id bin al-Huwarith.
So basically, what happened was that Muhammad did a number 2 and didn't wash his hand, and then he ate food, and then one of his best buddies was like, hey man, you're not going to go wash your hands? Like, why? Am I going to pray or what?
He just didn't give a shit, basically, is what you're saying. And he didn't have baby wipes at the time, so he literally sat there and stuffed himself with shawarma with fucking shit stains all over his fucking hands. Shit stains. Did you speak English? Did you just learn English?
Relieve himself, yes, he was urinating.
No. He dropped the deuce. You don't know the truth of the earth. When you pass a bowel movement and your metabolism kicks in, eat the doo-doo. How do you know he urinated and didn't drop a number 2? What makes you think it's exclusive to a number 1? Shit.
It does.
Because if you were peeing around, back then they didn't have a toilet bowl, so it would be spilling all over the place.
Exactly.
No, it wouldn't, because Muslims squat when they urinate. They don't stand up like you.
They squatters? They're not standers? Shit, I heard it all. Nah. Gotta squat down and take a pee-pee.
Muslims don't stand up, piss all over their clothes like you Christians and Jews do. Why do you think the Jewish clothes are always stained? Their white shirts always stained yellow. Why do you think the Jewish clothes always stained? And why do you think you Christians always got cancer? If you don't wipe your ass, you don't wipe your fucking bladder hole.
Hello? Hello?
No, both genders are not.
Back to the woman, literally not a fucking threat in any way. That's as he's turning around, face and trying to face the woman. That's when he gets pepper sprayed in the face, shoved, and then the ICE agent backs off, and then pepper sprays him again with his fucking back turned. Clearly not a fucking threat. Like you'd have to be an obsequious SS bootlicker to think that it was completely appropriate. That's the best way. He not only sprays him, he comes after him, puts his hand on him to where you at? Let me spray some more. It's completely fucking insane. And then
From what I was talking about, the ICE lawyer in the hearing with the judge that she was having admitted that so many people are being detained. This is like in ICE. So many people are being detained without a semblance of lawful basis, right? So like that's another reason that it's become very difficult for them to respond to court orders, is because they have to keep inventing these like textual basis to explain the horribly egregious way in which they're like jackboot thugs have been going around and like arresting people and infringing on the rights.
This guy is like clearly just molding. He's clearly
really just molding. Anyone who has a semblance of a reasonable mind and isn't completely cocked will never go look at this video and go like, yeah, that's totally reasonable. Yeah, that's what the officer should have done, and he's in no way responsible for the ensuing commotion that happens.
Yeah, I think what Bob is talking about is the overzealous motherfuckers out there that are becoming.
It's clearly fucking bad.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got.
And like, watching this video, it's completely obvious to me that none of this needed to happen. The ICE agent moved them off to the street, and then everything that happened after that was like completely unnecessary.
Hello?
But you can't make the jump to assuming must have happened before that. You just have to stop right
No, you can't. No, I'm saying I'm watching this stuff before that. I'm saying
You have to. I would say one of the weirdest blunders I saw, at least from what I could see, is that generally you say gun as soon as you see a firearm. The agent that takes away the firearm, I didn't see him, at least from what I could see, communicate with the other officers that, oh, I got his gun. Which I think if they would have known, if that communication would have occurred, and if there was an accidental discharge, and he would have said, oops, it's me, you could have stopped all of this. Now,
yeah, but the problem with that is the cop that was behind him that likely fired the first shot that hit him.
Yes.
His line of sight was directly in the path of the agent who removed the gun. He would have had to be blind to not see that the gun was removed.
Can I say something? Do you don't mind? I'm just giving you some advice. If somebody has a badge and a gun, don't get in their face. Just gotta back off.
Words of wisdom.
And just back up like 10 feet. You can be 10 feet away from them. You can yell at them.
You would have been a great SS.
But you can do all that stuff. You protest with signs. You yell at them. But I just advise everybody in this room, don't go up into a law enforcement officer's face and start yelling at them. That's just what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree that what that crazy guy did was especially fucking stupid. Like, I'm somebody who lives in a state where you can just conceal carry without a permit. I've had permits and all that. I don't really carry, but if I was to ever carry, the last fucking thing I would do is show up at a goddamn protest, especially if it was to protest the cops. And it's not just because if a scuffle happened, I might get shot. But if you commit a felony while armed, okay, what if they would have charged him with assault on a federal agent, a felony? Then they find out that you're armed. So you have a firearm in the commission of a crime. There's your aggravated sentencing right there. Everything about it is fucking stupid.
When you're in a car, when you're a vehicle trying to block traffic, and there's two officers with a gun, you might just.
Is there anyone else I can bring up from the audience who wants to make a completely irrelevant point?
Yeah, obviously. Why did Kristi Noem come out and say, like, the person was looking to do maximum damage? Because she's a dumb bitch and it was propaganda.
I agree. I second that.
So that's a problem? It's a problem. That's you're not even running made up of pretextual. Yes, it was
stupid.
He had two fucking magazines for a Korean handgun, which is not, it's not abnormal to carry two handguns, which obviously does not mean you're trying to do a mass shooting. Even a police officer carries more fucking magazines for his handgun. And so everything she said was absolute bullshit. She's a dumb fucking bitch. I mean, really, she should not be leading the Department of Homeland Security. I agree.
I second that.
Yeah, but so, I mean, this is a low bar, but I'll take it.
Yeah, but so then why are you if it's so obvious to you that the government is lying to you about the horrible the reason these jackbooted thugs are killing people in the inner cities, right? If the government's lying to you about that, does that not trigger you a little bit to think maybe they're
why should we tell the parents these kids are dead because of illegal immigrants?
About her trying to mass
mass kill police officers is because there's no justification.
What should you tell these parents of these kids that
They
died?
have to generate one.
What do you tell these parents of these kids that died because of illegal? What do you tell those
The
parents?
same thing that we tell the kids of parents who died from American citizens. I'm sorry that there are horrible people in the world that sometimes commit crimes that have mental illness, and I apologize. I'm sorry for them. On behalf of the good of humanity. One of my most frustrating points is when people say, you don't go up and don't approach federal agents with guns. Like, yeah, okay, I get that, but hold on a second. It's almost like saying, don't go up and approach a bunch of criminals or a gang with guns, right? There's a big difference. Can I finish? If I land my point, I mean, I know I'm long-winded, but just bear with me. But the point is that one is supposed to be the federal agent of one of the best countries in the world. We're supposed to have something called morals, okay? We're supposed to have some. We're not. Hold on. We're not a bunch of criminals, some gangs. We're not some foreign agency. We're citizens. Those are our people. That's our people. If we are telling you as a citizen, unless you believe you're above the law, once you put a fucking shiny tin fucking piece of shit on. Excuse me. Hold on. Let me calm down. Once you put a thing on your little badge on and a special uniform, okay, right? If you believe that once you put that on, you have some special privileges above the rest of us, I think that that's a big problem. Look, this is frustrating. Hold on, listen to me. Then you don't get to say, I'm going to remove all accountability and I'm just going to be this pseudo. We're your neighbors.
So what do you do with these people that are in this country illegally? Now here's the deal. Let me finish. Give me 20 seconds. I'm not long-winded. I'm not 100% for Trump's policy of immigration, deporting aliens here.
Why do you want to get rid of all the aliens?
God, okay, you're not going to let me finish, are you?
Why do you want to get rid of all the aliens? Hold on, I can fucking let him finish.
Give me 20 seconds. I am not for the policy of, if I was president for the day, I would say, if you're a minor, or been here since you're a minor, then here's your pathway to citizenship. I would say that generally, if you've ever committed a crime above a DWI or whatever, you got to go home. Everybody else, let's talk about a pathway to citizenship. That's what I would do. But here's the deal. I can't change what he's done, his half of his policy. I've taken everybody. In my opinion, he's not there yet. Anyway, that said, I've never seen, this is what I'm trying to say. But here's the deal. They're enforcing the law. Okay? I respect law enforcement. If I call 911 right now, a cop would be at my front fucking door, loaded with a gun, ready to save me if I was saying there's an armed robbery here.
Yeah.
And if a illegal alien was in my backyard and committing a crime and whatever ICE would be, those fuckers are here to save our lives, to protect us. Now here's the deal, and I'll land here. If you don't like the law, if you don't like the way it's doing, protest peacefully, and then go vote somebody else in 3 years. It's that simple.
Right.
It's not that big of a fucking deal.
Well, hold on, Matt. It is a big deal when you have people. You don't have. There's like this sphere of time that you're supposed to say, okay, we're going to allow. Just wait for the next election, and for the next 4 years, we're just going to allow people to be violated, killed, murdered, whatever. Treated horrible, detained, F due process, F habeas corpus, forget all that. Just wait till the election. And then hold on, Matt, hold on.
Stop believing the bullshit, man.
Wait. And then the best part is, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. If you still have a dominant force who's going to push them into whatever the dominant majority is going to be, then you're effed, man, right? The best thing, this is what's crazy, and this is how I know that the right has been completely hijacked by, I don't even know, right? 10 years ago, Republicans and conservatives, I was protesting back during Tea Party days when conservatives would be armed to the teeth out. We would carry our AR-15s, be packed, running. Okay, listen, what happened to this civic duty? What happened to the civic duty? Well, this is what we're taught training when we do not allow the government to harm our people. This is us. This is what we're supposed to do, right? And so as a federal agent, I would expect if you come into my city, right, which is happening right now. I just had my high school, 500 students God bless them, walked out and protested in our streets, okay? The poor high school kids have to deal with this.
Fucking care about immigration. Do they really give a shit?
Absolutely. Our city has about 40% Hispanics. Okay, we have 40%. Whites are the minority in our city. Yes, it's a very large city. But this is the point. The point is that if you come as a human being, okay, also part of the America. Hold on, because the options are you through like what's happening and you create and you just start to be violent. What type of moral, sophisticated country is that going to? Listen, if you need to. What is so hard about fucking walking away or standing down until there's a negotiation with the mayor, with the governor, whoever, and the people can figure out what's going on? I mean, like, what's the biggest part? Your ego is that fucking big? No, it's not that. Stand the fuck down. This is what you're not understanding. You're blaming the federal agents. Okay? The federal agents don't have anything to do with it. They have a fucking job. Look what they were doing only a year ago. But hold on. This is what you're missing. Problem. You think that they don't? You think that they don't have agency? They do. This is what I. Oh yeah, they're starving their children. Yes, ruining their whole retirement and their whole fucking career to just negotiate. My bad. I forgot you could sell out for a $50K sign-on bonus. You're right. No, I'm talking about a lot of these people. I don't think you realize it. I don't think you realize this. First of all, just like the agents that shot Preddy, okay, they were Mexicans. Most of the, or I should say Mexican, Border Patrol has always been overwhelmingly Mexican-American. Why? You have to serve your first 2 years on the southwestern border. Who lives along the southwestern border? Mexican-Americans. But are they often bilingual? Yes. Do they want bilingual people? Yes. And so, like, these are people that get people.
My brother's a retired law. My brother's a retired federal law.
Sure, but hold on one second. But I just want to say this. Like, these are people that a year ago, okay, all they were doing is sitting there and just processing all of these people that were fucking invading our border. Do you think they were very unhappy about it? They were saying how unhappy they were about it, but they had to do it.
Let me elaborate on that. My brother's a retired federal law enforcement officer. He gives polygraph exams for federal law enforcement applicants, primarily the Border Patrol, CBP, whatever you call it. And I would never forget, man. He's been retired for about 5 years now. I'll never forget. He called me one day. He had to go down to the travels. He was in San Antonio, South Texas, and he was just talking to the higher ups of the Border Patrol. This is by administration. He said, "Matt, it's such a joke down there that all they're doing is they're filling out some paperwork and they're just letting them in because there's so many people coming in."
That's what they did here. They stopped patrolling the border.
A joke. He said these Border Patrol agents, the upper echelon, it's like, why are we even here? It's stupid. Now that is a crime, and that's the reason why us Republicans are being libertarian is fucking angry right now. And that's the reason why I give Trump the benefit of the doubt is because this is what happens with 10, 15 fucking million people across the border. This is what happens.
And that is the other piece that I think she's kind of missing. So when you come here as a legal immigrant, or you come here with your bogus fucking asylum claim, which they have acknowledged that over 95% of them are bogus. They would be considered largely economic migrants. But hey, if you're going to give them that option, they'll just go ahead and turn themselves into the border and file for asylum. Our immigration courts are backed up. Maybe they'll see a judge in 7 years, or they just won't show up. It doesn't fucking matter. But they end up swarming our country with between 10 to 15 million of these people. And now the majority of Americans literally wanted the deportations to happen. Okay, and that's still the consensus to this day.
Is your problem
with the latest polling? And so they absolutely we have to clean up this mess. And I love how people love to sit here and say but the humanity. Look, they knew what the fuck they were doing when they were coming here. Most women, and that's the other thing. Almost all of the women that were coming across the border, yes,
the law.
They would have to literally bring condoms because it's part of the fucking journey.
Okay, great. That's really cool. So I'm making an economic case for migrants, right? I'm not making a let's think about the morality of it, right? I don't think any of you understand why you're so against these immigrants that are not coming in legally, right? I don't think any of you
know more about it than you, honestly.
Okay. You know, but why are you against illegal immigrants?
Oh, me personally, I'm against largely legal and illegal immigrants.
Okay, why?
That's a different story.
Okay, why?
I have a different. I'm not a conservative. I think conservatives are cucks. But I think that I want to preserve the demographic, makeup of America personally.
Do any of you have a reasonable reason?
I'm for legal immigration. I'm really for legal immigration. I'm big time for legal
Why do you
immigration.
think illegal immigration so much?
You gotta come here because you know what? The people have been here for 10 years trying to do this the right way. Guess who just got in the front of the line? We're cutting line. Come in here the right way. That's it. That's all I'm asking as a libertarian. I'm for a lot of immigration. Do it the right. Go home. Do it the right way.
The right way, and they still got detained and deported.
Right. But Matt, too, this is the thing. We already know that our immigration policy is effed. We have thousands of approved petitions that are just sitting backlogged, okay? There are people that wait decades, 10, 15, 20 years to come into this country the right way. But if their category is fulfilled and the ruling elite says, oh no, sorry, you're not valuable enough to come to the country this year or next year or the year after, then they're just sitting there. We have thousands of approved people that aren't coming in. So this is the thing. What now?
Do they have a right to come here? Is that what you're getting at? This is absolutely bizarre. Most countries do not. They make it very fucking hard to become a goddamn citizen, but for whatever reason, you think that the United States should be one of these countries that we just we're different. We should just let everybody and everybody.
We're only one of these documents we're talking at a time.
Yeah, why are you talking?
We need people in this country. We're not producing enough people in this country. We need immigrants here. We need a lot.
You didn't say are not
Wait, can I just say one more?
Not with AI, we probably don't.
Hold on. I just want to say one point. So, when the fingers are pointed at, why don't Republicans want illegal immigrants here? That is, our focus is that our government did this on purpose, and they sold us out, and those people, Joe Biden, everyone that worked for Joe Biden's cabinet,
The Republicans have been doing it too. This is where the conservatives you guys, conservatives like the Cato Institute Republicans, they love cheap labor, they love undermining your changes.
We're I'm John Kitover with Newsline News. Single still makes the river sing. I think I was able to just supposed to get them all in 10 minutes. My watch says 9:05. Great. I'm right here on the call.
You have to be sent back. Why is there no fucking outrage for the Biden administration that put them in the fucking?
Because they're indoctrinated to believe that deporting is fascist and that enforcing the law is fascist. Except for when it comes to January 6th. Kick in their door, send in a SWAT team, put them all on the globe. 100 years, make them face the wall. It's a puffy. It's fucking stupid.
Before I go, the most brilliant move of my lifetime when I'm 50 was when the greatest governor in the world, Governor Greg Abbott, started shipping these immigrants into New York, up to Boston, to Chicago. That changed the game because we made it everybody else's problem, but not ours. And that's when it got on there. But they'd be hypocrite, Democrats be hypocrite, and they got pissed off at Joe Biden.
It's literally the reason why Eric Adams is out of office. Because when he was talking about sanctuary city, he was on board. But then when they started getting the bus loads, he started saying that they were putting a strain on the system there. Then all of a sudden, hey, this is unsustainable. This popcorn here is untenable.
They basically wanted them to live with the brown people along the border like they always have.
It was then and only then that the Democrat Party because he is saying the quiet part out loud, something that all of us have been knowing for years. This situation is untenable. You can't sustain an economy like this. You can't sustain a city like this. You cannot sustain the country like this. And Eric Adams said the quiet part out loud. And this is what, hey, it's the truth. But yeah.
They took full advantage of the COVID-19 era, and I cannot.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Absolutely. You have a right. I didn't ask if you should or should not. I asked if you're qualified to speak on it. What is your...
No, I would say you're qualified.
Hello? Hi, moderators. Put me in the queue.
You can cry about being qualified all you want. Like, what's your opinion if you think that I'm...
I'm gonna mute you, Encore.
And see, that's
Who's pertaining to the conversation?
So,
I'm catering to you. Yes, sir.
Wendy, I like your black nails. Too dope to break up.
Wake it up, John.
This is
Supposed to break up.
It's saying more Americans than ever are staying in relationships because they can't afford to be single. On their own, your research says that girls are sticking around for church not as they want to.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They were there first.
So
And like,
That was a promise. Have you ever read the Torah before?
yeah, I have.
Okay, so then whose land is it?
I mean, that's your interpretation of a religious text. There's other religious texts out there, so other people are going to do other things.
It's bushland. That's it. Okay. Thanks.
Olivia, you read the
Just because the Torah says that doesn't mean that's like everyone believes that. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Olivia, you've read the Torah?
Yes, I've read the Torah.
You've read the whole Torah?
Yeah, I've read how, like what you're supposed to do when you capture a girl, and how you marry, the steps to marrying her when you capture a girl. Yes.
Okay, now look at this IRA terrorist support. I mean,
Yeah, I have read about how when you have sex with your wife, that like one of your parents is supposed to come and collect your period blood in a napkin and show the entire like society. Look, she was a virgin.
Now I'm understanding. Olivia, can I ask you something? Do you have a problem with Jewish people?
oh, that's a man.
No, I don't. I actually don't.
You don't? Okay.
I actually like Jewish people.
Probably annoys
You don't like me? Like women?
But when it comes to this specific topic, like, you're being delusional. But I do like Jewish people in general, like in their personalities.
Because she likes Jewish people. She hates Palestinians.
She likes Jewish people. She doesn't like Palestinians.
But what the Israeli government is doing is wrong, period. That's it.
I think you should have social media.
And I don't know how you guys don't see that. I really don't.
Look, Olivia, we're not racist, okay? It's just that the Palestinians need to be moved out because they don't accept Israel.
I mean, you're a little racist against black people, even though you're black.
And what does that matter?
Well, then stop using like the fact that I'm quote unquote racist as like an argument when you yourself are racist against black people.
It's just a fact.
Like you said it like a few times.
Yeah, I know, but it's a fact. Like, you established that you don't like Palestinians. So
Olivia, Rowdy and I disagree.
against me when you're fucking racist
Well,
yourself.
let's change the. Rowley and I disagree on certain things, okay? He thinks that 99.9% of Palestinians are terrorists. I 100% disagree with that, but I will go as far as saying a very high percentage of Palestinians have been indoctrinated. And I feel bad for them. If you're a kid growing up on the streets, even through Umrah, and you're told that Jews are your enemies, and they should be killed, I feel kind of bad for them in a way. You know what I'm saying? We really come to that idea, and we should bring that statement. Okay, so on the Israeli side, on the Jewish side, they're not being indoctrinated to hate them.
My David once a tunnel.
They're not subjected to racism at all.
Looking for extra movies. I recently found a cool app that lets you.
They're like Jordanian, so Jordan is done that.
They've been there for generations and generations, so why the fuck wouldn't they be racist? And why wouldn't they get the same rights?
I'll say it again, this is a result of resistance. They have a right not to accept the Jewish state in the West Bank and Gaza. They have that right. But this is the consequence of that choice. If you don't want to live side by side with your neighbors and you want to eradicate them from the land, then Israel, the Jewish nation, will do whatever it takes to defend itself. Whatever it takes, Olivia. I don't understand what you don't get. I mean,
But you don't get it. It's just the problem with that statement you don't get is that this is not defense, it's offense. That's what you don't get.
We're talking to Olivia at the moment. Sorry, Olivia, what did you say?
You're fighting people that don't even have shoes. That like don't have shoes.
But that's factually
Like that's who you're defending yourself
They
against.
actually, no, but Olivia, that's factually incorrect. They have shoes.
They don't have shoes. And they don't poop.
Right, so you're
So
talking about
you're defending yourself against the big, scary,
this is not an argument.
malnutrition, starving Palestinians. You're scared to defend yourself. This is why I think you're short. This is why I think you guys are short and small.
Olivia, are you referring now to Gaza? Because you brought up the West Bank. I responded to that, and now you're going back to Gaza. You keep jumping back and forth.
You're being confused.
Well, I am confused by you.
I don't have time for that. You need to keep up with me.
I am confused by you.
You're talking slow.
You brought up the West Bank. I responded to that, then you jump back to Gaza. Which one do you want to talk about first? Gaza or the West Bank?
Can we not jump back and forth between like these like very like related concepts? Or is that too hard for your little brain to digest?
Hey, listen. If you want to keep this group peaceful and have a conversation, which is what we're trying to do, I'm happy to do that. If you want to insult me, then
I don't know why you can't, when I speak about the West Bank, that you can't talk about that, and when I speak about Gaza, you can't talk about that. I don't know how you can't separate them and then also see the similarities within them. Like, I don't get that.
I am educated on the subject. I'm happy to talk about both.
I don't know if you are, because I think you're being fed like propaganda in Israel since you're.
First, who's first? First name? Who is this?
You know.
Oh. Never mind. Continue.
Because my wife and I wanted to have an inexpensive, nostalgic date night. I noticed it had gone downhill, so I looked it up out of curiosity, and it turns out it had been acquired by private equity back in 2013 by a company known as Toyota. The prices seemed excessively high for a gym. It turns out in the large cities, you can spend almost $10 for a single scoop of ice cream, and if you mix that, it costs up to $2. This is even more absurd when you consider that the mix that I got, where it'll produce only give me a single spread across 2 scoops of ice cream. You add it up. Scoop cones cost nearly $20. The company is better off going to a gym or something else like that. These excessively high prices are commoditized.
So, Brett, you mentioned something about neighbors living side by side. Basement that occurred from the Israeli
So you cannot. So this isn't a matter of saying that the resistance is stopping Palestinians from living side by side with Israelis. It's the fact that Israelis never considered Palestinians their equals. That's the problem. Okay, when you have disproportionate rights, when you have a separate set of laws, when you treat a different group of people as second-class citizens, you can't live side by side them in equality, especially when you're discriminating against them. So I'm talking about what's happening in Gaza. I'm just talking about what's happening in the West Bank right now. But Gaza as a whole.
2 million Israeli Arabs don't live as equal citizens in Israel. What are you saying?
I'm saying that Palestinians, it's not Israeli Arabs, Palestinians.
Okay, let's call them to your sake. We'll call them 2 million Israeli Palestinians living in Israel. So they live as equal citizens?
They do not.
They're not doctors, lawyers.
It's a full backslide. That's a lie.
Hold on.
You're part of the oppression of the patients.
Social media.
Why do you think
Take 7, folks. Remember, life first, not second. Got it. Action. Stand still, miss. Every bite is. Take 7.
Everything's too big. The bars, the drinks, the soup.
I'm Attorney John Kitover.
The hardware store for lots of screws.
Oh, great. That's still delivering. Leech feet of Mercury. The wings of words and the timetable of easy fun.
The Kitover Diamond Wholesale. We're supposed to be outside Kitover Diamonds in here.
Breeze, one sip and a free ticket here. Easy down. That's real property.
The mighty Anubis, guardian of the underworld. And apparently, the aquarium.
The sun's got a skate face on today.
As an attorney, I fight for people who feel that Kitover, you're the last vote. Here to the note. Accept this.
Source beyond the veil, they call upon you to the left.
It's called symmetry for a reason. Yes, that's right, I'm here. These things weigh more than my car battery, so make it quick. Today's the day we turn over the Councilor Brindle's eyes. I'm outside Kitover Diamonds here. The Kitover Diamond Wholesale. Good evening.
I'm John Kitover. Kitover.
All right, class, tonight we're diving into Kabbalah and Jesus Kabbalah, man.
Brothers and sisters, welcome to the Living Room Revival. Tonight we speak of Jesus who walked on the water and never once lost his footing. Good morning, church family. Today I get to tell you the truth.
Folks, welcome to Kitover's Candy Bars. Results speech ratings, and I see.
That's why I'm running for Congress. If you want someone who's flexible, look no further.
Gentlemen, give it up for John Kitover, with over 10,000 online videos on camera, 100 cell phones.
Chicago, John Kitover here. Get your mayor. Clear your sidewalks once we're good time. Running for mayor, still doing your own shoveling? That's the
the city. I mean, nothing can stop me. I'm John Kitover, running for Congress. Can I take a minute to talk about the national debt? Good morning, everybody. I'm John Kitover. Classmate John Kitover here, Moonlight Energy District teaching today's temporary team tree coach. And remember, every great business. All right, Dana, ready to see the future delegate? Well, it's a slippery in the left, his company pool party.
It's bigger than a baseball. How do you even say it?
Right, it's like sitting down. All right, Dana, ready to see the future delegate? Kitover delegate. We're going with Brian Mahoney. Yellow only. People have been begging for it.
We're using the term genocide because it's a scholarly word that has been used by scholars to distinguish against only No, it's a massacre.
First of all, I'm from Iran. It's a fucking genocide, and IRGC been supporting Palestinians for a while, for years, to fucking resist in front of Israel, which is wrong, and they've been stupid by doing that, giving Iranian money to these fucking Palestinian people to support themselves for some bullshit conflict.
Okay, but what about Raza Pahlavi? What about Raza Pahlavi, buddy? What about him?
God, no fucking
Shut up, folks.
none of them. Three Iranian people, they are not about none of these bullshit. That's for the Arabic.
When I think about genocide, I think about ethnic cleansing, and so I don't relate that term to the Iran.
Yeah, because you'll be talking about fucking genocide and y'all don't care about it.
Ethnic cleansing, that's different.
What's going on?
Free Iran from the Zionist shackles.
Don't care about like Palestine. Don't give a fuck about no actual genocide that is going on in the world.
Nobody is negating. Nobody is negating that what's happening in Iran is wrong. What's happening in Iran is wrong. Like, we're down.
Oh my god.
He's something on neutral.
Actually, I think you can finish the sentence and then make it. No, I can't speak. Okay, leave you what you want to say then.
You're just getting like all hung up on terminology.
Okay, so you guys agree that what's happened in Iran over 1 week, 30 to 60,000 people being killed is a genocide?
No, I
Is
disagree.
that correct, Olivia? No, I didn't ask you. I know you already said you don't agree. Olivia, do you think what's happened in Iran is a genocide? You said yes.
So I just wouldn't get hung up. I just won't get hung up on that terminology because usually with genocide, I think of it synonymously with ethnic cleansing. And so I just think they're killing people of different political and religious ideology. So I don't know if genocide is the right. It's some genocide. It's some genocide, homicide. I don't know. There's different kinds of sides.
Okay, Olivia,
Some kind of murder, but like again, the terminology is just dumb to focus on.
But you claim what's happening in Israel. You said the IDF are blindly shooting people. But yet when it comes to Iran, on the street of Iran, don't you think the IGC was just blindly shooting people? They weren't targeting individuals. They were just shooting a massive
So the IDF, they're targeting a specific ethnic group and religious group. That's what they're targeting. The Iranian government is targeting its own people. Well, I guess you could say they have different religious views. So again, genocide. I usually focus on ethnicity when it comes to that. But again, that's stupid. They are murdering. Both is murder. That's it. Period.
Well, I would argue one is manslaughter, one is murder.
Bro, why is the Mossad dressing up like protesters and killing the other protesters? Why do you guys
If you've got nothing factual to bring to the table, Exactly. No, they need support. You're a terrorist, you support the Iranian government, to support a person with any cause. So no one's supporting the IRGC, but my question is,
You're an idiot. Like a pastor just schooled you and you agreed with it.
no one is supporting the IRGC. No one is supporting the IRGC.
To what he said.
Yo, listen, no one's supporting the IRGC.
The problem is you need to listen. Did you hear what he said?
Can you just listen to me? No one's supporting the fucking
You're
IRGC.
not listening. You're just talking. You're regurgitating, but you're not
Bro,
actually.
you sound like a fucking Zionist faggot, bro. Like,
You talk with a lisp, bro. You're calling me a faggot. Like, that's a little weird.
Stop taking up audio and stop taking up time by trolling. It's annoying. Hi, Abu. Who's trolling? You're trolling too, Roddy. Oh shit.
I'm not trolling.
I'm
David.
Yes.
Man, no one's supporting the IRGC, but why are you guys dressing up as Mossad protesters and other protesters? Alright, trying to up the fucking massacre. Well, that's all I'm gonna say is that, Israel's laughing in your guys' face. Alright? You guys are fucking stupid. Alright? No one, bro, the government's not taking you seriously. That's why it's not seeing problems. Alright, the government's not taking it seriously. Reza Pahlavi is being cocked by his own wife with his yoga trainer. Focus on that, goof. Okay, but that does not make any difference. Like, the people of Iran need protection from their government.
Yo, assalamu alaikum.
They stand all so wrong. They just want to be free. They don't give a fuck. God help us.
Yo, what up, Bobby? How you doing?
You don't look at your back channels and send me like crazy info. Right.
I'm listening.
It's me, BB, bro. You haven't seen your back channels. I was sending you back channels when you were in the newsroom, like crazy, like shit that you could have destroyed everybody. Go look, don't say nothing. What do you got? Go look.
I'm in my back channel, man. I'm there.
Check message requests.
Israel.
Don't say nothing. What I say.
You're around.
I feel what you would go to, man. Sorry, sir. I thought you would go to. Yeah, sorry. Can you send me again next time because I didn't know it was you.
Wait,
VIP. I deleted it because I thought you would ghost it.
it's not deleted. It's still there.
MJ, what you just said is incorrect. 90% of Arza Pahlavi supporters are not on the Epstein files. It's not true.
It's not there, sir. I deleted it.
Alright. I'm sorry.
It's Eden. Sorry, dude. Now I know it's you. Lydia's gone? Okay. Oh my god.
Yo.
Hey, introduction.
Yo. You said what?
Nah, Joe, I'm so gonna be.
Oh, I love that halftime show. I loved it. I wish you knew Spanish. You would understand all of it. You know, English. You would have liked it.
Yeah, thanks for that first meeting. Thanks, man. Oh, keep it up, actually. Alright, who do we have here? Sata, Abu, MJ, who's not qualified. Sata. That's what it is.
Nani Avdim.
She's Lebanese, man.
No. Shakranit.
She's amazing.
Shakran. Ani Avdim.
I'm like it, that's a lawyer there. Alright.
She said, I'm a Yehudi.
You raise rap stars to the pockets, which is what people want. Anyway. You know what would have worked? Bro, you know what would have worked instead of that, right?
K-pop. It's like K-pop. With the biggest K-pop band out there, people would actually like it.
It's pretty good.
Americans like K-pop. Yeah. Because afterwards, I mean, especially young kids, like the younger crowd loves K-pop. K-pop would do numbers.
Oh yeah, so you wouldn't remember. So well, everybody, thank you for being here.
I remember
have a wonderful night. Good afternoon. Hey, Reagan, we'll chat again.
Later.
Yes. See you later. And Israel is here to stay, and no amount of courts, boycotts, sanctions, debates, shows will change it. Ali Shochai. Just so you know, everybody.
Tattoos, bad tattoos, tattoos in the wrong area, whatever.
Yes, because obviously, I mean, I don't want
tell you like this. If a man is a woman with thick hair and an arrow, there's a problem.
I don't want my kids to have tattoos, so definitely don't want mom to have tattoos. Imagine trying to tell your daughter, hey, don't get tattoos, and mom's over there with a full sleeve. That's insane.
No, but I mean, does it limit the dating pools what I'm trying to get at for
serious choice.
Okay, that's...
So if you're talking to someone you didn't know, and then you got serious, and then they reveal the tattoos, it's over, huh?
No, that's
What if they had a tattoo on their ass? What if they got a tattoo on their ass with an arrow that says dick here? Are you all I've seen that tattoo before.
That's different. How did you see the tattoo?
I've seen that tattoo before. I know I have a homegirl. This is the shit. I have a homegirl in the army. She's enlisted. She's not an officer. But she has a tattoo. And it's like a motherfucker smoking and it's going towards her asshole. What? What nigga? I was like, girl, you gotta get that shit covered up. What motherfucking grown ass man wanna marry somebody like that? It looks like a cigar going towards her asshole. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, these tattoos, I think sometimes those tasteless tattoos with the arrow dick here, there's a problem. Or a fucking something looking like a cigar where it's going towards your asshole, like you're gonna pick out that bitch. That's a problem.
If she got good shit, that motherfucker is not thinking about no gun tattoo.
No, she actually wrong.
Y'all men are lying. Y'all do not give a damn. Stop fucking lying. Y'all ain't married any goddamn way. Rambo, time. Don't make me start hollering. You niggas not fucking married any goddamn way.
You might.
Y'all not fucking married. Okay, y'all sounded real nice. Right there.
Hello?
Right down.
No. Listen to your
Everybody's aim is
We can't think for y'all. I don't have to get all that. No, I can't.
They'll smash.
It needs to reform.
But seriously, they judge on everything. Earlier we had somebody saying they don't like men men. You can date men and they don't like women with long hair. They don't like women with short hair. They don't like you to get nails. They do like you to get nails. They don't like you to dress a certain way. They do like you to dress a certain way. They don't like women with fucking weave. They do like women with weave. Like, if you want to start out appealing to a man because of a tattoo, I am so sorry. That is the least that a young lady should be worried about that has her own shit. A person who loves her and cares about her is going to love her and care about her. And I will say this to any young lady, if a motherfucker even dared to tell you that because of a fucking tattoo, a choice that you made with
But that's his choice, though. That's his choice, though. That's his choice.
Because I guarantee you that he is not in the best anything. That motherfucker could go and have a fucking colostomy bag in 2 fucking weeks, and you'll be like, oh, bitch, well, that's like a fucking tattoo, because now you got this goddamn scar, so I'm gonna leave you. Do y'all even listen to how y'all sound? Like, come on, bro.
You're right. Listen to your auntie. Because men obviously don't have standard. They don't make decisions based on that. So she knows better. She knows better than us.
Don't even get me started. Don't get me started.
First time watching the destructive nature of a matriarch.
You're making a decision based off you being a woman and looking at other women. I feel the same way too.
Yo, everybody can't do everything. Yeah, like, trust me.
Y'all are not fucking married. At least we can yes, it is the point. At least we can take somebody seriously.
It's not the point of somebody being married.
Is doing something for the male view at any age. That is terrible advice. It don't matter. Do something for the male gaze. Are you serious?
She does not care about you. Listen.
Women are from Mars. I would never teach young ladies to do shit for the male gaze. What the hell?
Wow, that's crazy.
What do you think I'm gonna do to appeal to a fucking man?
She don't care, bro.
Any kind of qualification of man, just a fucking dick. Just a fucking man. Like, this girl is accomplished. She's educated. She's third generation fucking attorney. Like, she has her own firm.
So what?
You're not talking about that right now. You just brought up what men like, and you're not a fucking man.
Yeah, like, I think most men.
No. They want to sexualize I don't have no dick, I have no balls, and I'm not fucking proposing to a fucking man or another woman. So maybe you need to stay on mute and fucking argue with men about what they like. You're not a fucking
You don't want to hear none of that, Patty.
concrete and Rambo are the men.
You know you the man.
So I'll say this for ladies. Earlier when y'all was
She's on the phone.
earlier when y'all was
Yes. So sounds on one. I always these conversations tend to be if you're heterosexual, I'm not with bisexual. If you're heterosexual and you like the opposite sex, why would you discount what the opposite sex has to say in terms of what they're attracted to? Now, I do realize that we're looking at these fools on Clubhouse, which drops us a few notches, right?
Alright, movie night. I've got the remote.
As long as it's not another human documentary.
You need a better offer than just shouting numbers here. Pizza guy almost something like 34.70.
To one, gauge what kind of men you like, and this is for any woman, right? Hey, look, I like men that make me laugh. I like men that provide security. I like men that can read level. And then what you do is you go around those kinds of men, and then you survey, right? Maybe those are men that are your cousins. Maybe those are men in your community, at your law firm. I don't know. And then you ask them, what would their purview or perspective be on the situation? If you come asking your homegirls are going to give you good advice, and that would be advice that you could utilize if you wanted to scissor, right? And if that's what you're wanting to do, cool. But
Janet said, have that conversation with a man. If he has similar life, then you know that's what he's choosing. But you can't sit up here and tell all these men in this room that they don't, just like I said, oh, you want to wife somebody with a dick here. There's some men that won't fucking wife that motherfucker. There's a lot of motherfucking men that won't wife these women. So it's okay. If they say that they're okay with a woman having a sleeve up and down her body, fucking hold back all the way down her ass until her fucking legs, that's okay. That's what they choose. You're not a man.
Damn, I forgot my whole point, what I was gonna say, but
why is that even a consideration for her not to do something to her body? Is because of
I said she can do it. She can get a.
You said you want to get married, Nikki. They don't take that into consideration.
My anecdotal experiences. Even something simple as just because I have them on my sleeve, which is still on my not my sleeve, but on my shoulder, I still like get. For me, I feel I'm embarrassed, so I'll cover it up when I'm talking to certain people.
that's real
But
shit.
I have to work with other type of people. I don't have to work with the local community. So if I'm when I'm in the Middle East, if I'm wearing a tank top, that's not gonna happen. I will never wear a fucking tank top around certain people. If I'm in Europe and I have to have a conversation with Eurocom to leaders with the parliament or whatever, I'm not going to fucking show my fucking
You gotta show up to have a one-on-one with Parliament or Eurocon. Patty's a world leader, but you don't want to let him see the hole inside of her. And you can't let him see no tattoos in her gangbanging ways. Hello? That's it. Hello?
Insecurities from an attractive woman is your dope. I just want to say that for the record. But I mean, for men, I don't know, but you know what I'm saying. But the men, look, men, we all like different things. Every man, we all like different types, right? Within the types that we like, we all have a common thing. We like the most natural version of what we like, right? You can go you want to see like every day how you gonna look, right? So there's that. But every man wants to feel the same way, whether or not it's true or not. You don't want to be with a woman that hasn't been moving throughout her life with just like awareness of my body. That's it. Nobody wants to know some chick that everybody know. They feel she's been all over the place. I think that's universal, and it's no judgment. It's none of that, because some men they'll marry you regardless. But most men want to have an idea of feeling that the woman that they're with has moved in her life a certain way. Not perfect, none of that shit, but at least she's moving some fucking respect to herself. No man wants to be married with a woman that's just been all over the place. He doesn't want to feel that way. It's just that simple. No judgment.
What does tattoos have to do with that?
Well, with the tattoo, with somebody leading.
Hello?
A tattoo with an arrow point, with an arrow pointing somewhere. Like, yeah, you're gonna think about that shit. You might hit it, but marry it, you're gonna think this is subconscious. Somebody said that. Somebody mentioned a raunchy tattoo. That's how we got here. Somebody mentioned a raunchy tattoo.
Y'all ask the men for their advice. Now listen to what he is saying. Okay.
Well, it's that simple. I mean, so yeah, it's nothing weird about that. It's just like if I'm gonna have sex with a woman that has enter here on her ass, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, like that's a red flag. Hopefully, it's a fucking red flag for you. Like,
Put your dick in her ass is a tattoo. Put your dick in her ass. Hello?
Like, come on, man.
Arrow in your pussy.
Aren't you the same man that told us that you have an intense sexual relationship with a woman who is problematic, but you're still fucking her because the sex is
This has nothing to do with that, and she does have an awesome tattoo.
Tattoo is the last straw.
Yeah, no, I'm just. That's from the last year. First of all, I love women, so.
Not a problem. But if she's good in bed,
That's a bad motherfucker, brother.
See, we are unqualified. Let her advise her on what men want. Because we're obviously.
No. Y'all forget that you tell us what y'all want a lot of times.
You're right.
And then don't get mad at me because I listen to y'all.
Wait, let's look at the marriage rate. Shall we look at the marriage rate?
Hello?
tricks. Is it just
It's really weird because you just said you listen to them, right? But then you want them to listen to you. This is like really weird. You're trying to tell me what his preference is. If Rambo's preference is a motherfucker wearing a flower on the top of her fucking forehead and fucking and a long dress to her fucking ankles, that's his preference. But you're trying to battle him on what his preference is. This is kind of weird.
I'm not trying to battle him, Patty.
I just like pretty girls.
How am I trying to battle him?
Hello?
He says his preference is. That's his preference.
I'm not battling with him. I'm literally recounting. Patty, look at the. I'm recounting to him his preference that he has detailed several times in several
It's not irrelevant.
The same way females
I don't fuck no hoes.
niggas for some change because
He never called her a hoe, Patty.
It happened. It happened.
He did not call her a hoe. I didn't call the one. I didn't call the young lady a hoe. Yeah, he didn't call her a hoe.
So here's the thing, right? As a community, we gotta be able to like help each other out. And if you think that you have better advice for this young lady on what men want, then go for it. If you think that it's inconsequential if she has a sleeve tattoo and men have no care about it, okay, cool. That's obviously your perspective as a woman. The simple thing is to just, we all have our point of view, but to try to discount a man's preferences is crazy as shit. But respectfully, if you think that's the right way to go, and with your support, so be it. Like, what are we gonna do? You're gonna just, steer her in the direction that you think she should go. Congratulations